el Grupo Latinoamericano de Trasplante de Sangre y Médula Ósea y la Sociedad Panameña de Hematología. Además, cuenta con el apoyo de la Caja del Seguro Social y el Ministerio de Salud como instituciones anfitrionas, así como la valiosa participación de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud y la Organización Mundial de la Salud. Su presencia refleja la importancia de este encuentro para el avance del trasplante de células hematopoyéticas y las terapias celulares en América Latina y el Caribe. Sean todos bienvenidos. A continuación, daremos inicio con las palabras de bienvenida a cargo de la dirección del Comité Organizador Local, representada por el doctor Germán Espino. Adelante, doctor.
I will speak in English. Good morning, and good morning, everyone, and welcome to the WBMT meeting. Thank you for being here and for the dedication, compassion, and expertise you bring to this important work. Hematopoietic stem cell transplantation represents hope for many patients and families facing serious blood disorders and cancers, and today's meeting gives us an opportunity to share knowledge, strengthen collaboration, and focus on improving outcomes. Whether you are a clinician, nurse, researcher, caregiver, coordinator, or partner in patient support, your contribution matters. We gratefully acknowledge the Worldwide Network for Blood and Marrow Transplantation, WBMT, for convening this important meeting in Panama and recognize the value, presence, and support of the World Health Organization, Pan American Health Organization, the Ministry of Health of the Republic of Panama, and the Panamanian Society of Hematology, with special mention to Dr. Ninoshka Mendoza. Their participation underscores the strategic importance of hematopoietic cell transplantation as a regional public health priority and reinforces the shared commitment to expand equitable access to life-saving transplant and cellular therapies across Panama, Central America, and the Caribbean. Hematopoietic stem cell transplantation activity in Panama has been developing steadily, with the public sector reporting approximately more than 300 hematopoietic stem cell transplants over 24 years at the Complejo Hospitalario Metropolitano. The program has focused on autologous, related allogenic, and haploidentical transplant, while access to unrelated donors remains a key limitation in the absence of a fully established national donor bank. It is also important to acknowledge the role of other transplant centers, such as the Instituto Oncológico Nacional and the Children's Hospital. A major recent milestone was the opening of the first private sector hematopoietic progenitor cell transplant unit in 2025, including the first procedure completed successfully that year. Together with upcoming international activities such as the WBMT workshop in Panama City, this development suggests a growing national platform for transplant care, training, and regional collaboration. Finally, I would like to say that there are moments when it feels as though the world weighs on our shoulders, as I said previously in one of our meetings, when the challenges before us seem larger than any one person, any one team, or organization. Yet, we are reminded by Isaac Newton's timeless words that if we see farther, it is because we stand on the shoulders of giants. Welcome you all. Thanks.
Seguidamente, en representación de la Sociedad Panameña de Hematología, recibamos a la doctora Ninoshka Mendoza.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Panamanian Society of Hematology, it is my great pleasure to extend a warm welcome to all of you to this Worldwide Network for Blood and Marrow Transplantation workshop. It is a true honor of Panama to host this important meeting, bringing together distinguished national and international experts dedicated to advancing hematopoietic stem cell transplantation and cellular therapies. Collaboration, knowledge sharing, and continued education are essential pillars in our ongoing efforts to improve patient care. We sincerely thank the WBMT, the organizing committee, our distinguished faculty, and all participants for sharing their experience and your expertise and contributing to the growth of our scientific community. Your presence reflects our shared commitment to promoting excellence, innovation, and international collaboration for the benefit for our patients. We hope this workshop will provide an enrichment environment for learning, academic discussions, and the development of new partnerships that will strengthen hematology and transplantations programs throughout our region. Once again, welcome to Panama, and we wish you a productive, inspiring, and successful workshop. Thank you very much.
Gracias, doctora Mendoza. Ahora invitamos al profesor Mickey Coe, presidente de la Red Mundial para Trasplante de Sangre de Médula Ósea, para compartir unas palabras con nosotros.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank you very much, Vice Minister, Mr. Manuel Zambrano, for gracing us on this occasion. I know you've got a very busy schedule, so it means a lot to us that you are here today. So thank you once again. And I think for all of us, this is a clear commitment from the Health Ministry in Panama of the important work that's going to be happening over the next 3 days and lots of discussions that we will have with you. My name is Mickey Coe, as she is introduced. I'm the current president of the Worldwide Network for Blood and Marrow Transplantation, WBMT. And on behalf of all of my international colleagues who have come from all over the world, we are extremely pleased to be in this wonderful and beautiful and modern city of Panama. Just to give a few words about WBMT, WBMT is a truly unique global society. We are quite unusual in that we are formed of 21 different member societies, all regional and international, and all with a focus on promoting excellence in hematopoietic stem cell transplantation. And this really covers all of the aspects of transplantation that are important, from blood safety to donor selection to stem cell processing to the clinical care of patients. And that's why all of us are here today, because we understand how important transplantation is for medical care in each country. WBMT is also unusual in that we are in official relations with WHO, the World Health Organization. And this is one of the reasons why it is important that we go to different countries around the world in order to explain to them and to teach them and to discuss with them how transplantation should be part of the health systems of every country. And therefore, I'm also especially pleased that we have Paho here with us. And we've just had a chat earlier, and I'm very pleased to welcome Dr. Cinnamon to the WBMT Congress. I'm just going to spend the next couple of minutes just telling you what we have done so far. And I will say that WBMT, we have traveled across the world, and we have been to really all of the WHO 6 regions. We have been to Africa. For example, we've done courses in Nigeria as well as in South Africa. We've been to Asia many times, Vietnam, China, India, Pakistan. We have been to the Middle East. We've been to Saudi Arabia and Morocco. We've had a training course in Ukraine as well, and we've also had successful conference workshops in South America, in Brazil and in Paraguay in 2019. But when I looked at where we've been, I realized that we were missing one important part, and that was Central America and the Caribbean. And that's why all of us are here today. And I think it is really important that we are concentrating on a group of small countries, but countries that are important and should be looked at in great detail. And that's exactly why we're here. And I will end my talk by telling you on two things. First of all, I work between London and Singapore, and most of the time I feel as if I'm a citizen of the world. But I remember when I was growing up in Singapore, my Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew, and you might not know, you might have heard of him, he used to compare Singapore a little to Panama, because he used to say that both of us were small countries, and both of us were critically dependent on maritime and shipping trade. And all international trade routes come through the South China Sea and the Straits of Malacca in Singapore and through the Panama Canal. And so there was, to some extent, an understanding of Panama even when I was young. And I've heard people say that Panama is the Singapore of Latin America. So I'm curious to find that out in the next 2 or 3 days. And obviously, all of you are also welcome to Singapore when you come and visit. And the final thing, as I was sitting here, as I was taking the plane here last night, I realized that England is playing Panama this Saturday. And that is important. So we will try to end the symposium so that so that all of you can watch the match. And I hope that Panama may help England, who's not doing too well, get into the next stage of the competition. So on that note, I thank you all for coming, for taking the time to come here. I'm very pleased to see old friends, new friends, and I hope that we will have some time over the next 3 days to commune and to talk about things. So overall, thank you once again. Muchas gracias.
Seguidamente con nosotros, el doctor Andrés Gómez de León, vicepresidente del Grupo Latinoamericano de Trasplantes de Sangre y Médula Ósea. Bienvenido.
Como quiera, no tenemos diapositivas. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, big name. Okay. So thank all of the authorities for being here. I'd like to express our gratitude to the WBMT, WHO, the Panama's health authorities, and our organizers for giving us the opportunity to come together in this wonderful meeting. Your commitment to education, collaboration, and quality improvement is essential for developing cell transplantation throughout the world. For LABMT, this workshop is more than an academic meeting. It is an opportunity to build and strengthen the bridges between our countries, our institutions, and really the people that work together. So in this meeting, I remember the first time I came to one of these was in 2019 in Paraguay, and I met a lot of people and have collaborated with them since then and built a lot of relationships that have me standing here today. So these events are very, very important for us to build connections and to build relationships that can make us come together in our shared goal, which is to improve access, quality, and outcome for our patients. So in Latin America, we face many challenges, which are common to all of our countries. Our transplants and cell therapy programs work in very different realities. Some are starting to be born. Others face limited resources, work in diverse health systems, and have a lot of barriers to access. But we also have a lot of strengths, highly committed teams, very resilient people, talented professionals, and a strong culture for collaboration. So I think these spaces are very, very valuable and will allow us to learn from a global perspective, but also from our own experiences. And it's where we will try to come together and work towards the goal that is to make care globally equitable. Because today the reality is that the care you receive, it just depends on the place you are born, and this should not be the way. So with that, I would like to thank you, and I also like to take this opportunity to invite you, LABMT, if you care for transplant and cell therapy patients in any way, as a physician, in the lab, as a nurse, and you are in Latin America, then you are part of the LABMT. So we need more people to work and to come together so that we can join forces and improve access and quality of care for our patients. Thank you.
Recibamos ahora a la doctora Ana Rivera Cinnamon, representante de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud y la Organización Mundial de la Salud en Panamá.
Buenos días a todo el mundo. Es un placer tenerlos a todos ustedes aquí. Excelentísimo señor viceministro de Salud de la República de Panamá, doctor Mickey Koh, presidente de la Worldwide Network for Blood and Marrow Transplantation, representantes del Grupo Latinoamericano de Trasplante de Médula Ósea, autoridades de la Caja del Seguro Social, representantes de la Sociedad Panameña de Hematología, distinguidos expertos nacionales e internacionales, buenos días y bienvenidos a todos y todas. Es un verdadero honor para mí poder participar en este 10º workshop de la Worldwide Network for Blood and Marrow Transplantation, organizado por el Grupo Latinoamericano de Trasplante de Médula Ósea, LAB-MT, la Sociedad Panameña de Hematología, las autoridades nacionales de Panamá, con el apoyo de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud. Déjenme cambiar al inglés ahora. I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation and extend a very warm welcome to the experts, health professionals, and government entities and representatives, and also cooperation partners who join us from various countries and regions in the world. Today, Panama has the privilege of becoming a meeting point to share knowledge, experiences, and particularly a common vision to provide more life opportunities to people facing serious and very complex illnesses. We gathered today at a particularly important moment for the development of hematopoietic progenitors and cell transplant programs. In recent decades, this intervention has transformed the prognosis and quality of life of thousands of people with malignant and non-malignant diseases, establishing itself as a potentially curative therapeutic options for numerous conditions that previously had limited alternatives and or an unfavorable prognosis. However, access to these services, it has been just mentioned, remains markedly unequal, especially in low and middle-income countries, where significant barriers related to infrastructure, to financing, and the availability of specialized resources persist. From the perspective of the Pan American Health Organization, one of the main challenges of the region is that the place where a person is born or lives continues to largely determine their opportunities to access a transplant when needed. Although thousands of transplants are performed each year in the Americas, the installed capacity, availability of donors, financing mechanisms, and program development vary greatly between countries and even within the same country. And this is a reality that should call us to an action. Because when we talk about transplant, we are not only talking about highly specialized procedures, laboratories, or advanced technology. We are talking about children. We are talking about adolescents. We are talking about adults who are waiting for an opportunity about mothers and fathers hoping to see their children grow, about families who place their hopes in science, in health teams, and in human solidarity that makes donation possible. This reality is particularly visible in areas such as pediatric and adolescent transplantation, where clinical needs exist throughout the region, but the health system's response capacity is not always sufficient, especially to ensure timely and equitable access. The consequences is that many patients who could benefit from a transplant continue to face the barriers related to donor availability, to late referrals, to infrastructure limitations, and to shortages of specialized human resources or a lack of financial protection. In face of those challenges, regional cooperation acquires a very strategic importance. No country can advance in isolation in such a complex field. International experience shows that knowledge exchange, collaboration networks, regional registry, donor search mechanisms, and alliances between centers can accelerate the capacity development and improve the outcomes for many patients. And this is precisely the spirit that inspires this workshop. PAHO has been supporting member states through the Regional Action Plan on Donation and Equitable Access to Organ, Tissue, and Cell Transplantation, 2019-2030, promoting the strengthening of governance, regulatory frameworks, quality and safety information systems, and technical cooperation between countries. Our goal is to contribute to making transplant not a privilege for a few, but a real possibility for all people who need them. And in the coming days, we will have the opportunity to analyze successful experiences, identify common challenges, and discuss practical solutions to strengthen transplant programs in Latin America and the Caribbean, and also other regions of the world. We have the participation of international leaders, of scientific societies, transplant centers, and health authorities. That's a unique combination of expertise that can translate into very concrete actions and expand access and improve the quality of care. Allow me to conclude with a reflection. In health, we often talk about indicators, we talk about coverage, we talk about quality, infrastructure, and outcomes. All these are very important indeed. But we must never forget that behind each indicator is a human face. Behind each record is a story of a struggle, and behind each transplant there is a new opportunity to live. And that is why our joint work makes sense, because it seeks to reduce gaps, strengthen capacities, and generate knowledge, and above all, offer hope where it is most needed. May this workshop allow you to build new alliances, inspire new initiatives, and bring us a little bit closer to a region where all people who need a transplant can access it with quality, safety, and equity. I wish you a very, very productive workshop with enriching discussions, new alliances, and contribute to the sustainable development of transplants in the region of the Americas. Thank you very much.
A continuación, Su Excelencia Manuel Zambrano, Viceministro de Salud de la República de Panamá, hará uso de la palabra.
Muy buenos días. Doctora Ana River Cinnamon, representante de la OPS-OMS en Panamá. Doctor Germán Espino, del Comité Organizador Local. Doctora Ninochka Mendoza, de la Sociedad Panameña de Hematología. Doctor Mique Con, presidente de la Red Mundial de Trasplantes de Sangre y Médula Ósea. Doctor Andrés Gómez de León, vicepresidente del Grupo Latinoamericano de Trasplantes de Médula Ósea. Distinguidos médicos especialistas, enfermeros y profesionales de la salud que nos visitan desde Centroamérica, el Caribe y diversos rincones del mundo. Es un honor para mí, en representación del Ministerio de Salud de la República de Panamá, extenderle la más cálida y cordial bienvenida a nuestra tierra. Nos llena de profundo orgullo que nuestro país sea la sede de este trascendental encuentro científico del 10º taller de la WBMT y del 4º taller de enfermería. Estos talleres no son una reunión académica más. Nos convocan la Red Mundial de Trasplantes de Sangre y Médula Ósea y el Grupo Latinoamericano de Trasplantes de Médula Ósea, junto al valioso respaldo de la Sociedad Panameña de Hematología y la colaboración estratégica de la OPS y la OMS. Esta alianza global tiene un propósito humano de la mayor envergadura: mejorar el acceso a trasplantes de células hematopoyéticas y terapias celulares que salvan vidas, especialmente en aquellas regiones y países que hoy lidian con recursos limitados y bajas tasas de trasplante. Durante los próximos 3 días, Panamá se convierte en el epicentro del conocimiento hematopatológico de la región. Nos honra recibir a delegaciones de más de 12 países hermanos, entre ellos Colombia, Costa Rica, Cuba, República Dominicana, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Jamaica, México, Nicaragua, Puerto Rico, Trinidad y Tobago, quienes compartirán sus realidades, avances y desafíos en la implementación de sus programas nacionales de trasplantes. Aprender de sus experiencias nos permitirá, como bloque regional, abordar de manera conjunta las barreras financieras, legislativas y regulatorias que frenan el desarrollo de estas terapias tan complejas. Es sumamente significativo que nos encontremos precisamente aquí, en la ciudad de la salud. Este complejo médico de alta tecnología representa la inversión en infraestructura sanitaria más ambiciosa y avanzada de América Central. Fue concebido precisamente bajo la visión que hoy nos reúne: elevar la calidad de la medicina, integrar la investigación científica de vanguardia, promover la educación continua y ofrecer una atención multidisciplinaria de alta complejidad. Este entorno tecnológico y académico moderno es el reflejo del compromiso de Panamá con la innovación y el progreso, los estándares médicos en toda América Latina. Queremos que nuestras instalaciones sean un motor que impulse programas sostenibles de trasplantes de células hematopoyéticas y garantizando la seguridad en la selección de donantes, la optimización del procedimiento celular y los más estrictos controles de garantías de calidad. Quiero destacar muy especialmente la estructura de estos talleres. Las dos primeras jornadas estarán profundamente dedicadas al análisis de las guías clínicas, las indicaciones de trasplante en pacientes adultos y pediátricos, el manejo de infecciones tropicales emergentes y la unificación de registro de datos. Sin embargo, el éxito de un programa de trasplante no recae únicamente en el cuerpo médico. Por ello, aplaudo con total firmeza el espacio exclusivo del tercer día, el 4º taller de enfermería, El personal de enfermería es la primera línea de cuidado, el soporte vital y el pilar fundamental en la seguridad y recuperación del paciente trasplantado. Fortalecer sus destrezas, sus conocimientos y sus habilidades es indispensable para robustecer cualquier programa de salud pública de alta complejidad. Estimados colegas, la medicina moderna avanza hacia la equidad. Un tratamiento de vanguardia solo es verdaderamente exitoso si somos capaces de hacerlo accesible a quien lo necesita, sin importar sus condiciones socioeconómicas. El intercambio de experiencias, el networking y la colaboración internacional que nacerán en estas aulas virtuales y presenciales nos acercarán un paso más a esa meta. Aprovechen al máximo estas jornadas, estrechen los lazos de cooperación y sigan trabajando con la excelencia y el humanismo que caracteriza a la medicina trasplantológica. Sin más preámbulos, en nombre del Ministerio de Salud y del Gobierno Nacional, declaro con paso firme oficialmente inaugurado el 10º taller de la WBMT y el 4º taller de enfermería. Que todos los conocimientos adquiridos nos permitan seguir construyendo una región y un Panamá con salud y bienestar para todos. Muchas gracias en sus sesiones y que disfruten de su estancia en Panamá.
Agradecemos a las autoridades por sus palabras de bienvenida. Procederemos ahora a la foto protocolar. Solicitamos a las autoridades ponerse de pie para la foto. Seguidamente invitamos a los moderadores, expositores y miembros de la Red Mundial de Trasplante para la foto protocolar.
We now open an invitation for all speakers, chairpersons, and members of the WBMT to come up the stairs behind the chairs for another photo.
Sit down, sit down.
Please be aware of your height so that everyone can be seen in the photo. The taller people, please step a little bit back so the smaller people can go up front. A little bit to the left. A little bit to the left.
Listo, perfecto, maravilloso.
Muchísimas gracias a todos. Con esto concluye la parte inaugural del evento. Procederemos a un breve receso para despedir a las autoridades. Agradecemos a los presentes permanecer en sus asientos. Muchas gracias por su atención. Que pasen muy buenos días.
Now, as you go to your seats, we carry on with the lectures. This new set of lectures is titled Hematopoietic Cell Transplantation and Cellular Therapies in the Global, Regional, and National Context. They are going to be led by the chairpersons, Christian Chavenon and Cristobal Frutos. We invite them both to come up the stage.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this 10th WBMT workshop program and for our first session dedicated to the global, regional, and national context for hematopoietic cell transplant and cellular therapies. This is my pleasure, together with my co-chair, Cristobal Frutos, to introduce our first speaker, Mauricio Beltran from PAHO, who will be speaking online on the regional perspectives on hematopoietic cell transplantation. Can we start the video? Do we have a connection? Okay. We don't have the first presentation. Is Janet Ortega here? Oh yeah, please. So if you agree, we will switch the presentations, and that's my pleasure to introduce Janet Ortega, who is a member of the Transplant Committee at the Ministry of Health in Panama, and will speak about the Panama healthcare system and hematopoietic cell transplant. Thank you so much. Okay.
Point on this side.
Oh, okay.
No, but this. Okay.
Aquí hacia arriba.
Adelante y atrás.
Okay.
Ahí avanza.
Good morning. As director of the Panamanian Transplant Organization, I will speak to you about the Panama Health System, including the hematological cell transplantation program. And an overview of Panama. The population is 4.5 million, an upper middle income country, a strategic location connecting North and South America, universal access to healthcare through a mixed public-private model. The structure of the healthcare system, Panama has a dual public healthcare system, Ministry of Health, MINSA, who provides healthcare to the uninsured population, responsible for public health policies, prevention programs, regulation, and health promotion. The Social Security Fund, Caja de Seguro Social, covers insured workers and their dependents, financed through employer and employee contributions, provides specialized and high complexity care, including transplantation. Both institutions collaborate through an integrated national transplant program, allowing access to transplantation regardless of insurance status. The private healthcare, rapidly expanding, modern tertiary hospitals complements public services and increasing participation in oncology and transplantation. Hematopoietic cell transplantation in Panama. First, the hematopoietic cell transplant performed in 2000. The Social Security Fund was pioneered the country's HCT program. The National Oncology Institute later expanded transplant activity. Panama has progressively developed autologous transplantation, matched sibling allogenic transplantation, haploidentical transplantation, and unrelated donor transplantation through international donor registries. This is very important that by the end of 2025, Panama had performed more than 800 hematopoietic cell transplants, with the majority being autologous procedures. Current HCT programs, the public sector, main centers include the National Oncology Institute, Caja de Seguro Social, the Social Security Fund, and Hospital del Niño, the Children's Hospital. Together, they perform adult and pediatric HCT, autologous HCT, allogeneic HCT, haploidentical transplantation, and the private sector, a significant milestone was the establishment of the first private HCT unit at the Panama Clinic Hospital, expanding access and positioning Panama as a regional option for HCT in Central America and the Caribbean. We're going to answer some questions. At the Social Security Fund, we have a HCT group, and statistics indicate that the following have been performed: related peripheral blood, HLA, 101, haplo, 58 transplants, and auto peripheral blood, 251. Additionally, there are 3 institutions that also perform hematological cell transplantations: the National Cancer Institute, the Children's Hospital, and Panama Clinic Hospital. These have been carried out until December 31, 2025. Related blood marrow, 50 transplants. Unrelated blood marrow, 2 transplants. Related peripheral blood, 274 transplants. Auto blood marrow, 22 transplants. And auto peripheral blood, 512 transplants. There is no HCT society in our country. Hematologists in our country belong to the Latin American Blood and Marrow Transplantation Group. There is an unrelated HCT system in our country and a blood and bone marrow donor registry. The donor sources Panama currently performs autologous HCT, matched sibling donor transplantation, haploidentical transplantation, and international unrelated donor searches. The country also developed the Panama Dono Volunteer Donor Initiative to improve access to unrelated donors. Panama transplant system includes National Transplant Committee, the Panamanian Transplant Organization, and National Integrated Transplant Program. This structure coordinates patient evaluation, donor allocation, quality assurance, national regulations, and international collaboration. The integrated model between MINSA and Social Security Fund, Caja de Seguro Social, is considered one of the Panama's major strengths. The most common diseases for which hematological cell transplant is performed are multiple myeloma, acute leukemia, non-Hodgkin lymphoma, and myelodysplastic syndrome. The HCT program is funded primarily by the Social Security Fund, the Ministry of Health, and private entities. The transplant program achieved an overall reflecting favorable results overall survival rate of 86%, reflecting favorable results and consistent with the expected standards for HCT centers, considering the complexity of the patients treated. The main barriers to expanding the HCT program are staffing, training, support, and funds, and laboratories. In our country, in addition to HCT, we offer cell therapy with donor lymphocyte infusion. The primary indication is the graft failure. To conclude, our current challenge, our small national population limits transplant volume, need to increase donor registration, high cost of cellular therapies, workforce development and specialized training, expand HCT capacity, and improve long-term survivorship programs, development of advanced cellular therapies, and strengthening regional collaboration, increase access to unrelated donor transplantation, continue participation in international organizations such as Worldwide Network for Blood and Marrow Transplantation, and Latin American blood and marrow transplantation, improve quality through international accreditation. It has been a great honor for me to participate in this workshop with such prestigious people. My deepest gratitude to the Panamanian Society of Hematology, to Dr. Mendoza and Dr. Espino. For you all, welcome home, welcome to Panama. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Maybe we have some time for questions, if there are any. Yes, for you. So don't move too far. Any? Oh, he's online. So maybe we'll have just a short question, which is, so you want to develop unrelated donor transplantation. So can you say a few words?
We here in Panama have a local unrelated donor bank. So, and I think here's the leader of that bank, which is Licenciado Bernaza. He's responsible, and we mention you with gratitude because I think Dr. Bernaza, I think Hospital El Niño actually performed one unrelated transplantation just a few years ago. Is that right?
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, the name of the program is Panama Donor, is that right? Panama Donor, and he has more than 800 Yeah, okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Congratulations again for all these achievements. And I think we now have Mauricio Beltran online. Do we?
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We don't see you, but we can hear you. Here you are.
Okay. Can you see my screen? Yes?
Yes,
That's okay?
we can see you. That's perfect.
Okay. Can you see my screen? Sorry.
Yes, we see your screens, so you can start.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to participate in 10 World Marrow Transplantation Workshop. It is a pleasure to participate and to share a regional perspective on hematopoietic cell transplantation in the Latin American region. Over the next 20 minutes, I will review to current status and the work developed in the context of our region. This presentation had three objectives: to describe the current situation of the hematopoietic cell transplantation in PAHO region, Latin American and Caribbean countries, and to identify the key gaps, and finally to outline strategies and needs for cooperation. Globally, between 70,000 and 80,000 hematopoietic cell transplants are performed annually, although report activities vary depending on the source and the reporting system. In Latin America, 7,000 transplants were reported in 2024 by 9 countries that report, and the Global Observatory on Donation and Transplantation got that WHO observatory is developed for Spain, ONT in Spain. These data represent approximately 10% of global activity. However, these regional figures mark significant disparities among countries. Furthermore, only 9 countries report activity to the Global Observatory, and the Caribbean countries, they not report activity. The transplantation HCT activity have a very important variation across the countries. As I mentioned, only 9 of the 19 countries in Latin America report hematopoietic cell transplantation activity. Examining the type of transplant, reported activities remains predominantly autologous transplantation. Allogenic transplantation particularly involve unrelated donors, only in limited countries. In this case, only 5 countries, as you can see in the screen. This is significant because access to different donor sources might be a key factor for patients receiving timely and accurate treatment. For these 9 countries, the transplantation activity analysis of transplantation rates in Latin America reveals significant difference rates per 10 million inhabitants range from 50 to over 500 million inhabitants. Performance vary across the different countries. This reflects disparities in healthcare, system capacity, funding, donor availability, and the level of program development. You can see it on screen, the report of the Global Observatory Donor and Donation and Transplantation, the 9 countries have report. This slide, I would like to highlight the result of the collaborative project between PAHO and the Andean community in South America regarding pediatric and adolescent transplantation situation in the Andean subregion. In this region, the gap between needs and coverage is particularly evident. While the incidence of pediatric cancer is comparable to that of other countries, mortality rates are higher, suggesting significant barriers to access as well as potential deficiencies in the quality of care. The main conclusion is that the problem lies not in a disparity of needs, but in the system's response capacity. Sorry. The analysis in this project, PAHO and community, Andean community, the analysis underscores the need to strengthen referral networks, infrastructure, capacity, and regional financing and coordination mechanisms aimed at the pediatric and adolescent population. This slide clearly illustrates the gap between the needs for the transplant and current coverage in the Indian subregion. In countries such as Chile, coverage reaches virtually 10%, whereas in other countries such as Bolivia, Ecuador, and Peru, a significant disparity persists between the estimated number of cases requiring the transplant and the procedures actually performed. Colombia showed relatively high coverage, although there is still room for improvement, while Venezuela presents intermediate levels of coverage. The main conclusion is that while the clinical need exceeds throughout subregion, the system response is highly uneven.
Mauricio. Sorry, Mauricio.
Yes.
Can you put on presentation mode because we are...
Yeah?
Yeah, that's okay. Thanks.
The highlight of this is strengthening existing capacity, timing, access, financing, and referring network, particularly of the pediatric and adolescent population. This project is very important. There is CCC collaboration in PAHO and Caribbean and Andean region. The document, as I mentioned, is available in PAHO website, and is describe the situation of pediatric and adolescent activity of hematopoietic transplant. In 2019, the PAHO, the PAHO members all Minister of Health approve the regional strategy and action plan on the national transplantation and equitable access to organ, tissue, and cell transplantation. This strategy is until started 2019 until 2030 period. The overall goal of the strategy is improve the equitable access up to transplantation across the region through voluntary donation and to meet the growing demand for these life-saving therapies. This strategy have four strategic lines. The first is strengthening governance and leadership, enhancing for regulatory and oversight capacity to the health authorities and transplant program. The second strategy line is increase the availability of organs, tissues, and cells through voluntary non-remunerated donation. And the third is increase equitable access to organ, tissues, and cell transplant in health system. And the last strategy line is strengthening information, surveillance, monitoring, and a risk assessment system to ensure quality system and efficacy to ensure donation and transplantation process. Building on this framework, PAHO has support countries in translating these priorities in concrete actions by developing strategies, objectives, and indicators to guide the creation and strengthening of national donation transplant plans. And obviously, we have different entities or different collaborators in this strategy. We have INCUCAI, Argentina. We have ONT in Spain and UNIFES in Brazil. They support PAHO to promote and support the implementation of the regional strategy for donation and equitable access transplantation organs, tissues, and cells. In 2026, a survey was conducted in collaboration with INCUCAI. INCUCAI is collaborating center of PAHO across Latin American countries to identify the current situation, key gaps, and priorities for strengthening hematopoietic progenitor cell donation and transplantation programs in the region, as well as to guide concrete action regarding cooperation funding, capacity, and information system. This is the participating countries and institutions. The regional survey covered 17 of the 19 countries. Nicaragua and Venezuela didn't report, and Panama respond with incomplete. The participation of Minister of Health and national institutions demonstrate that use if the HCT program is recognized through the region, yet the level of institutional development remains uneven. It is important to note that among the participant countries, only El Salvador and Honduras lack an activity hematopoietic cell transplantation program. According the analysis addressed according to the four strategic lines of the regional strategy, as mentioned in the previous slide, within which governance is a key challenge. While some countries have a specific law, regulation, and authorization mechanisms in place, development is uneven. Some systems feature more robust leadership and oversight, whereas others are still in the early stage in consolidation. In this case, Bolivia, for example, Guatemala is on 6, Costa Rica, and some countries, especially Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Ecuador, and Paraguay, Uruguay, they have regulation according to habilitation of center, authorization for medical professionals, and habilitation self-bank. This is very important. Without clear governance, it is difficult to ensure safe, regulate, and sustainable donation and transplantation programs. In the second, according to the second strategy, increase availability of organs, tissues, and cells through voluntary non-remunerated donation. We relate the availability of voluntary donor registries also varies considerably across the region. Some countries have large national donor registries, for example, Argentina, Brazil, and other have smaller ones, and some countries not registered at all. This directly affects the likelihood of finding incompatible donors and the ability to respond quickly to the patient's needs. According to the increased equitable access, the survey show that financing remains a key issue. Although several countries cover transplant through public fund, health insurance, or mixed models, a situation persists where patients must bear some of the costs. This disparity in financial protection creates inequity can delay or prevent access to the procedures. In a field like this, insufficient funding not only limits coverage but also impact patient health outcome. As you can see, out-of-pocket expenses is very important in various health systems. Back of this, as you can see, the green colors. In some countries, is very important. They impact the out-of-pocket in the patients unrelated. And the final strategy is about improved information management. The information management and surveillance information system represent another critical area. Countries participate in different international registers, but data report is not always complete or standardized. Likewise, there are deficiencies in surveillance, vigilance, and the reporting of transplant outcomes. Without reliable information, it's very difficult to plan, compare, and improve performance. In general, this reason is only for activities. Finally, according to the survey result, we describe the barriers to access. This survey identifies barriers at three levels. At the patient level, the main barriers are the lack of the suitable donor and difficult achieve or difficult verify disease remission. Is in general about the not available technology to verify disease remission. At the health system level, barriers include delays in referral pathways, limited transplant bed available, and insufficient funding. At the programmatic level, challenges include to few transplant centers, and procurement difficulties, and the absence of related donor program in several settings. Taken together, these results show that the limitations do not depend on a single factor, but encompass clinical, organization, and structural aspects, highlighting the need for coordinated interventions to improve access transplantation. This is in different levels, is the barriers to access on HC transplant. What is the priorities challenge challenge for the region according to the information surveyed and bajo information. Based on the survey result, we identified 4 priority challenges for strengthening donation and transplantation program in the region. The first is governance and sustainable financing. Regulatory gaps persist, with the program having involved unevenly across countries and showing various levels of institution leadership. Furthermore, financial potential remains insufficient, limiting equitable access to this service. The second challenge is capacity, clinical capacity. There are a shortage of specialized personnel, limitation in HL typing infrastructure, and unequal distribution of transplantation programs, which are concentrated in few centers of or geographic areas. The third area are concerned data or outcomes. Issues identified include insufficient or weak registers, limited biovigilance capabilities, and incomplete reporting of results, all of which harden performance assessment and evidence-based planning. Finally, regional cooperation emerges as a key priority. It is necessary to train cross-border referral mechanisms, develop shared strategies for donor identification, and consolidate technical cooperation networks that allow countries to leverage each other's capabilities and resources. This challenge highlights the need for coordinated response that combines institutional strengthening, sustainable investment, capacity building, and enhanced regional collaboration to expand access and improve transplant outcomes. The regional cooperation is not optional, it's a strategic necessity. Collaboration with PAHO WHO collaborating centers and other agencies can help strengthen capacity, harmonize standards, share solutions across countries. It can also facilitate technical support mechanisms for emerging programs or countries with lower transplantation activity. Thank you so much. This is my slide and my final slide. Thank you.
So much. Thank you so much, Dr. Beltran, for this presentation regarding your last slide. I can speak on behalf of WBMT to say that we are very interested and ready to help move forward these activities. Are there some questions in the room? I think we have a few minutes left, and we can ask questions to Dr. Beltran while he's online. I have one to start. You showed the various levels of activities in the different countries. There is one area that you basically did not mention. Maybe I saw a figure on the Dominican Republic, but what about the Caribbean islands? That was mentioned at some point. I didn't see much on these on your slides.
Yes, we don't have information about the activity in general in the islands in Caribbean country. We don't have a activity report in Global Observatory. The presentation is based obviously in their global reporting, as you can see, only in 9 countries we have availability information that I know that the Dominican Republic have activity, but
We have one question in the room, please.
this is the main problem because we don't have information. It's very difficult to compare and know what is the situation, the health system in some countries because they don't share the information of Global Observatory or other
my name is
registers.
Charles. I'm a hematologist from Trinidad and Tobago. So I'm interested to know, from where did you invite the information? What is the source of the information? Because I definitely didn't hear of such a request.
Did you listen? Did you hear the question?
Yes, please, can you repeat the question of the?
Yes,
because
I'm interested to know from which sources do you get the information about countries? Because
yes,
I was no information from the Caribbean, and I work in the Caribbean.
In general, we share the requirements to Minister of Health about the Minister of Health is the one person responsible to report the activities for the Global Observatory for us.
Okay, probably that information didn't get through.
Yeah. So sometimes inside the countries we know the activity of some, but it is very difficult to join these activities of these centers with the discussion of Minister of Health of the program, national program, when this exists program. This is
one more
invite
question here,
discussion with Minister of Health.
and then we have to switch.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. Andres Gomez from Mexico, also from the LABMT. My question is, we know there is a gap in data, but what other actions can the PAHO do to foster the development of this necessity, the transplant necessity?
Didger, you want
Yes. What?
Maurizio, thank you very much for the work which PAHO did with the WBMT and with all the societies which has been funded by the WBMT. One of the major points of the LABMT is to collect the data. And we have, LABMT is one of the best countries or regions which is collecting all the information for transplant with a new tool called EGTR. And we can provide this to you without problems. And I think we should work very closely together on this issue, again with other issues. But I think there's a big gap between the data with OTC is presenting to you, you know, this is an organ society, an organ transplant society, not a hematological transplant society, and all others. So we have, I don't know how many transplants at the LABMT. I think we are about 20,000 transplants in the Latin America countries, and all of them are reporting. I am very happy to join you in a video conference, and we can provide you the data. We are publishing this every 2 years at the global level, and LABMT is publishing this as in scientific journals also every 2 years.
Thank you, Didger. Very last question, short, please.
Hello, good morning, Doctor. Thank you for your presentation. I am Dr. Calixto Hernandez from Cuba. It's just a comment because We are reported already what we do in transplant to LABNT since many years ago. Maybe what we have to do is to find the best way to report our activity to PAHO, but we really report what we did in the last years.
Yeah, thank you so much for this comment, because that will allow me to conclude the session. Dr. Beltram, many individuals in this room are interested to contact you, so if you can provide after the sessions your contacts. I think there is obviously a need to collect more detailed information and to network to do that. Thank you.
We are working with the INCUCAI and the ONT to review the guidelines to report on global donation and transplantation, or DONASUR. This is the other register that we have in the region. Invite the association and the colleagues of countries to participate in this discussion to define what is the data that including global observatory or how it promote the interoperability to different registers to consolidate the data of the Latin American and Caribbean countries.
So very final word by Mickey Coe, President of WBMT.
Sorry to delay this. Maurizio, thank you very much for the talk. And I think you have highlighted a lot of the factors and problems which we have as an organization, WBMT, found the same across the world as well. You've also said accurately that information is most important. Without information, you cannot move forward. But you've already heard from this room today the enthusiasm from Cuba, from Trinidad. They want to participate and they want to be part of this family. I urge you that we need this proper information. As Dika has said, WBMT are a rich repository for this information. We are able to reach out to individual members, to countries, to regions, and we work with regional societies to get this information. So if we could form a good collaboration forward, I think that will form a very, very good start to enhancing access to transplantation right across the region that PAHO handles. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey.
Thank you, Mickey. Thank you, Dr. Beltram. Thank you to our speakers. And I think we'll close this session now and have a short coffee break. We should be back in something like 10 minutes from now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chavenon. As he said, we'll be having a little coffee break. It's up the stairs to the left, past the inscription table. I would like also to remind you that if you need a translation and a device for continuous translation, you can come up the stairs and to the right. The technician is dressed in black. She will give you a device for simultaneous translation. Keep in mind you will need to give an ID to her before she gives you the device. It will be given back once you return the device. Muchas gracias a todos. Como así dijo el Dr. Chavenon, vamos a tener un pequeño coffee break. Subiendo las escaleras a la izquierda, pasando a la mesa de inscripciones. Quiero además aprovechar para mencionarles que si necesitan equipo de traducción simultánea, pueden subir las escaleras y a la derecha, la técnica está vestida de negro, ella les va a entregar el equipo de traducción. Recuerden que deben entregar una identificación previo a la entrega del dispositivo. El dispositivo, una vez que entreguen el dispositivo, se les devolverá la identificación. Muchas gracias y los esperamos en aproximadamente 10 a 15 minutos que reiniciamos con las sesiones.
how they can improve in that. And after the country presentations, we will have a 1-hour session in which you are all invited to participate, and we are going to discuss how to improve the accessibility to transplant, to hematopoietic cell transplant activity in the countries in this region of the Latin America and the Caribbean. So to initiate this discussion, we can show the slides from Colombia, please. We invite Amado Cardus that will present the data of Colombia.
Thank you. Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank This is my country, Colombia. We are income in Europe and at least 10 or 12 less than the per capita income in the United States. No? No? A second?
Yes, now,
Okay.
yes, now yeah.
Regarding the question, the first question is there some program in my institution? Yes, we have a program that started in 2002, more or less 22, 23 years ago. So far we have done near to 1,700 transplant since our started. The main source of transplant cellular is in allogenic finish, is peripheral blood. The first, the 240 is matched sibling donor, and the second one, 47, is haploidentical donors. In the bottom part of the half of the slide is our number of autologous transplant, near to 1,000, all of them peripheral blood. And this related bone marrow transplant is mainly for benign disease and pediatric disease, because also we have a mixed unit with also some transplant, pediatric transplant. In our country, yes, we have another 27 more units working in Colombia. That means that our density of steam per 10 million of inhabitants is more or less 5. That is good, because 10 years ago was 3. Now the number of bone marrow transplant units fortunately have been increased. And the statistic from the National Register is just for the last 4 years, from 2021, 2025, the related donors, allo, 178, Aplo, the double, almost the double, and in the bottom part, the number of autologous transplant, almost 4,000, a little bit more, all peripheral blood, but also 100 related bone marrow transplantation, irrelated bone marrow transplantation, or also irrelated peripheral blood transplantation. This is the statistic in our country. Now are working in Colombia 88 units. Is a national society in our country? No, but there is like a party, like a group inside of our Hematology National Society who is in charge to handle all those situation related with the bone marrow transplantation. Indeed, we have a biannual course regarding this topic. Yes, we have some of a personal situation, some of allowed to LABMT, AEMT, AS, etc., etc., etc. Regarding the question, is there some system for related transplant in my country? Yes, there is a register called dark cellulars. In this moment, this register started 5 years ago, 6 years ago, and in this moment it has around 10,000 of persons registered in that one. If there are a recipient register in our country? No, we don't have an outcome register. We don't have a recipient register. It's one of our weaknesses. We need to improve to be an outcome register. Our register is just demographic register, and is a related donor register. Yes, that cellulose is our donor register. Do you perform cellular therapy other than transplant? Just donor infusion, donor lymphocyte infusion. The CAR T cells have been very difficult to implement in my country. We are working hard. In this moment, there are a couple of initiatives with the idea to start the CAR T, the cellular therapy, but we need to deal with some problems, the regulation and the funds. But we hope so that in the next year we can start this kind of program. What is the major barrier to start cellular therapy? Regulation. This is very common to all Latin American countries, regulation and funds. Training is not the problem, the facility is not the problem, but in Colombia the problem is regulation and funds. Okay.
Thanks very much, Amado. Now we are moving to our next speaker, presenter is from Costa Rica. I don't know if is Dr. Omar Porras online. Can we connect him?
Yes, I am online. I am online. I don't know if you can hear me and see my hello.
Hello, Dr. Porras. Hello, how are you? Yes, please, you can comment on Costa Rica, and after the country presentations, remember that we are going to have a 1 hour discussion. So, Dr. Porras, can you show your slides, or do you want us to show them?
If you show my presentation, it's okay, no problem.
Great, we'll do it.
Okay. So, do you want me to start now?
Yes, please.
Yes. Can you go one slide back? To the first slide, please.
Can you go back and show the first slide?
Yes, the first, that's one. Okay. So thank you for allowing me to present our experience in hematopoietic stem cell transplantation. Our program in Costa Rica started in 1985, and we are a social security program. It's covered for all the children in Costa Rica and paid by the social security system. We have what we call also social transplant. That means that no patient is excluded from the possibility of bone marrow transplantation if there is a social problem. What we do is that we do the transplant, and we have an excellent group of social workers who work on the social transplant. That means that the patient can go back home with adequate conditions after the transplant. Please, the next slide.
Next slide, please.
Okay.
Please, Dr. Porras, if you can speak.
Just following the template you sent me. Yes, we have a team in our institution that is the National Children's Hospital in Costa Rica. Is the only tertiary facility in the country for children. And we take care in our program of children from 0 to 17 years of age. Usually at 17 years of age, we transfer the patients to the adult hospital. As you see there, we have up to 2025, 114 related bone marrow transplants. We don't have in our practice as a routine the peripheral blood, and we have also a program at the hospital of autologous. Sorry, you cannot see the presentation, John. Hello?
Excuse me, we can see.
No. I can see. the presentation.
Now?
Yes, now yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
Just put it. Now I cannot see them. Okay, let me see.
No, but now no. Again, lost the presentation.
But the presentation is generated at your side. If you want, I have the presentation here. I can use, I can share the presentation.
Dr. Porras, no problem because we are seeing the slides. So we can see it because we have the slides here on our screen, so no problem.
So it's okay?
Okay.
Okay. I was saying that the hospital has also a program for autologous transplantation. And then the next question is that there is other programs in the country. Yes, there is one that do allogeneic and autologous transplant that is Hospital San Juan de Dios. It's an adult hospital, very close to a hospital in San Jose. And there is another adult hospital that do mainly autologous bone marrow transplantation. But if we have the number of patients at the adult hospital, Hospital San Juan de Dios, in our program, we have 114 in our program, and the Hospital San Juan de Dios is reporting 106. So that means around 2020, the adult hospital is including the autologous. I am not including the autologous in the number. Can you move to the next?
Next slide, please.
Okay. Then they ask you if we have a national society for bone marrow transplantation. No. We belong to the Latin American Bone Marrow Transplantation Group and also to a special group that discuss problems related to transplant once in a month, and it's related to the Latin American BMT. We don't have we are not members of other groups. We don't have a Corporate Blank. We don't have a donor registry. We don't have a program for unrelated transplantation. There is a recipient registry. We have one at the Children's Hospital and one at the adult hospital, and we don't have an unrelated donor registry. Next. Okay. Then I will stay a little bit more with this one because it is, I think it's interesting for the other groups, and it's also a difference between our program and other programs. We do all the hematological malignancies that are referred to the program by the hematology department at the hospital, but we also have two main problems that we would like to address with bone marrow transplantation. One is a severe problem with malignant osteopetrosis. It's a congenital disease, very frequent in Costa Rica. We have a mutation that is very frequent in the country. And then we have another problem that is a localized problem in the Talamanca region, that is the children with reticular dyskinesia, and they have a specific mutation in the relatokinase 2. And they also are transplanted very early, on 1 month age. They are diagnosed very early at the rural hospital, and they are transferred to our system for transplant. And then we have all the non-malignancy, non-hematological problems like aplastic anemia and thalassemia that we also transplant as a reference from the hematology group. Let me say that the situation is very interesting because we are trying to address a specific problem of the country, that is osteopetrosis and reticular dyskinesia. And addressing those specific problems is an aim of the transplantation program. We also have transplantation options for the children with primary immunodeficiency, and to children with other pathologies that have transplant as an indication. The program, the cost is covered totally by the social security system that is universal, program in Costa Rica paid by the government, the workers, and the employees. Then the other question that they did was, we have recent data obtained from the hematological malignancies, and at 1 year we have a 63.9% survival of the group transplanted for that malignancies. We are also now working a second work for transplant that not related to malignancies, and we will have data probably at the end of this year.
Dr. Porras,
the main problem we can say that is staffing and training, but I will say that the main problem for us is to have qualified nurses. That's the main problem, is to have the nurses dedicated to the transplanted, but we are addressing those problems. Please put the next. Okay, this is an extra slide that I put because it's very difficult to tell you about our program in 5 minutes with the template. So as I told you, the program started in 1985. We did the first genetic bone marrow transplantation at that time using a special depletion of T cells with monoclonal antibodies that was available at that time with our cooperation with the Swedish friends. And we did it for a severe combined immunodeficiency patient who also survived the transplant and was cured with the procedure. Then we have the program, we amplified the program to osteoporosis, and then we have the program amplified to hematological problems, and then we have a special change in our program because we were using only match-related donors, and we learned from our cooperation with the Japanese the use of identical bone marrow transplantation using mothers as donors, and so the number of transplants that increased, the availability of donor was that all the patients had a mother, and we started using them, and they were very good, the results. Then we started in 2003 the registry, and in 2023 we have results evaluation first with the hematological malignancies, and we are now working the other transplants. Next.
thanks very much, Dr. Okay, because
I can offer you some data here so you can see the situation in our hospital. Malignancies represent hematological malignancies 45.9% of our cases. Osteoporosis, as you can see, that is a real problem for us, 22.8%, primary immunodeficiency 20%, and non-hematological diseases 10%. But if you see the primary immunodeficiency, you can see half of the primary immunodeficiency are skewed reticular degenesis with the same mutation, and that is very special for our country, and osteoporosis is very special situation. Next, I think is the last one. Next. Okay, that's the slide, part of the lab presented in Chile recently by Dr. Alfaro from the Aaron Hospital. They reported 106 transplants. They reported 49 allogeneic transplants and 57 autologous. So I give you in these marathonic findings some idea what we have been doing in our country since we started in 1985. The main things, or the main points related to our transplant is the cooperation that we have now with the adult hospital, because they care of the adult donors, they care of all the situations related to the donor, if it's an adult. Then the use of identical donors from using the mothers, and I can say that we have mainly hematological malignancies, but we have a special situation with immunodeficiencies and osteoporosis. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
The last one,
We invite you to stay online because we will have the panel discussion after the presentations.
the last one, just to say that we don't have other waves of transplanting. There wasn't a slide at the end of the template. That one. Yes. We don't have cellular therapies at the moment. And I think it's a lack of training. Okay, thank you.
Dr. Porras, thanks very much. We invite you to stay online, and then we move to Cuba. Dr. Calixto Hernandez will present the data on Cuba.
¿Cómo se mueve? Tiene que apuntarle al televisor.
Good morning.
Yeah, next. Previous.
What?
Next, previous, and then the pointer. And you stop yourself with previous. There we go.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, good morning. My name is Calixto Hernandez Cruz from Hermanos Almahira Hospital in Havana, Cuba. And on behalf of my country, I would like to thank the organizing committee for the invitation to this meeting. And I will present very quickly an overview of hematopoietic stem transplantation activities in Cuba as part of this 10 WBMT workshop. This is Cuba in data, a small country with a modest GDP. I think we are now better, maybe less persons, about 9 million and something. In our institution, we have an established hematopoietic stem cell transplant team since 1985. Up to December 2025, we have performed a total of 386 transplants. This includes 59 related bone marrow transplant, 22 related peripheral blood transplant, 16 haploidentical transplant. Actually, we started that 10 years ago in collaboration with the UIC, Professor Dr. Damiano Rondelli, and after that we started doing haplo in our centers. Also 4 unrelated peripheral blood, 1 cord blood, 228 autologous bone marrow, and 56 autologous peripheral blood transplants. Cuba has 5 institutions performing hematopoietic transplant, although at this time only 2 of them are still active, the other are on pause. Altogether, by the end of 2025, the country has carried out 614 transplants. The distribution includes 100 related bone marrow, 91 related peripheral blood transplant, 4 unrelated peripheral blood, 2 cord blood, 380 autologous bone marrow, and 99 autologous peripheral blood transplant. Within our national hematology, we have a National Hematology Society, and inside that we have a national commission that leads the hematopoietic transplantation program. Internationally, we are members of the LABNT, and I think through that to the WBNT, but not in the rest of the organization listed on the slides. At this time, there are no systems for unrelated transplantation, no cord blood bank, or no donor register in Cuba. However, in Cuba, there is a national HCT register, but there is no unrelated donor register. There is also a national authority reporting required for transplant, which in our case is a National Transplant Office subordinate to the Ministry of Health Public in Cuba.
The four major disease indications for transplant in Cuba are non-Hodgkin lymphoma, acute myeloid leukemia, Hodgkin's lymphoma, and multiple myeloma. Actually, we started doing multiple myeloma about 10 years ago. That's why it's not the main indication for transplant. Instead of that are lymphomas that we started that in the 80s. Financially, transplantation is covered totally by the government in Cuba. Patients do not rely on insurance, and it is not out of pocket. We do monitor survival outcomes in my hospital. At 1 year post-transplant, the overall survival rate is about 62%. We don't have that data for the entire country in general so far. The primary limitation to expand this treatment are financial resources, which persists as a significant barrier in Cuba.
Thanks, Calixto.
At present,
Yeah.
Cuba does not perform several therapies beyond transplant, such as CAR-T-cell or NSAC. The main obstacles to initiating these therapies are training and funds, which remain critical challenge. Although we have a plan to start maybe next year in collaboration with China, a program for CAR-T cells in Cuba. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Calixto. Then we are going to move to El Salvador because Dr. Maria Benzo from Dominican Republic cannot join. And I don't know, Maritza Martinez Miranda, is she here? Yes.
Entonces, siguiente y anterior. Y las apunta allá arriba.
Buenos días, es para nosotros El Salvador, nos da mucho gusto pues poder participar en este congreso y poder expresar lo que nosotros hemos hecho en estos años para tratar de avanzar en lo que es el trasplante de médula ósea. Nuestro país, El Salvador, está ubicado dentro de Centroamérica. Si vemos, está delimitado por Honduras y por Guatemala y por el Océano Pacífico. Tenemos una población de 6.34 millones. Tenemos también un poder per cápita de 6.196, ¿verdad? Por persona. Se dice que al momento hemos aumentado a 12,000, ¿verdad? Soy hematóloga, soy especialista en trasplante de médula ósea. Este es nuestro esquema o nuestro ecosistema de nuestro país. Estamos delimitados o gobernados en el nivel de salud por el Ministerio de Salud. Nuestro principal fuente de enseñanza en lo que nosotros nos hemos formado ha provenido del Seguro Social, quien también está dirigido por el Ministerio de Salud. El Ministerio de Salud cuenta con varios hospitales, entre ellos el Hospital Nacional Rosales y el Hospital Nacional Benjamín Blum, que es el hospital de niños. Cada uno está haciendo sus esfuerzos para poder llegar a lo que es el trasplante. En las últimas noticias, pues, el presidente ha anunciado, ¿verdad?, de que en el nuevo Hospital Nacional Rosales se va a iniciar lo que es trasplante de médula ósea. En cuanto a nosotros, yo pertenezco al Instituto Salvadoreño del Seguro Social, es donde más hemos iniciado todo este proceso y es donde nos hemos formado, ¿verdad? Otras instituciones que en El Salvador están apoyando ahorita el trasplante sería a nivel privado el complejo hospitalario Avante, que es un nuevo hospital, ¿verdad? Que está apoyando mucho lo que es la tecnología y el avance. Existe también una fundación para apoyar a los pacientes de bajos recursos con orientación hacia lo que es el trasplante de médula ósea, que se llama Funda Misericordia. Nuestra principal estrategia que hemos realizado para transferir conocimiento, se puede decir, y las alianzas que hemos hecho, ha sido en España, ¿verdad? En el Hospital Valdebrand, donde 2 de nuestros trasplantólogas se han formado y se mandaron a capacitar también a 2 licenciados en laboratorio clínico, donde ellos después reprodujeron sus conocimientos creando un diplomado de lo que es la parte para el procesamiento de células progenitoras hematopoyéticas. En mi caso, yo me formé en el Instituto Nacional de Cancerología de México y posteriormente fuimos a hacer como un refrescamiento a lo que es el Hospital Pablo Tobón Uribe de Medellín, donde también se hizo un convenio para poder mandar pacientes. Acá estamos nosotras, ¿verdad? Este es nuestro equipo de trasplante. Doctora Iris Rivera, que también ha venido a acompañarnos, doctora Karen Chichi, que no pudo venir, y mi persona. También tenemos que hemos capacitado a 31 enfermeras. De ellas se fueron a capacitar 2 al Instituto Nacional de Cancerología de México y otras 2 que se fueron a capacitar al Hospital Pablo Tobón Uribe. Se ha capacitado a 31 porque se ha creado un diplomado de enfermería con especialidad en trasplante de médula ósea y ellas están reproduciendo todos sus conocimientos, aplicándole al momento a lo que es el servicio de hematología. También se mandó a una enfermera de nosocomiales a poder capacitarse también en el área de trasplante para prevenir lo que son las infecciones. Dentro de los técnicos de laboratorio tenemos también personal capacitado en citrometría de flujo, ¿verdad? Y en el procesamiento de células progenitoras hematopoyéticas. Acá estamos nosotros cuando fuimos a hacer nuestro refrescamiento, ¿verdad?, al Hospital Pablo Tobón Uribe, las enfermeras, también un hematólogo que fue a realizar una actualización también en lo que es el procesamiento de células progenitoras hematopoyéticas y para poder hacer el conteo adecuado en el proceso de citometría de flujo. Ellos son sus 3 hematólogos con especialidad en citometría de flujo, el cual lo tenemos activo, ¿verdad?, al momento, para poder diagnosticar las diferentes enfermedades hematológicas. Aquí viene como nuestra historia. Básicamente quien ha predominado en lo que es el proceso para nosotros capacitarnos es el Seguro Social, que viene desde 1987 con colegas hematólogos que se fueron a capacitar en el proceso siempre de trasplante. Luego, desde el 2014 al 2015 fue que ya formalmente se activó el equipo de trasplante. En el 2016 se presentó a las autoridades el proyecto. Nuestro proyecto lo hemos catalogado en 2 fases. Primero vamos a iniciar con trasplante autólogo y luego evolucionar pues a trasplante halogénico. Ya en el 2022 fue que se hizo la alianza con el Hospital Pablo Tobón. Actualmente se están enviando los pacientes que salen candidatos a trasplante del Seguro Social, se están enviando al Hospital Pablo Tobón Uribe, donde se ha hecho la alianza. El Seguro Social costea una parte del proceso, ¿verdad?, del trasplante al paciente, y nosotros como equipo de trasplante le damos seguimiento cuando ya el paciente regresa. Tenemos también ya activado el protocolo, todos los protocolos de tratamiento, también el protocolo de radiación de las células, de la sangre, ¿verdad?, para los pacientes cuando regresan y necesitan transfusiones. Actualmente se tiene como pactado posiblemente iniciar trasplante autólogo en el Hospital Avante, verdad que es privado, y con el apoyo de la Fundación. Y además, por medio del Seguro Social, porque seguimos nosotros poniendo todo nuestro empeño, todo nuestro esfuerzo por seguir capacitándonos y actualizándonos. Solamente.
Thanks very much, Maritza. Mickey asked me some interesting information. It seems that you have everything in place to start the transplant. That's very good news. We are going to just to ask if anyone has one or two questions for the speakers. Yeah. Okay.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much for the information. How are the transplants funded? By government, gobierno funding, or is it private funding?
El gobierno lo financia.
Okay. And yeah, the funding for the transplant, is it all government or it's private?
Es que se hace como una relación mixta, ¿verdad? De que lo hace una parte, el gobierno o el Instituto del Seguro Social paga una parte y el paciente otra parte.
So it's a mixed funding. It comes either from the government per se or from the national social security. It's a mixed funding. Sometimes it's more from the government, sometimes it's more from social security. ¿Otra pregunta? Any more questions?
How many transplants have been done roughly?
En el año. ¿Cuántos trasplantes anuales se realizan?
Nosotros como país El Salvador no realizamos trasplante al momento. Tenemos todo el proyecto, el programa de poder iniciar con trasplante autólogo. Mandamos a los pacientes al Hospital Pablo Tobón Uribe a trasplantar con el apoyo de las instituciones públicas y una parte del paciente.
So right now there is projects on the way. The patient is referred to another center that does the transplant with help from the government, the social security, and a little bit of is put by the patient.
But until now, they have not started the hematopoietic transplant program in El Salvador. But they have everything in place to start very soon.
On the way.
Yeah. So.
Gracias.
Yeah. Another question?
No, not. Can I ask Cuba one question, because it was
of course,
very important.
Mickey, you are the boss.
Oh, he's gone out. Okay. Then can I ask Colombia? You showed nice transplant rates that you have done. And I just wanted to find, because Colombia is quite a big country, and the transplants you're doing, are they mainly privately funded in Colombia, or is it like Cuba and where there's a lot of government subsidy? I think that's important.
Yes, I don't know what happened, but I missed that slide. But yes, it's 90% is covered by some is public funds, but something similar to Social Security. Is a funds that is funded by the workers or by the owner of the enterprise, but 95% is public funds.
And are they very strict? How do you decide who qualifies for the public funding for the transplant? Are there very strict rules to say who can have the transplant?
No very strict, just the international guideline to receive the transplant. Fortunately, is open to every person that needs the transplant if this person fulfills the criteria, because the international guideline.
Gracias. Thank you.
Very good. So we'll continue with our next presentation. Dr. Johan Vasquez will present online on behalf of Guatemala. Johan, are you there?
Muy buenos días.
Hello, Johan. Please speak loud so we can hear you. Do you have your slides to show? We can share the screen with you.
Sí, aquí tengo la pantalla. Ok. Muy buenos días, soy el doctor Johan Vázquez, especialista en hematología y trasplante de médula ósea de Guatemala. Y pues esta es la situación que tenemos nosotros de país. Realmente para Guatemala, al igual que los países de Centroamérica, ha sido un reto constante instaurar pues un programa de trasplante de médula ósea. En Guatemala, a diferencia de lo que sucede en muchos países, la especialidad de hematología es una de las especialidades con menos afluencia de médicos que quieran entrenarse en el país. No contamos con la especialidad en Guatemala. La mayoría de nosotros somos entrenados 100% en el extranjero y eventualmente esto ha sido una limitante para pues poder crear este tipo de programas.
Johan, I will translate some of the aspects that you are mentioning. So Dr. Vázquez is mentioning that Guatemala currently does not have a specialization in hematology. So the colleagues have to be trained outside the country and then come back to Guatemala. So, continúa, Johan, gracias.
Hasta el año 2015, el número de hematólogos que habían en el país eran 20. Durante los últimos 6 años hemos visto un aumento de aproximadamente un 50% en el número de especialistas. Aproximadamente somos 30 especialistas en hematología en el país.
Currently there are around 30 specialists in hematology in the country.
El programa de trasplante en Guatemala, desafortunadamente Guatemala, o afortunadamente para el país, cuenta con el Producto Interno Bruto más elevado de Centroamérica. Sin embargo, contamos con la menor inversión en salud. Realmente en Guatemala los pacientes hematológicos y oncológicos no se consideran una prioridad de salud. La mayoría de estos pacientes reciben tratamientos muy similares a lo que se hacía hace 50, 100 años inclusive. En las áreas
He's mentioning
públicas,
that most of the patients requiring hematological treatments in the country do not have the possibility to access to modern treatments.
Contamos con hospitales que atienden pacientes de hematología y oncología, 2 hospitales públicos de gran tamaño donde se tiene una alta cantidad de afluencia de pacientes. Se tienen aproximadamente más de 1,000 pacientes semanales mensuales en los 2 hospitales, pero a pesar de esto pues había sido un limitante el tema del trasplante. En Guatemala el trasplante únicamente se hace de forma privada.
So transplants currently are only performed in the private sector in Guatemala without open access to the population.
En la parte gubernamental tenemos la experiencia que en el año 2023 se realizaron 4 procedimientos autólogos que fueron de forma esporádica, no se volvieron a repetir los procedimientos. Esto casualmente sucedió en el momento previo al cambio de las nuevas autoridades gubernamentales, porque como política de país se tiene pensado hacer un hospital específicamente para pacientes con cáncer e implementar la terapia de trasplante como una terapia nacional. Sin embargo, hasta el día de hoy todavía no se cuenta con las instalaciones y únicamente se hace en el área privada.
A few patients were grafted in 2023, but after that the program was stopped, and currently the government is trying to push for open a transplant program in the public sector.
En el área privada se comenzó en el año 2021, fueron los primeros procedimientos de trasplante que se realizaron. Inicialmente los procedimientos que se han realizado han sido 14 procedimientos autólogos, 4 procedimientos alogénicos y eventualmente de los 14 procedimientos autólogos tenemos una tasa de supervivencia global hasta el día de hoy de un 75% y de los procedimientos alogénicos de los 4 realizados tenemos una tasa de supervivencia global a 3 años del 50% de los pacientes realizados a través del procedimiento. Esta fue la forma como nosotros inicialmente hicimos una prueba para la calibración de la utilización de la máquina de extracción de células troncales y eventualmente para el inicio del programa de trasplante en el área privada.
Muchas gracias, Johan. Nosotros vamos a tener luego un panel de discusión ahí que te invitamos a continuar participando. ¿Quieres comentar alguna otra cosa más? ¿O is there any question from the audience?
El único comentario es que en este momento existen en Guatemala dos centros de trasplante, los dos centros son privados. Ya se tiene la experiencia pues, o al menos la medida para hacer los procedimientos autólogos de buena forma. En los halogénicos, pues está haciendo todo lo posible para que sean lo más funcionales posibles, y lo que nos tiene, pues, como alegría en el país es que este tipo de procedimientos, pues, ya se pueden ofrecer en nuestro país, quizás de una forma rutinaria, ¿no? Porque no contamos con un área gubernamental, pero en el área privada, pues, ya se empezaron a hacer.
Muchas gracias, Johan. Ahora tenemos algunas preguntas. Johan is mentioning that in the private sector they are starting a transplant program, and also the next step will be to open it to the public sector. So we have Dilcia Villalbir from Honduras.
Buenos días a todos. Buenos días, Johan. Muchas gracias por tu presentación. Bueno, en Honduras también estamos encaminados a empezar con el proyecto para realizar trasplante, y quiero hacerte unas preguntas con respecto a lo que mencionabas. En el sector privado, ¿el gasto del trasplante es cubierto por el paciente en la totalidad o hay algún subsidio de alguna parte? ¿Quiénes tienen acceso
en el área privada?
Ajá.
Ok, no, en el área privada nos hemos enfrentado con dos retos. Los primeros pacientes trasplantados, que fue el 50% de la población, fueron con recursos propios, pero hemos logrado que las aseguradoras en el país autoricen este tipo de procedimientos. Entonces ya los últimos 5 pacientes trasplantados ha sido a través de aseguranzas nacionales e internacionales que han permitido que estos procedimientos se lleven a cabo.
Y la otra parte que te iba a preguntar, ¿tienen previsto realizar a nivel público nuevamente trasplante? Y la última, ¿cuánto aproximadamente es el costo de trasplante por paciente?
Yeah, the question is if they are planning to open the public service for transplant, and how much will be the cost per patient. Johan, adelante.
Okay. Ahorita en Guatemala está sucediendo algo muy atípico. Se tiene pensado, también desafortunadamente por el área privada, abrir una unidad de trasplante de médula ósea. Se tiene pensado habilitar una unidad de 6 a 8 habitaciones para el manejo de los pacientes, también es de área privada. En el área pública tenemos la dificultad que como política de país se espera abrir un hospital de cáncer, y mientras eso no suceda, se bloqueó como parte del Ministerio de Salud la realización de estos procedimientos porque se consideraba que no se contaba desde el punto de vista, digamos, económico con todas las facilidades para que los pacientes se pudiesen trasplantar. Entonces nos dejaron en stand-by, a pesar que demostramos nosotros que sí era posible iniciar el programa. El área privada eventualmente va a seguir creciendo. En la parte económica, los procedimientos autólogos eventualmente están rondando entre $40,000 y $50,000 en pacientes que no presentan complicaciones, y desde el punto de vista de los trasplantes halogénicos, alrededor de entre $80,000 y $120,000. A diferencia de lo que se hace en México, nosotros todavía no hacemos procedimientos ambulatorios, y la razón es porque las características de nuestros países no nos permiten eventualmente manejar las complicaciones de forma ambulatoria como sí se pueden hacer en otros países de primer mundo. Nosotros todavía seguimos haciéndolos todo completamente hospitalizado, y eso es lo que representa el costo para estos pacientes.
Yo voy a comentar brevemente la traducción. If there are headsets available for simultaneous translation from Spanish to English also, if you need. But anyway, Johan was saying that the national system is planning for a national cancer hospital, and at that time they will have transplant also considered, but this will take time for the public sector. Currently, they can do transplants in the private sector, and the cost for the patient will be, for an autologous transplant, around $40,000 to $50,000. US, and for an allogeneic transplant, the cost will be around between $80 and $120,000. So, yeah, Miki Ko has one question.
I was speaking to someone two ladies from Guatemala. And I understand that you're doing transplants in Guatemala. So is this the private center that they're talking? Do you want to tell everyone the type of transplant and where you come from in Guatemala, so we have a better idea of the country? For everybody, there is translation happening with these headsets. Please collect it from the back, and there is translation from English to English to Spanish and Spanish to English. If you have an ID, I think that's what's needed. Okay, thank you.
Uno de los dos centros que mencionó el doctor Johans es a los cuales nosotros pertenecemos y hemos tenido acercamientos con el sector público, pero como lo indica el doctor Johan, todo está detenido por las políticas actuales del país.
Yes, they have mentioned that in Guatemala nowadays they work in a transplant center also, but now it's limited to private sector because there is a project for the public system, but not in place now. Very good. So we can continue. Thanks, Johan. Please stay for the panel discussion. Por favor, Johan, quédate para el panel de discusión. Y entonces, and now we are going to move to Honduras. And we invite Dr. José Ángel Sánchez. He is the president of the Honduras Society of Hematology. And he will present about the project that they have in their country to develop transplant program.
Good morning. Guten Morgen. Bonjour. My presentation is going to be very simple. As you know, in Honduras, it's in Central America, we have a population almost 11 million people living there. And the GDP currently is about $3,500. And this is my presentation. It's going to be zero. And we have this idea of we are part now of Latin America bone marrow transplant, and we are trying to be the WBMT also, and we are member of some organization, international organization like the American Society of Clinical Oncology, and we have been working with the Latin American group of myelodysplastic, but we don't have any transplant in unit in Honduras right now. We do believe that we have some potential diseases that we will need a transplant in the near future. And we are working to develop a strategic point to develop a unit in our system. And these are some diseases that are very common in Honduras that we believe that they are going to need a transplant in the future. As you can see, some people, when they do the transplant, they go to Mexico, for example, and they have to pay for out of the pocket completely. We don't have a funding for the government, and the insurance companies right now, they are not paying for the transplant because we don't have the transplant in Honduras. As you can see, you can imagine that we have all the barriers possible to establish a unit of bone marrow transplant. We have a lack of training. We don't have a program in hematology. We are working to develop a hematology training program with the University of Honduras. We are training right now the staffing. We have people like present here in the doctors that are training in hematology. We have at least two doctors who are expert in transplant. But funds, labs, and others, like the political issues in Honduras, are big problems for this, for starting this new era, I would say, of bone marrow transplant in our country. I think that's it. We don't have a transplant, and we don't have also this plasma therapy or cellular therapy in our country. But the group that we are now, we have a commission now, and for some reason of this life, I am responsible to organize this group. And I'm not working with transplant, but DLC and Dr. Bueso, who are present here, are the people who are expert in transplant. And we do believe that in the future, we are going to have a transplant, and we are very enthusiastic, and we are learning a lot, and we are on the way. We are talking with the people in the government, and we are talking with the people at the university and the civil society, and we are doing some noise in the medias in Honduras to be sure that we are having the proper place to establish a bone marrow transplant. We do believe that in the future, the next time, if I going to present, I hope that we are having some numbers in here. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Dr. Sanchez. Anyway, if there is a short question, we are taking some time of the panel discussion already, but yeah, Anna has one question for Dr. Sanchez.
So thank you very much for the presentation. A very quick question. So you have mentioned that you are sending, or that patients that are candidates for transplant, they are going to be transplanted abroad. So do you have any specific network on where you are going to send the patient for the transplant, or it's basically a patient's decision?
It is a patient decision. Of course, we have some communication with, I think, with the Monterrey, and we have sent some patient there. And doctor, we have some patient who are going there, but we don't have a real, like a compromise. It's the patient who has to pay, and the patient has to do the arrangement for the appointment and so on. We just try to facilitate this, the opportunities to the patient, but it is not easy, and not all the people can do this because it costs like $50,000 or maybe a little bit less than that, but that is a lot of money for Honduras.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Then Dr. Sanchez will continue the panel discussion later also.
Okay.
And now we are going to move to the Caribbean, and we have Dr. Dwight Lowe from Jamaica that will present the situation of his country.
Next one, first one, previous one, and don't speak too close to the microphone. Next one is the bright one, previous one.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good morning, everyone. Let me first say it's a privilege, and we're quite grateful that we have been invited to participate in this very prestigious workshop. For us from Jamaica, this is a learning opportunity, and we will be seeing what's possible and hearing from other member states how they've done it, how they've overcome their barriers. So apart from this first slide, I'm going to then go forward to perhaps the last slide, because the data will be pretty much zero and no. But just to describe, Jamaica is one of the member states of the Caribbean community, CARICOM, and we are positioned in the Greater Antilles. We're the largest English-speaking Caribbean country. Currently, our population is almost 3 million, 2.84 million, and you see the GDP there. So for Jamaica, there is a training center. There's University of the West Indies, which is a regional university with campuses in Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, Bahamas, etc. And for hematology oncology, there are training programs for the University of the West Indies at Mona, which is a hybrid of hematology and medical oncology, where in Trinidad it is hematology and medical oncology separated. So just to give an idea of what training is like. Okay, so we'll just go to, so the answer is no, we have not started any programs. We would like to, and therefore I think our discussion is really going to be based on what are our barriers and how we would try to get around these. So you can see all the boxes have been ticked: staffing, training, support, funds, labs, etc. And so I think the situation that is common throughout the Caribbean is for any platform for a successful transplant program, we know how essential and crucial your transfusion services are. And therefore, starting with adequate blood supply. For Jamaica, this is an unreliable, inadequate system because we are largely a replacement donor system, and we know the difficulties of a replacement donor system. So unfortunately, altruism is not yet at the level where we have persons coming, voluntary donation, and so persons really come when there is a need for a family member or a spouse or a loved one in hospital. So this really speaks to the need for public education campaigns, which we have embarked on. This can be ramped up and improved, looking towards using public figures, celebrities, reggae music is pervasive, and we're all familiar with that, so getting our artists to help us with the message, public figures in terms of politicians, etc. So everyone has to play a part, and of course, as well as physicians and patient advocates. So looking at the transfusion service, not only it is limited by the donor pool, but while we know that there are established best practices, standards, guidelines, SOPs, sometimes in many of the situations, there is not a strict adherence to that, and therefore that impacts your efficiency and adequacy of function. And so we have actually started a process of reviewing and updating the standard operating procedures. There was never and has still not yet been a formal hospital transfusion committee, but I'm happy to report that we are in an embryonic stage of that for the University Hospital of the West Indies. So we recognize the need, and we're going to hopefully use our Hospital Transfusion Committee to drive some of these changes in terms of review of the SOP, in terms of guidelines, audits, etc. Capacity, significant, so training. So we already spoke of the fact that the University of the West Indies is capable of training hematologists and oncologists. But we know where it comes to transplant, that training needs to be further super specialized, and therefore opportunities, avenues for further training in malignant hematology and transplant is needed, and currently we do not have that expertise for training locally, and therefore collaboration with other institutions, memorandums of understanding. We're happy to report we have had persons who have been able to benefit from observerships, prolonged periods of additional training. So St. George's University in London is one of our very good partners, and Professor Cole has always facilitated that. We're grateful. The National Institute of Health has also recently been a partner, and we're now happy to report that we do have formally trained transfusionists and blood specialists in immunohematology back at the National Blood Transfusion Service. And she herself will be a part of this committee to help to mobilize all the changes and reforms that are needed. But not just staffing and training, really, it's also in terms of nurses. So nurse practitioners are going to be needed. Development of our laboratories in terms of HLA. We did have HLA capacity years ago, but this was focused really on paternity, and therefore it's a relatively different ballpark for transfusion. Support services, we recognize the need for apheresis. We do have 2 plasmapheresis machines. Unfortunately, one is down. The kits, sourcing of kits can be a problem, the cost of the kits. We do have an established agreement with Terumo, and they will help us to drive that system because they will also want certain systems and standards in place. And so there is the opportunity for apheresis, which needs to be built out even further. But drugs, availability of drugs, immunosuppressives, and other supporting clinical services, all that goes along with that. So that training and capacity building needs to continue. Infrastructure, we all know, I've been listening, I've been seeing your wonderful pictures, and we would love to get to that point where we have these institutes and, dedicated areas for transplant, but we know that it's a significant undertaking in terms of investment and capital, intensive care, sterile facilities, in terms of having your pharmacy, having sterile areas that they can prepare their drugs, etc. The University of the Hospital of West Indies is embarking on trying to get that done in place, not just even for transplant, but for our oncology patients, for managing their diseases. So funding is going to be a challenge. We do have the National Health Fund, which is a sort of a social security scheme in terms of covering some drugs. We currently cover 6 hematologic oncologic disorders, so 5 of which are solid tumors, 1 multiple myeloma. So only multiple myeloma currently is one of the hematological disorders, and therefore this is a good starting point, again, because autologous would perhaps be easier to try to achieve in our setting versus disorders that require allogeneic stem cell transplant. So through the National Health Fund, having multiple myeloma as one of the coverable diseases, we would like to hope to provide data, so the research is needed. What do our patients look like in terms of the biology of their disease, how prevalent it is in Jamaica, etc., to provide that data to inform them about the need for the additional agents and drugs to develop algorithms for management. Daratumumab is not accessible to all patients. It is available, but in our setting, we're looking at the first 8 to 9 weeks of about 10 to 11 million Jamaican dollars, which is quite significant in terms of US. That's about what, 80,000 US dollars. So it's quite significant. Not all patients can afford it. We do have health insurance, but less than 20% of the population is covered with health insurance, private insurance. And therefore, there's a need in terms of the public sector to try to fill these gaps. So this is the sort of situation that Jamaica is currently in. We recognize the need, we need to start, and we're here to learn and to see what that road looks like and the way forward. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Dr. Lowe. Again, do we have 1 or 2 quick questions, or we can move and continue to the panel discussion? Then we have in Mexico, Dr. Andrés Gómez will present the activity of Mexico.
Right. Thank you for the invitation once again. So this is Mexico. We are the only country in the world that has hosted 3 World Cups, FIFA World Cups. Yesterday beat Czechia 3-0. It's a good time to be a Mexican. So the rest of the important data you can see in the slide is there's a lot of Mexicans, as you can see. Okay, so a little bit about my transplant program. We are a curious unit. It's a university hospital, not government funded, and it's a non-profit institution. The only way to make that happen was to do outpatient transplants. So most of our procedures are done as an outpatient basis. We do usually from between 80 to 100 transplants per year. All of them start as outpatients. You can see that we do around 3 haplos per matched sibling donor transplant for several years now. So most of our transplants are haplo. Unrelated transplants, we do very few because of lack of funding. In our institution, patients are forced to pay out of pocket. So our main research line is how do we make it affordable. So an autologous transplant costs around $10,000, an allogeneic transplant from a matched sibling around $15,000, and haplo close to $20,000. So this is why a lot of people come from many countries, from South America and others, even the United States and others, to get transplants that are paid for out of pocket. So this is
not a lot of institutions. There's another institution in Puebla that also does auto transplants, and both are FACT accredited. But other than that, this model has been very hard to replicate in other institutions. So this is not the way most transplants are done in Mexico. So there's a lot of transplant units. Mexico is a complex country with many health systems and many government-funded health systems. Only around 10% of Mexicans are privately insured. So that means that 9 out of 10 Mexicans depend on the government to get a transplant done. So every year in Mexico, there's only around 1,000 transplants performed in the country. So that means that it's only around 10% of the need, the transplant need, that is met by the current health system capacity. So there's a lot of room to grow. We have a 70 transplant per 10 million population rate, which is similar to Colombia, Peru, not as similar to Brazil or Argentina or Uruguay, where the transplant rates are much, much higher. So Mexico really has not been a great country for coverage. So most patients, unfortunately, will die before they get access to a transplant. And you can see most procedures are autologous, few unrelated donors. Even though we now have a registry, it is not reimbursed. So people need to pay for the graft. So there is both an adult and pediatric transplant societies. We have yearly meetings. Few institutions report to CIBMTR, LABMT, of course, WBMT, etc. And there is an unrelated donor registry. There's a couple of them actually, but the largest one comes from the US. It's the National Marrow Donor Program, NMDP, Be the Match. They have a Mexican affiliate since 2017, now have over 100,000 donors registered, and now we do transplants from Mexican to Mexican, and most of the harvest done there gets sent abroad, of course, but we have a couple hundred unrelated donor transplants performed since the last years, thanks to this NMDP investment in Mexico. So there is no transplant recipient registry, there is no national cancer registry, although institutions are forced to report, but they do not report outcomes. So there's a lot of big data gaps, and in fact, the WBMT and the LABMT registry is our most comprehensive information we have from the country. And even the government has asked to get this data, so it's very important for our country, but there are no outcomes registries. So the most common indications you can see, it echoes what others have presented. I would highlight ALL as a big indication for allotransplant in the region, even more so than AML, and also Mexico as a hub for medical tourism, with a lot of people with autoimmune diseases traveling for autologous transplant. And this is our institution's survival depending on the donor. The biggest barrier, I would say, is everything, but what I would highlight, I would echo my colleagues from Jamaica's comments, where we as physicians, if we have teams, we have units, we have trained staff, some institutions that do a lot of transplants, but we lack resources and funding. So the biggest barrier is how to turn from a transplant physician to a health advocate, or move from a bone marrow unit to changing health policy. This is the big gap from the clinic to getting actually the politicians involved. So I think this is what is needed and is what is lacking in Mexico. For example, the Mexican hematology societies are not involved in politics, and they should, because this is the only way we can get them to give us what we need. So other cellular therapies, we have some CAR-T trials coming this year for autoimmune disease from some pharma companies and academic CAR-T trials, but no industry CAR-Ts. So this is very interesting now, 10 years after the first CAR-T approval is coming. So there is no commercial interest, because even if they came, no one would pay for it. So this is why we need to develop our own academic CAR-T programs. So with that, I will thank you and leave room for any questions.
If you have any question from Mexico? No? Okay, we will continue with the present from Nicaragua. No, Nicaragua, no?
Indira Coronado is not here now.
Indira Coronado, okay. The next one is from Puerto Rico, Dr. Alexis Cruz Chacon. Remember, you have 5 minutes, please. Thank you.
Buenos días. Good morning. I want to thank you for the opportunity. I want to start the presentation making 2 disclosures. Puerto Rico is a self-government U.S. territory in the Caribbean. We are a small, big island, acquired by the United States in 1998, not by choice, by the way. And its residents are U.S. citizens. However, the government in Puerto Rico operates as a commonwealth, meaning that we have the government has its own constitution and local government. However, most is still a U.S. territory, and the ultimate authority rests with the U.S. Congress regarding the foreign relations and the defense, the military part. The second disclosure is, as we see here, we have a population of 3.24 million persons, but we have to be careful with the GDP per capita in Puerto Rico. I think that number is double the number that it really is. If you see economic indicators in Puerto Rico require careful interpretation, while the per capita figures are relatively high for an island in the Caribbean, our island, and I can tell you that because I live that every day, our island faces high poverty levels also, and the cost of living on the island is really a great challenge. So, in summary, we are part of the U.S., we are a U.S. territory, however, we are part of Latin America. Nosotros somos orgullosos de ser parte de Latinoamérica y nos sentimos parte de Latinoamérica. That's why we are here, and we'll be here by the next few years. I promise you that. So, so let's talk about Puerto Rico. I came from Hospital Español Auxilio Mutuo. It's one of the biggest hospitals in the island. It's a private hospital, however, it's a non-for-profit organization. And before our program, there were already 2 transplant programs in Puerto Rico established. One of them is established in the University of Puerto Rico, University District Hospital, who was established in 1997. They did around 25 autologous transplants per year. That program is not, it was closed 2 years ago. The other program was in a private hospital in the middle of the island, a town called Caguas, and that was established in 2010. They did around 40 auto transplant per year. Both of those programs were only doing autologous transplants, so there were no allogeneic transplant in Puerto Rico. Most patients with an indication for allotransplant on the island had to travel to the United States, which is something that it was very difficult for even to people with private healthcare insurance. They cannot travel to the United States and have the transplant at an institution because of a high cost. So we started the program at the Hospital Auxilio Mutuo in 2015. We start only doing autologous transplant till today we have done around 701 transplants, finishing since the beginning in 2015 to 2025. Of those, as you see here, 498 transplants are autologous. We start doing allogeneic transplant, and that was our goal from the beginning, because we want to do allogeneic transplant on the island because our people need that. Our patients who have an indication for allo transplant were not getting the opportunity to survive. So in 2017, we started doing allo transplant on the island. Till now, we have done 68 match-related donor transplant, 120 haploidentical transplant, and in 2021 we started doing also match-unrelated donor transplant in collaboration with NNDP. We are not part of the NNDP network, but we are affiliated with them. So with that effort, we have been able to do 7 match-unrelated donor transplant on the island, and we are looking forward to join them as a center for NNDP, so we can also collect donors in Puerto Rico and send those cells to anywhere in the world. No cord transplant on the island. So regarding the total numbers of transplants on the island from the 3 programs, we try to get those numbers. I promise you next year I'm going to do an effort with the American Red Cross to see if we can get the total transplants, adding the autologous transplant from the other 2 institutions. But right now, we only have for here to present the numbers of our program at Hospital Auxilio Mutuo. There is no national society for transplant in Puerto Rico. However, we collaborate, we are part of CIBMTR. In 2023, we are reporting the data from our programs to CIBMTR. In 2026, we started reporting our data also to LABMT recently, and also we're hoping to share that data also with WBMT. We are not sharing anything with EBMT or any other institution. We don't have a local unrelated donor registry, but we collaborate with NNDP. NNDP had at some point a local office in Puerto Rico, but they closed it, but we're still in communication with them, especially with the team from Mexico. Also, we have a good communication with the people of NNDP that is collaborating in Mexico, and we have been able to do several match-unrelated donor transplant that way. Regarding we don't have any national auto reporting requirements, but as we are a U.S. territory, we have to follow the same rules of any hospital in the continental United States. The majority indications are multiple myeloma, lymphomas, because we have done more auto transplants. In the allogeneic transplant, we have done transplant for leukemia, acute lymphoblastic leukemia, acute myelogenous leukemia, and also for myelodysplastic syndrome. How is transplants covered in Puerto Rico is a little tricky, because part of our population has a private insurance, but around 30% of the population has a government-based insurance. Those funds come from Medicare, but Medicare in Puerto Rico is not the same as Medicare in the United States. We don't get even close a quantity of funds as any states of the 50 states receive. So it's different, okay? And usually the government is the one that manages those funds, and the idea of the government was to give the private insurance companies the capacity of managing those funds also. So it's a little difficult. So in Puerto Rico, for transplant, the government, the Department of Health, the local Department of Health, they have a committee They discuss the cases, and they assign the fund specific for transplant. So that funds for transplant are not in the part that is managed by the private insurance company. So any patient with a private insurance company that don't cover transplant can apply for those funds, okay? Later we will talk about CAR-T because CAR-T is something different. So we have survival because we report to CIBMTR. According to the Transplant Center Specific Survival Report, our survival at 1 year is 69.2, pretty close to other. Our biggest challenge on the island is staffing because especially the nursing staff, we don't have enough oncology trained nurses. Most of our nursing specialists with the oncology, they travel to the United States to get a better job, to get a better salary. And we have, in the last few years, a lot of the oncology nurses from Puerto Rico. We train nurses in BNT, but they, as soon as they get an offer, and these companies from the United States, they travel to Puerto Rico to do job fairs. And most of our staff, after we training, they go looking for a better opportunity. It's been really difficult to have well-trained nurses on the island. The other thing, so specialists in the medicine area, we are getting a great effort to attract physicians from that train outside Puerto Rico to come back to the island and help us, but it's still a challenge. The other big challenge is funding. The government has some funds, but those funds are not enough for the population of patients that need a transplant. Regarding CAR-T, it was a great effort. We worked hard to get CAR-T on the island. It was very difficult. It was more difficult, 3 times more difficult than starting allotransplant, but finally, in August 2024, we were able to start doing CAR-T in Puerto Rico. It was the commercial CAR-T. It's been really, we have done 17 cases since August 2024 to now, all commercial. However, since we are in a private hospital that is non-for-profit, it's been very difficult because the hospital has to pay the pharmacy company for the CAR-T, hoping that the healthcare insurance is going to give that money back. We don't have any earnings from that. We just ask the insurance company the same money that the pharmacy, but these pharmacy companies, you know the cost of CAR-T. So it's been really difficult, but even with that difficult, we have been able to do 17 patients. We are looking forward to establish, through research, establish a good research program so we can give access to more patients to CAR-T without having a problem with the cost that can put that can jeopardize even the institution. But it's been really, that was the biggest challenge in doing CAR-T in Puerto Rico is the high cost. Even in a private hospital, it's been really difficult to do it. But we're looking forward with research, developing by a collaboration with the academic setting to develop CAR-Ts, same as our friend from Mexico said, that's the only way that we will be able to increase and collaboration, I think, is important in that part. Thank you.
Any questions from Puerto Rico? No?
Thank you.
Okay. I introduce from Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Kenneth Charles.
Good morning, colleagues. It's Trinidad and Tobago. Yeah. This is going to be very brief, and I'll declare up front that we have no stem cell transplant activity. And I'll hasten to add that is because we don't have the blood transfusion support, and that is because we rely heavily on replacement blood donations. And as a matter of fact, we collect about 17 units per 1,000 population, whereas the recommendation for complex medical services is 30 per 1,000. And when the 17 are replacement units, it means that they are donated units already assigned to somebody, so it's impossible to maintain myeloablative therapy, so we don't propose to do it. But we're working on it, and we have very firm political support, which is the main requirement for transforming the system, and Nicaragua has done that successfully, and including provided a model for the rest of the region. So that's Trinidad and Tobago down there. As you can see, we are pretty wealthy because of natural gas and oil, but it matters little because we don't have a proper blood donation system, and that is historical. And we've written on the history of that and enacted a model from the University of the West Indies to reverse their donation habits in the population and, in fact, in the diaspora, because the problem obtains when people migrate as well. So may I have the next slide, please? It's the only one? Oh, I'm controlling things. Thank you. Yes, so we don't do transplants, and it's because we don't have the blood support, and we're working on that. And the work is centered around the University of the West Indies. We started a voluntary, non-remunerated blood donation program using the model that was used after World War II in Britain, in America, and subsequently later on, and we must applaud our colleagues from Guatemala who did it in 1997 to enact 100% voluntary and non-remunerated blood donation. So we don't do any of those. We have, like my colleague, Dr. Lowe from Jamaica was suggesting, there's a hematology and oncology program in Jamaica. But there was not a program that particularly addressed the problem of blood donation in the Caribbean. And I'm pleased to say we've started in Trinidad and Tobago a program on hematology and blood transfusion. And a lot of the training is heavily supported by transplant and transfusion units in the United Kingdom, including with my friend John Snowden, with whom I trained in Sheffield. And now is Dr. Coe, is it? Yes, Dr. Coe. So they'll support us now in starting a voluntary, non-remunerated blood donation program in the West Indies. So next year, we'll have something to report to you. Yes, so having said that, the main impediment, I'll say the only impediment, is the blood supply. And we think that's something that needs to be addressed from internally, and we're doing that. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Any question? Okay. The next speaker is from Venezuela, Marcos Hernandez.
Morning. First, I would like to thank the organizer for the opportunity to participate in this study meeting and to check the current state of marrow transplantation in our country. I work at the Abraham Somoza Transplant Unit in Valencia, Venezuela, the first transplant center in the country, where transplants have been performed since 1987. In Venezuela, there are 3 transplant units, 2 public and 1 private. This slide presents data from 2 public units only for the year 2025. Both centers perform transplants in pediatric and adult populations. Currently, umbilical cord blood transplants are not performed, unrelated donor transplants are not available. Autologous transplants in public institutions are performed without cryopreservation. Most allogeneic transplants are haploidentical transplants. In our country, the limited number of hematologists involved in transplantation are registered with the Venezuelan Society of Hematology. Efforts are currently underway to establish a dedicated transplant working group within the society. At present, there is no national unique cord blood bank, there is no barrel donor register, and no centralized national transplant register. Each center maintains its own transplant waiting list. The regulatory authority, transplantation in Venezuela, the Ministries of Popular Power Health, most transplant are performed in adults, with autologous transplant being the most common. For autologous transplant, multiple myeloma is the leading indication, and for allogeneic transplant, acute leukemia is the most frequent. In the public center, patients are typically required to cover the cost of transplantation themselves. The varies depending on institutional resource and medication. Is about 60% depend of the institution. The reported mortality rate is approximately 15%, but is the majority occurring in allogeneic transplants. Sorry. It is okay. One more? Okay. Okay. It's okay. In Venezuela, in this moment, there is many problems, but the multiple barriers to transplantation in Venezuela, the financial limitation is being the primary obstacle. It's important to note that until recently, the minimum monthly wage was about $160. Funding for transplant process remains limited in this moment. Oh. Okay. At present, no advanced cellular therapies are being performed in public institutions. However, we are currently evaluating the potential implementation the donor lymphocyte infusion without cryopreservation. I would like to conclude by expressing my gratitude to LEBMT and WBMT for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Marcos. We are going to have a panel discussion now. I will invite to the podium Dr. Ana Sureda, Miki Ko, Ditkan Niederwieser, and Ana Riviere.
Yeah. As the panelists are coming up, just wanted two things to be said. This session has been co-badged and co-sponsored by ISBT. Very important is the International Society for Blood Transfusion, and you've heard some of the issues to do with blood transfusion. So the International Society of Blood Transfusion has seen this, and they're co-sponsoring this. And the second thing to say, and I forgot to say this, was when I heard Dr. Hernandez, is that we clearly know the news of the earthquake in Venezuela, and our hearts are with you, and we hope that the country will recover. Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Miki. So I would like to start with some comments from you, from the panel. Maybe, Ana, do you want to comment on that? You know very well Latin America. Or, both Anas know very well.
By the way,
Ana Rivera from Pajo
and two Anas coming from Barcelona. So this is,
both Anas from Barcelona.
This is an overwhelming majority that you will need to take into consideration.
You are free to choose which one to start. Ana Riviere, maybe we would like to, do you want to comment on that?
Well, thank you very much, but I think the other panelists are probably better positioned than myself to talk about that. But I really would like to highlight and thank you for coming to Panama to do this meeting, because it gives an idea, a much clearer idea of what the needs are in terms of transplants and in the region of Central America and the Caribbean. And I think there's a lot of work to do, and that's the point of being here. And if there's something that through PAHO we could help, we could assist, we could collaborate, that is actually our role. And I think that Mauricio is listening online. So he's the best position for that. I'm only based in Panama, so I cannot reach the other countries, but you can talk to Mauricio to facilitate plenty of other activities. Thank you.
Yes, Dieter, yes, please.
Yeah, first of all, thank you, Anna, for staying here longer than you was expecting or you was planned to do. So it's very important that we have PAHO here. If I remember, almost 10 years ago, we founded the LABMT, Marcelo Bosquini and myself, on behalf of the WBMT. And this was quite, I would say, at the beginning it was a little difficult, but then it went straight forward. And LABMT has now actually the best registry which you can have, the EGTR, which is actually has been built by the WBMT. But of course, we don't want to stay there. So we need much more cooperation together with the PAHO. One point which I know from my experience with Paraguay, where I made the daily visits and we treated together with Dr. Frutos, the patients, and he has now very good experiences, the drug question. So every country has different problems with drugs. There was the problem with the Melphalan. At that time, I went to the pharmacy to buy Melphalan in Germany. They wouldn't give it to me because I'm a doctor and not a hospital. So it was an interesting experience. And I think we are here in a very good situation because we have PAHO, which is quite working well also in this direction. My impression is that every country actually is using the drugs which PAHO is recommending. So this is something which we can use. Not only drugs, here's the question also of devices, which we use for graft-versus-host disease, for example, which also needs to be installed somehow. And I think this is the question, long introduction, short question, is how PAHO can help the country in Latin America.
Thank you for the question. And actually, I don't know whether you're aware, but PAHO has what is called the revolving fund and the strategic fund. These are, particularly the strategic fund, are mechanisms that we use at PAHO to buy, in the revolving fund, vaccines for the whole countries of the Americas, and the same thing in terms of the strategic fund for medications, equipment, etc. Doesn't mean that we can buy everything, but we can buy certain things that are listed in the website. And this is a mechanism that we have engaged with the countries. We have memorandums of understanding. And that's the way countries buy both vaccines and buy medications. I know that in the list of medications that are sold through the strategic fund, there are some for cancer. I could not tell you which ones. But definitely, if there is a need and a demand from countries, you can ask PAHO, the strategic fund, to see whether they can procure those medications and those treatments. And of course, the idea of those funds is that we can buy them for all the countries that need them. So the more we buy, the lower the price is. And the other advantage is that since we have these memorandum of understandings with the countries, the entry of the medication in the country is already granted through that agreement. So that facilitates a lot the import and importation of certain drugs and medications. But definitely, you could. I would urge you to look at the options that we have in the website in the strategic fund, and if there's something that is useful for you, you can contact the office of PAHO. there to help you in your country, or you can also contact the office to say, well, I would like to see whether you could buy this thing or these other medication, because these are, that's the objective of the director, to help countries improve access to treatments to the people of the Americas at the lowest price possible.
Well, that's a very important point. Is there any question from the audience also to Ana Riviera about this issue? If not, yes, Dr. Sanchez.
Regarding this memorandum of understanding, all the countries in Latin America are firm that are part of that memorandum?
Yes, I think Cuba is part of it.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me go a little more in detail now. We have a lot of developments in the last years. The patients are coming to us with a genome sequence, and they want to have even treatments with TKIs. They want to have CAR T cells and so on. So how you are going to envisage this, how we can work together, not only to get the drug, but also to have an equality in whole Latin America for this?
Well, I think that is a little bit outside of my area of expertise first, and then my area of work, which I'm the representative of PAHO in Panama, so I cannot talk for the region. But what I could tell you is that I would advise you to talk to not only Mauricio, who's online, but also with the department which works for cancer and cancer treatment, to see what would be the most appropriate protocols and guidelines already approved, and the medications associated to that, because there's the group of the revolving and the strategic fund that could help you, particularly with the procurement of those medications that are associated to the official protocol. So I would urge you to talk to them. I can put you in touch with them without any problems, but I mean, my territory of work is Panama for the moment, so.
Mickey, you have some comments on that?
I just want to pull one step back on Anna to say that PAHO is also not the government running all of Latin America, clearly. So listening to all of the countries today, and it's been wonderful, and thank you for sharing some of this very nice data and insights into the country. I think three things occurred to me that we need to think about even before we think about all of these drugs. One is the transfusion, blood transfusion. We've heard that from the Caribbean. And that is not only important for transplants, that's fundamental to medical care. And I would say that transfusion is one area that the government often can... Okay. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, the governments want to listen to, because it is one of the fundamental pillars in health systems. There's lots of areas that countries can go to, and I think Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago have talked about this in terms of strengthening their blood supply. So I think that's the first thing to think about. The second, I think, important thing that we've heard from many of the countries is to do with nursing and to do with training of nurses. And not only that, but how to retain nurses as well. And that, again, I think is something that you will need to think about, and you will need to work with your government institutions. I think we were talking to Anna. All of you should be in a position to try to be health advocates and advocates for transplantation. And that means moving out of your clinical area that you are comfortable with and thinking about how this could be turned into policy. It is certainly not a simple thing to do, and in this area, maybe WBMT, maybe PAHO can help you to point the way and the resources there are. We can't go into the country because that is intrinsic to how you function, but we can certainly be a point of reference and somewhere to help you to try to achieve this. I don't know if Anna would agree with this.
Anna, yes? Anna,
Yes, Anna, can I share?
Mauricio wants to speak, I think.
Oh, good.
Mauricio, yes? Can we show the screen also for Mauricio?
Yes, yes.
Yes, Mauricio, please, go ahead.
We are not hearing you.
Mauricio, we are not hearing you, yes.
Now?
Yes.
Yes. Only complement the comment Anna about the strategic fund. We have in the strategic fund the immunosuppressors. This is the first product that my teams, according to the implementation of the regional donation and transplantation strategy that I mentioned in my presentation. We can review if what is the needs. We can the needs about the other medicines or other medical device or that is necessary to the hematopoietic transplant program.
Thanks, Mauricio. Yes, we will provide you with a.
The other point, I'm sorry. The other point is we have in all countries a local office, PAHO local office, and we work together. How is the one very important task is to bring centers and scientific societies closer to decision makers through closer to the decision maker through blood and donation transplant and in each country. The other point is about the blood program. Many years ago, we developed one strategy, make a difference, makes a difference. This is a program that PAHO have to promote voluntary no remunerated donation. In many countries in Latin America, these strategies are implemented. But in some Caribbean countries, we recognize that we have problems, but we can support Trinidad and Tobago. We also recently published the blood donor guidelines, blood donor selection guidelines. We can support different countries in this program.
Thanks, Mauricio. We are on time. Maybe Ana Sureda can make some comments, and Miki will end the session after that.
So a few comments from my side. Well, first of all, I want to thank all the speakers for the excellent presentations. I have to say that I have learned a lot. I have to say that I didn't know really very well the reality, and it's really complex, and I think that it's really very important to try to tackle all the different aspects, which are not exactly the same in all the different countries. I want to reinforce a little bit what Miki has said. I think that many of you have basically put as one of the stopping rules or one of the issues training, and not only training for nurses, which is of course it's essential, but basically training for this multidisciplinary team that basically represents stem cell transplantation as a process. And I think that here WBMT and all the different transplant societies that are under the umbrella of WBMT can try to help a lot, because I don't want to undermine the importance of having drugs. Drugs are very important, but it's also very important to have trained people to know how to use the drugs and how to perform a stem cell transplantation in a safe way. So I would really reinforce something which I think that with a little bit of thinking, strategy, and money, it's always important to have money in this life, which is education, and try to develop educational programs that will, of course, allow to use drugs and to try to establish strong transplant programs in all the countries.
First of all, thank you, Maurizio. This was very helpful with some delay. I just want to thank you, and we will we'll coordinate, or we will make some brainstorming for the future on this. Second, I would like also to thank all the people which have presented their problems or their impediments to start transplant. Don't forget that you have the WBMT. We have a nurses group which is very active. You don't need to go somewhere. They have put up some webinars, Reggie, for the whole transplant thing. So for 3 days, you can have, so just contact Reggie. We have possibility to make telemedicine. You have Damiano Rondelli, which is following people. You have Mikiko, which is following the people at a patient level. I myself also following level. So these are, just come to us, express your wishes, and we will try to accommodate. We cannot accommodate everybody on everything, but I think that's the main message.
Miki, do you want to close the session?
No, I think all the panelists have said very important things, but I think, you know, the purpose for this workshop, we can't solve everything in one session, and clearly you know that. But what we wanted all of you to know when coming to this workshop is to share your experiences in your country and to understand that you really are not alone and that many other countries face the same problem. And by just looking at this, I think that is important for you and should give you the motivation to go forward. As Dika sort of said, we are here to help you, but we are also just one organization and we can't do everything. You know, if everybody contacts Reggie can't possibly do everything. But what we can help you do is to signpost you, to tell you some experiences we have, how other countries have done it, how other centers have done it. And hopefully that will give you a little bit of momentum to carry forward. But we really need all of you to do this within yourself because you know your country well enough and you know the situation well enough. Nobody else can influence this. And whether it is to do with transplant or cell therapy, it is to find new ways, innovative ways of trying to go through the system or around the system. And some of you have already said about this with CAR-T, setting up research group, academic CAR-Ts, partnering with people. So I think all of the different initiatives that each of you have said have come to me as being quite positive. It is for the others to maybe take on and add this to what they are doing in their own country. And that maybe together, you know, you could then achieve something above what you are already doing now. I think that's the only message I've got from this, but really, I learn more from this session than maybe equally as all of you, because I see what is going on in the world and the difficulties of establishing these programs. But I also see a lot of encouragement because individual pockets are setting up good transplant centers. We see this in Mexico, we see this in different countries. And like you have said in Mexico, it doesn't apply to the whole country, but you could be the example that others could follow. You could help with some of this training. You could help with some of how you've achieved what you have done. And I think that is how we need to move forward. That's how I see it. I don't know if, yeah. Any other things to add?
Mickey, yes, Mickey, I forgot one comment.
Who's this?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, only comment that on July 28, we have a regional meeting on advanced therapies. Please, you can send me the mails or I can share the invitation about that, because PAHO headquarters developed one project, regional project about the advanced therapies, initially to know what is the current situation in the region. In regulation, in access, and obviously in the investigation process. Thank you.
Well, thanks very much to all of you, and we come back at 1:30, yeah? Thanks.
Thanks again to all the speakers and panelists. We will be having now our lunch break is going to be served in the same place we had the coffee break earlier, up the stairs to the left and then to the right. There's going to be a lunch box, so pick whichever you like. And as Doctor said, we will need to be here by 1:30 on the dot to keep on schedule. Bon appetit. Welcome again, and thank you. We are very grateful that you are on time. We are going to be continuing with our schedule. The session 2, Essential Requirements for Establishing an HCT Program, which is going to be led by chairpersons Hildegard Greenitz and Juan Carlos Olivares. Please come up the stage. The floor is yours.
Okay, perfect. So, hello, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to welcome you to this session. I'm Juan Carlos Olivares from Clínica Ruiz in Puebla, Mexico, and I'm honored to co-chair this session with Professor Hildegard. We all know that establishing an HSCT program requires much more than clinical experience, and it requires a lot of different things for a complete system that works in our center. So during this session, our speakers will share practical perspectives on how establish a program in our region. So the first speaker will be Dr. Marcelo Pasquini from the United States, that will be online. And he will discuss establishing a sustainable HCT program. So, Dr. Pasquini, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you confirm that you're hearing me okay?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Excellent. Thank you. First of all, I really regret not being there in person. And second, I hope your lunch was not too heavy so you don't fall asleep during the session too. So welcome everybody to this section of following up the discussions of each country activity, which was really clear that there was a lot of initiation of centers. So really take this presentation to expand, the activities of. Let's see, move this slide. So this is just to start up session 2. As you hear, this is all the speakers and presenters for this, and the slides here is to help the discussion afterwards. So really why this is an issue, or why does this matter, is that now, based on the WBMT information, that we have over 1.5 million transplant recipients in the world, but there is really a big gap, and it's really a question of access. We have life-saving treatment, and not all patients who need those treatments are able to receive them. And also, transplant is never static. There's always expansion of the transplant field by non-incorporation of cellular therapy. So I hope that we would integrate that discussion in thinking about the future of not only transplants, but also different cell therapies as well. So the question is not whether, but how to do it wisely. So it is a continuum that we discuss in these sessions of WBMT, of starting with an allo, then going for an allo, then going for more advanced transplants. But the field really has evolved, as we talked about the fact that there are really new cellular products to be infused. The alternative donors have been immersed with allogeneic transplant by the utilization of haplotransplants. So when you're ready to do an allogeneic, it's really important to understand really all that is needed so it can be, or all the components that are needed for it to be developed. So all of these elements share a foundation that is listed in here. As you can see, you need to have cell processing lab, apheresis, pharmacy, etc. We'll go through this in a little bit more detail. But that really building one infrastructure that can meet a different set of goals. So this group knows that there are differences between the auto and allo transplants. There are also differences with CAR T cells. Auto transplants have low toxicity profile compared to allogeneic. Usually it's not a curative intent compared to an allogeneic transplant. An allogeneic transplant requires a set of expertise for treatment of graft-versus-host disease, their complexity of medication, and so forth. So we have discussed in the past this grid of cost and effectiveness. Of course, if something is high cost and ineffective over here, they shouldn't really be approached, or even low cost and ineffective, it's really a waste of limited resources. So the question is, as we develop these programs or expand the programs, is where can we fit into the not expensive or somewhat expensive, but ineffective quadrants here. And in the past, we talked about these. If you have a population with a lot of multiple myeloma, with no availability of newer agents in the region, then the transplant is really a very important line of therapy. It's low cost and it's effective, increases the time to disease progression. Certain areas have more patients who need treatment for aplastic anemia, and also there is a need for development of haploidentical transplants. So that really is important. The WBMT worked many years ago into a tier system as for centers that are starting, that these are sort of minimum requirements, and then as the center gets somewhat acquainted to this, then going to sort of a prefer, and then as they expand, a third tier. And these are listed. This is a publication from the WBMT that was done several years ago, and it may serve as a roadmap for the development of a program or expansion of the program. But I think in essence, there are several domains to be paying attention to. Even if you have a structured program, you need to know what are the facilities, the staff, the training of the staff, cell processing laboratory, availability of blood products, HLA typing, pharmacy, quality and safety, and understanding of your data and outcomes. So this is really serve as sort of a checklist into simple domains that you can use to expand or start a new program. So this depends on the priorities. So we, depending on the indications, here are the most common indications, as you heard earlier, multiple myeloma, lymphoma, and germ cell tumor for auto transplants, and AML and MDS for allogeneic is the #1 indication. And in pediatric side, acute lymphoblastic leukemia. So really that depends on the priority and the population that you need to serve. But that doesn't come, you don't have to do this alone. The WBMT has a vast experience in helping bringing centers together. And I noticed in the presentations earlier today that some centers are already doing sister and sibling connection with different centers from different areas, which really helped because a lot of these structures in place can be interchangeably shared and can be used to help centers expand. Also using shared resources that are available to the community, and also relying on other centers for training or personnel. And so there are, this is related to another publication from the WBMT about experiences that came through these discussions that we're having in workshops in prior ones that came up as some areas that can really look at minimizing the cost. For example, conditioning regimen in the outpatient, non-cryopreserved autografts. We heard earlier the biosimilar, and expansion of haploid, and especially if the population is really difficult to find matched donors, and also utilization of appropriate graft sources. So then just talking a little bit as an introduction to cellular therapies, because this is really expanding throughout the world, even though it remains like the transplant with a huge gap between different regions. And so there are several indications approved products in the FDA, EMA, and in Asia. There are several requirements that are needed for CAR T-cell infusion, which are listed in the right side, and involves pretty much very similar backbone as the transplant, but with additional attention to education for specific complications like cytokine release syndrome and neurotoxicities, and also a specific quality approach. But if you build a transplant program, you're able to do a CAR T-cell program. So here you can see that if all of these are shared resources. I think if you're using apheresis for stem cell mobilization, you can use for leukapheresis of lymphocytes, for CAR T-cell development, and the list here goes into the similarities. There are really interesting and specific complications of CAR T-cell, which is also something that we have to learn for allogeneic transplant, like for treatment of GVHD and so forth. Building it, if your transplant center is most likely a CAR T-cell ready, center ready, as well as some of these resources can be used interchangeably. So there are a few models when you have a transplant program or don't and need to start a cell therapy program. In the green areas here, either this is embedded with a transplant, which is a preferred, because then you centralize a lot of the resources there that are needed for the CAR T-cell. There are some other models that utilizes the disease-specific focus when the transplant does not exist, or if there is a big program related to lymphoma or myeloma. There another model which is expanding, which can be used for both of them in orange, which has to do with outreach of cell products that are produced as a point of care in manufacturing. So these are non-commercial products that can be utilized and share around different regions. And there are several models that are in existence right now in different parts of the world. So there are several barriers for CAR T-cell expansion. I think this is really needless to say, it's a prohibitive cost, especially for commercial products in the $500,000 or more that is needed for treatment or access to these CAR T-cells. But there are emerging pathways. These technologies becoming more available with closed systems like the Prodigy and the different groups that are expanding the access of CAR T-cell in different regions that are emerging at the moment. Now, continuing with the general center development, one important element is focus on quality. Yesterday, there was a session related to FACT and accreditation. I think what's important is that there needs to be a preparation for accreditation, but the quality starts in the beginning by starting with the general SOPs, developing internal quality program to understand how things are sort of run in processes and flow charts, and preparing for data reporting to different registries depending on your region, and also preparing for a FACT or JC accreditation. So accreditation is just not a certificate, it's really something important to help build habits that keep patients safe. And I really like that sentence because it's something that is really an important element for the development of the program. Now, reporting is also important because you also understand your outcomes. These are high-risk procedures, so it's important to understand that if in your hands things are worse or better or the same, there are different outcomes registries, and also, of course, the LABMT collects activity level to understand what's happening. So this is really important and integral part of the program. Also remembering that whoever is there, it's going to have a little bit of turnover in terms of personnel. So it's very important to think about sustainability of the program and thinking about succession planning and training of the personnel, thinking about ways that you can maintain relationship with different sites. You know, there's availability of telemedicine. There's a number of artificial intelligence tools that can help really with make the care more efficient, and also thinking about the program evolution, looking at the numbers, expectations and numbers, and number of patients that you're going to treat in the subsequent year. So to come bringing this to an end, there are a few take-home messages, really having a plan for either initiating or expanding our program, relying on the resources that we have. I mean, the WBMT has created some frameworks that are readily available. WBMT can also assist on the twinning and share resources to centers, the infrastructure for cell therapy, is the same for transplant. So it's important to remember that. Thinking early on quality systems, and also thinking about CAR T-cell treatments. So with that, I would like to thank you for your attention, and we appreciate, we'll follow up with a discussion, so thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. The questions, we will let them at the end during the panel presentation. All right.
Thank you. And now it's a pleasure to announce the next speaker. It's Dr. Cristobal Frutos from Paraguay. We had a workshop in Paraguay in 2019, and at that time, Cristobal was fairly establishing newly a transplant program. Meantime, he has far more experience, and we are very much looking forward to hearing about that.
Thank you, Hildegard, for the introduction. Thanks to the organizing committee for the invitation. And okay, so I'm going to tell you how I started an HCT program-ish. I put the ish because you'll see that it was actually started before me. There were some elements in place, but as we've heard, that is the case in many countries. Initiatives start, there's a few transplants done, then they die off, then a new team takes over, they start again, and it's hard to keep that boat going through time, actually. So this is some background on Paraguay. We're a small country, 6.8 million inhabitants, low middle income country. We have a fragmented health system like many countries here. 20% of the population has social security, which is the workers' security system. 80% relies on the Ministry of Health for treatment. Only have about 3% of patients that have private international insurance. We have a lot of local national insurances, but they don't cover oncology treatments. So basically those patients, when they get sick, they rely on the Ministry of Health. This is also a map of Paraguay. You can see the red dots are the patient, are the populations. So you can see there's a big dot on the capital city, which is Asunción, and then you have very small dots around. Ciudad del Este, which is neighboring Brazil, and then Encarnación to the south, and then you have this big chunk of land to the north, that's the Chaco, where basically very few people live. There's something like 1 inhabitant per 2 kilometers squared, something like that. So it's very tricky. The problem is to get transplant working in this setting. And actually the first transplant done in Paraguay was an allo transplant done in my hospital, the Social Security. It was done in 1995 for a patient with aplastic anemia. It had a lot of media coverage. Well, I would say now that maybe the patient wasn't the best patient, because what I've gathered from the colleagues that did the transplant at the time was that parents didn't really understand the procedure the child was going through. So the child got the transplant, then she went home, then she didn't came back for checkups. It's a child, so it's not up to her, but the parents didn't bring her to checkups, so then she had severe infections while in the house, and she passed away. So we had all this joyfulness and all this celebration in the media, you know, first patient gets a bone marrow transplant, and then the patient dies, and the media covers it again and says, oh, it's a failure because the patient dies. Well, those things hurt the program, but they haven't. So we have what I call the HCT burden, which is what you need to get a transplant unit started, which we heard actually from Marcelo, but this is on my personal perspective what we went through. So the first transplants that were done with high-dose cyclophosphamide. Of course, this was on plastic anemia, so it's okay. But we didn't have melphalan, as Professor Niederwieser was mentioning. We didn't have busulfan. We don't have TBI, as is the case in many countries in the region, actually. We didn't have antifungals beyond conventional amphotericin. We did have ganciclovir, but not valganciclovir. And we didn't have HLA. That's something that I heard from many colleagues in the region, and that I would, so this is what I came back to Paraguay to find, is that we did have HLA. We just didn't have it for our patients, but it was available for solid organ patients. So why not my patients and those patients can get the HLA type? So it's a problem, but check with your local, especially kidney transplant teams, if they have some sort of HLA unit established somewhere, or how do they get their HLAs done? Because they are mostly a very large group of patients. And you can see those were the transplants done per year. The orange one is the autologous, and the yellow ones are the allogeneic. You can see there were some allogeneics in the beginning, then they dropped. Then you have some autologous and they dropped. This was because of many reasons, but mostly because patients had to buy the melphalan in other countries, and it was quite expensive. So that was a barrier to get to the transplant. So the challenge was not to perform a single transplant, but to build a sustainable system capable of delivering transplants continuously. Because we all have those 1 or 2 patients where we grab them, and it seems like the system grabs them, and everybody moves around them, and you get what they need, and they get whatever treatment they need. And of course, we do that because we're humans and we get involved, but that won't get a program going. Those will be individual patients that get access to these treatments. So we need to keep doing that, but we also need to think about the big picture and think about our transplant programs. How do we improve our programs where the patient is getting into a pipeline and the outcome is that they get the transplant? So we started a cooperation, the adult program, then you will hear about the pediatric program, with Professor Niederwieser and the WBMT, between my hospital and the WBMT. Professor Niederwieser used to say, Paraguay is white, we need to change that, referring to the registry data from the WBMT. You had the map colored, and then Paraguay was white, because no transplants were getting reported. Even the ones that were done were not getting reported. So then we started the collab. I was sent to Leipzig. I actually wasn't asked if I wanted to go, but I did want to go, okay, so it turned out fine for me. I spent 6 months there training with Professor Niederwieser. Then I went back to Paraguay and we started making transplant. I arrived on 27th of December, and we did our first patient on December 28th. And we just kept going till COVID and up to 2021 with daily telemedicine visits. We would go over through every patient getting a transplant at the hospital. Because we need to take into account something that when you have a transplant program that's been going for many years, you sometimes forget, which is that the transplanted patient, the allogeneic transplanted patient, is a new sort of patient. The patient that's introduced to a system that's not used to it. So of course you don't have GVHD if you don't have transplanted allo patients. And then you get these GVHD patients with all these complications, and you send them to the ophthalmologist, to the pneumologist, to the odontologist, to whatever you have to send them, and colleagues. Some of them will read on the disease. Some of them will send the patient back and say, you're the transplanter, you should take care of that complication. So that doesn't help. But But after a while, when these patients get introduced, well, of course you have training. We did this with Professor Niederwieser. I consulted him with many patients, and he consulted some colleagues as well at the University of Leipzig, and this would help at least guide the colleague, I have this guideline lying around, we want to read it, maybe it would help you, just some small paper tossed here and there where they could help, because of course I'm not gonna treat, I will treat pulmonary GVHD, but I will much rather treat it with a pulmonologist than treat it by myself. They know more about that specific organ. And then we had to come up with SOPs, because we didn't have SOPs, because the transplants that were done were not regularly done, so they were just done on an individual basis. So we came up for SOPs for whatever happened in the unit. This has been revised many times. It's now version 13, which is a bit excessive, but things keep coming up and popping up, and so you need to update them. And Professor Niederwieser also had another request/demand. Patient had to be for everyone. So not only for transplants, had to be for everyone, not only for patients that had Social Security. So we already had the cooperation agreement with the University of Leipzig, and then we made a cooperation agreement with the Ministry of Health from Paraguay. We did a shared care model where the patient would get diagnosed and treated at a ministry level hospital with a regular hematologist. And then they would get referred to the National Institute of Transplantation for a transplant, and the National Institute of Transplantation would refer the patient to us to get the transplant. We do a 3 months follow-up for autologous, which is okay, most autologous patients recover by 3 months, and then for allogeneic, we do 1 year. We try to make that longer term, have them with us, forever, but the ministry said no, that's they have to go back to the ministry care or whatever after some time. So we do have colleagues that were trained elsewhere in the world where they do have knowledge of GVHD, but we try to keep them with us for a year, and then they go back to whatever they were referred to for us. So I already showed this. It was before, and then this is after. Of course, when we started, we had 1 bed. Now we have 6 beds, and we're getting 24 beds built, which I don't know when we'll finish, but hopefully next year. And you can see the transplant going up per year. This is only in my center. Adult patients. Pediatrics get transplanted in another center. And what you can see is you can still see that gap, even though these transplants are for quote-unquote everyone. Patients get different induction treatments, they get in different support care. So of course you have more patients transplanted from the Social Security, even though this is only 20% of the population, than patients treated at the Ministry of Health. So if we consider only the patient population that has Social Security, you can see that our transplant rate is actually quite nice. It's still below European and North American levels, but it's quite high in the region. But when we consider patients that come from the Ministry of Health, that transplant rate drops drastically to very much the lower part of the region. And we have this problem with allogeneic transplants. These patients are much more dependent on supportive care and access to HLA and access to medication and whether they get infections. So our transplant rate is very much, it's not stable. Same with the patients from the Ministry of Health, because we do their allogeneic transplants as well. So these are all adult patients. And we are the only allogeneic adult transplant team, so these are the allogeneic adult transplants for the whole country, for Paraguay. Indications not very different from many other, autologous transplants, multiple myeloma, and lymphoma, Hodgkin and non-Hodgkin. Allogeneic transplants, we have AML and ALL taking the lead. Some aplastic anemia. We don't have MDS patients for some reason getting transplant, which would be the second indication after AML. I believe it's because we don't have access to azacitidine, neither in the Social Security nor in the Ministry of Health. So that means MDS patients decline very rapidly and they don't get to a transplant. That's my thought. We're trying to get azacitidine now using this data. You know, these patients do very poorly. And this is a survival curve that was up to 2022, I believe, for allogeneic transplants. And our main cause of death is relapse. And I think our curve is doing better now, but what happened when we started is we had these patients that were third relapse, fourth relapse, and they didn't get a transplant before because transplant was not available, and they have a donor and they're in remission now. You know those patients are going to do poorly, but what do? So you get them to a transplant? Yes, but we have less of those now. We don't have any of those actually now. And we also have, which I'm going to talk more later on, but we have access to ruxolitinib and ibrutinib, so we have less death due to GVHD. Also that had a great impact. So that's what I wanted to share with you today. Thank you very much.
May I just ask, is the speaker Marta Werner online? Do we have any information?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon to everybody.
Oh, hi Marta. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I'm trying to share. One moment. One moment. Sorry, I think my system has some problem. Do you have my presentation to share?
Do we have the presentation?
Yes, I have, but the system does not permit me. I don't know why. Maybe you have. No, maybe now yes. Are you looking to my presentation?
Okay, it's fine. Please go ahead.
Perfect. So good afternoon to everybody. Thanks for inviting me. It's an honor for me. So I will skip some introduction because Professor Pasquini already explained very well. He's our boss on this issue. So I will go on, and this is his paper. And I added also my paper down together with the Pediatric Working Party of the BMT. So what's happened? In the last 12 years, I started with a group of colleagues to set up a new transplant unit in middle-income countries. So maybe what could be interesting today is to focus on the methodology we set up. That is a 3-year capacity building program that should be replicable in different settings. So this was our mission. From this point of view, since we are a group of experts that are called outside, the first exploratory mission is the most important one to evaluate resources, accountability, and sustainability. I don't know what's happened. Okay, fine. So in our first exploratory mission, we use a very, very specific checklist on everything. So infrastructure, blood bank, general lab, processing lab, pharmacy, and we meet the stakeholders and the authority. We evaluate carefully the sustainability, and then we create a project proposal with timelines. That usually is a 3-year program. So what the international staff could find are money for the education and training program. And what the local hospital has to plan is to be independent in the instruments, in the drugs, and in infrastructure. Otherwise, the project is not sustainable. So we know very well that to do a simple matched sibling donor transplant, we do not need so much. I am a pediatrician, so you know that for us, autologous transplant is really dedicated to few patients, so the majority need an allogeneic transplant. And so you need really minimum requirements as stated by Professor Pasquini. So when we decide that the project is sustainable, we write a 3-year program with a general objective and specific objective, and with output, outcome, and impact. So what we learned in these 12 years is that the most important part of the success of the program is the training on the job. So you should stay with them to do transplants. Otherwise, it will not work. And of course, to apply a staggered approach, and as already said, even from Dr. Frutos, you need to write everything to ensure the quality system. So you need to write all the standard operative procedures and whatever. So the general objective of our programs is the startup of a transplant unit to be autonomous in 3 years, with, of course, specific objectives. What is the activities? Training on the job. Of course, we keep colleagues in Italy to stay with us, but we are convinced that this is not the most important part of the job. The most important part is to stay there with them when they have to start the transplant activity. We used to start our new program with a big educational course, and of course we go on with teleconferences, but usually we go twice per year for 3 years, ensuring 2 to 3 months twice per year with all the staff, nurses, doctors, and specialists in apheresis, always present for 2 to 3 months twice per year. Of course, the output is the completion of training and protocol handbook. The outcome for a 3-year program, I think, is reasonable to, it's enough that at least 30% of eligible patients should undergo to transplant. Of course, 100% of suitable donors should undergo to donation with less than 1% of complications. Of course, the impact is the improvement of prognosis of these patients, the hospital to be autonomous, and to keep the treatment-related mortality less than 20%. So in this 12 years, we understood also that not all the training are mandatory from the beginning. Some, of course, are mandatory, and some are deferrable. So it's not necessary to complete all the training before starting the transplant activity. So during the first year, we created the responsibility tree. This is very important to help and support the hospital to create a true responsibility tree diagram as a JC model. It's not so common to have everywhere. And we strongly believe that without this, the complex path to transplant cannot work. The educational course, the training, and to start the clinical activity. The second year is dedicated to the clinical bedside activity and the completion of the postponable training. And of course, as much as possible, the third year is on remote supervision, but we used to go anyway. So the point is who we have to transplant. So I worked in many countries. I will show you briefly. And each country will have a different transplant indication. That is correct, because we should start from their data. So if in Guatemala, the event-free survival and overall survival of myeloid babies is less than 30%, all the babies should undergo to transplant. And that is not like we do in Italy, of course. Then we have to apply a staggered approach. If possible, in an ideal world, we start with non-oncological disease from each sibling donor, moving to matched sibling donor transplant in oncological, and then in mismatched family one, so the APLO, and we use, of course, the Baltimore platform with the SciPost. But each country is different again, so the indication could be modified according to the presence or no of blinatumomab, the presence of no of minimal residual disease, the presence of no of international donor bank. We have money to transplant in first complete remission, or maybe this country can transplant only relapsed patients. So we should create tailored strategies. So let's go briefly to our programs. So the first one was in Iraqi Kurdistan in 11 years ago. This was a very successful program, and now the hospital performed more than 500 transplants. It's completely autonomous. All the data was presented and published. Here is just our focus on the first series of thalassemia patients. And as you can see, the 3 years thalassemia-free survival and overall survival are quite comparable to the high-income countries. Even the thalassemia and graft versus host disease-free survival. Then I went to Paraguay. This is the reason why I know very well Dr. Frutos. I worked in the pediatric field, of course. We started the transplant program in the public hospital, the Hospital Niños de Costañón in Asunción. It was a very, very important program for us. The group was great, and because I have to say, they started, as Dr. Frutos said before, with very bad patients. So there was the majority of patients were relapsed patients with oncological diseases. So it was not, so another particularity in Paraguay is that families has not so much children. So it was very difficult to find a matched sibling donor. This is why they started precautiously with very high-risk patients, relapsed, oncological, and APLO. So it was very hard. They had their death. And finally, I think that looking to this very high-risk category of patients, they did a great job. This was published this year. Then, so not all my programs was successful, so it's very important to show even what was not working, because we have to learn from this. I spent a lot of time and energy in Guatemala. The group in UNOP is great. The hospital is incredible. So there was all the characteristic for the success, but unfortunately, the project was not sustainable. And it was very hard to accept this, but we have to learn from this. So this is why I want to present even this. And moreover, another difficult program that till now is not working was in Salvador. So this was related to a special population. So in Salvador, of course, the allogeneic transplant is not sustainable. So we tried to keep a small category of patients that are the myeloid babies that has a very, very bad prognosis. So the majority used to die during the induction. So the AHOPCA group, the pediatric group of Central America, adopted the MAG protocol, that is a reduced intensity protocol. So the induction is very, very mild, and so the patient started not to die during induction, but of course they had finally more relapses. So the proposal was to reinforce the treatment with the autologous transplant. So in Italy we did. We had the IEOP protocol. The event-free survival of patient underwent to autologous transplant was 63%. This was published in Lancet. So it was reasonable to try to reduce cost and risk, and just to try to start from autologous in this category. We prepared everything. We did the training, but anyway, again, till now, we are not able to implement. Then we moved to Iraq, in Mosul, just after the liberation from ISIS. So the city was completely destroyed from the war. It was, I think, a very, very hard program. So they worked well. Now, I think it's not 19 pediatric allogeneic, but 25. Sorry, I didn't update it. And 20, let's say, autologous in adult. So they worked well, but it was very hard. And I have to be honest, they are not still independent. So we are going on working with them. And now I'm starting my dream, that is to help Palestine people. So I went in Ramallah many times, and we already did the exploratory mission. We already did the training in Italy of 12 Palestinian colleagues. We did the educational course now, and in October I'm going to start the clinical activity. Thank you so much.
Perfect, so thank you so much. Now we will start with the discussion table. So I will invite to the stage Dr. Andrés Gómez de León from Mexico, Dr. José Luis Franceschini from here from Panama, and Regia Belkin from France. And Dr. Daniel Weisdorf from United States.
So I guess for this first panel discussion that is planned, the main focus will be on the essential requirements in infrastructure for setting up a stem cell transplant program. Maybe I can ask Jose to share his experience, because we were on a site visit yesterday in both transplant facilities here and had an excellent impression. And you also have some longer standing experience. What in your opinion is essential for a sustained transplant program?
Yes, it's working.
Hello. Yes. Good afternoon. Sorry. First of all, I want to thank the committee organizer or the organizer committee of the meeting, and I would like happily to comment with you our experience that Panama is a Central America country region, and I think that honestly, I think that if we can do that, I think that also all my colleagues in the region can do that. We started our program 26 years ago, and we pressured in that at the beginning because there were diseases like chronic myeloid leukemia before the TKI era. So we have a lot of patients who need bone marrow transplantation because failure of the busulfan and any treatment that we have before for chronic myeloid leukemia. And also we were receiving help from the general hospitals from anemia, aplastic anemia patients. So, we need pressure. So we can send patients to USA or to Europe because it was expensive. So at that time, and I want to congratulate Dr. Frutos, I think the collaboration is very So at the beginning, we obviously also get collaboration from Spain. We were 1 year in Spain with the people of the Madrid hospital, in La Princesa Hospital in Madrid, and one of my colleagues also were in the MD Anderson in USA. So we come back to Panama, and then we have the opportunity to use the facility of one of the hospitals that was a hospital of the U.S. Army before. You remember that U.S. Army was in Panama for many years, and they have a big hospital for the South Command, and they have a unit from internal intensive care for newborns. So they have this unit was transformed in a bone marrow transplant unit with 2 or 3 beds, I remember, and they have in that time I think it's a complot here. So then we transform this room to a facility for bone marrow transplant patients, and as we were working in a National Cancer Institute, the authorities of the hospital have confidence and believe in the importance of have a bone marrow transplant facility for patients with hematologic cancers and not malignant hematologic disease too. So we start with the essential requirements. As mentioned, Dr. Pasquini, the essential requirements are for keep the safety of the patient. So we start with these rooms, with blood bank facilities, with 24 hours, obviously, and we require that irradiated hemoderivates, and also we need pharmacy 24 hours, some especially at labs facilities, for example, to get, for example, the blood level of immunosuppressor therapy, for example, and some tests to detect some infectious like aspergillus for trying to improve to boost the preemptive therapy, for example, and we have also the opportunity that in Panama by law there is only one lab for HLI typification for Social Security patients and for non-Social Security Panamanians. So every Panamanian has the opportunity to have a HLI typing if required. And the nephrologists started a kidney transplant program before we start the bone marrow transplant program. So we have access soon for the HLI typification that was improved over the years. So we start with this in mind. We start with the idea to have a sustainable program. So we also have our trying to report to other register. We start reporting to the CI and BTMR, but as I mentioned yesterday, it was very hard, was difficult because it was very complicated. Now it's different, I understand. But one recommendation for me is that we see one country in the region want to start a new program, they need to have human resource dedicated only to complete the data and have the register ready. You know, it's very difficult for 2 physicians who treat patients in bone marrow transplant and also have to treat patients with another disease, not in bone marrow transplant, filling or completing, data collection is very hard. But I understand that it's very important if in the future you want to have a best quality of care for your patients. Another thing that I think is important is that we create a clinic for chronic graft-versus-host disease patients, because that time, for example, 40 or 45% of patients with allogeneic bone marrow transplant get a chronic graft-versus-host disease. And I think that the quality of care of the patient with chronic graft-versus-host disease is a problem. And you cannot send the patients to the referring physician if he don't understand
what is the physiopathology and what are the treatment for chronic graft-versus-host disease treatment. So we did a paper where we made a survey with the first 150 patients with bone marrow transplant, and we used the tool of the PAHO, or I don't know if it's the World Health Organization of Quality of Life. And the information that we got was very interesting, because we can detect how the patient feels 1 year, 2 years, 5 years after a bone marrow transplant. And this information is important that you can, because you can discuss with your human resource at your center about what are you doing with your patient. So I think my only comments are that I think that we need the collaboration always. I think that in Central America region, it's okay that you ask for help in another countries more specialized, but you have many resources and help in the region. You can talk with us, you can talk with people from South America, we can talk with Mexican, and I think that we can help you trying to boost a program, at least with the, not only thinking in the essential, I think that we also think in some preferred element that we need to improve the quality of care of patients. So that's my comment.
Okay, we have someone over there. I think it's Colombia.
Thank you. Amado Calujo in Colombia. A few minutes ago, we were discussing with a colleague from Venezuela what is the minimal training for a physician who wants to start a bone marrow transplantation program. What is the minimal time of training? What is the balance between the time of training and the number of transplants that are done in the transplant center where the person is training? What is the recommendation? What is the minimal time, the minimal volume of transplant that this physician must be exposed to return to his country and start a bone marrow transplant program?
Maybe I can ask for the physician Stan. Professor Weisdorf has a lot of experience, is a former president of WBMT, and has also assisted a lot of programs.
Well, it's a particularly important question, and I have to give the proviso that because I missed a plane, I've only heard the last talk, but I know a lot about the topics, and I'm going to assume you heard wonderful and important things all through the morning. I just couldn't join you. So my own attitude about developing a new program and how much training has to do with, are you all alone, or do you have partners? Do you have partners in your own institution, in your own country, nearby friends that you can call anytime and get help, guidance, and advice? Or do you have friends across the world that you can call or email and get advice all the time? Because whether we've been doing this for a few months or many, many years, we're all facing the same types of problems. We don't always have the same diagnoses that we're facing because some diseases are clustered in different parts of the world. But for the most part, we all have the same challenges. And so I don't think that it's a quantitative measure, but it's how many resources you have available by phone and email for guidance and support and collaboration. Because everybody's nervous, even if you've been doing it for a long time. The patients get very sick, sometimes really quickly. And we need the opportunity to get opinions, support, guidance, or sometimes just reassurance from people that are sharing the problems with it. So I don't see this as a quantitative number, but rather establishing a communications network of friends and partners you can use to help you.
And then I'd like to ask Reggie first. She is the chair of our nurses committee of the WBMT, and she is very experienced in stem cell transplantation, but has also hosted a lot of training courses for nurses.
Yes, Daniel, you talk about having a friend, I will say having a good team to build and to trust each other. It's no need to have 3,000 of physicians, but very well trained. If you don't have very good also nurses and you trust them, we cannot do transplant. Yesterday on the site visit, we were going through a beautiful center with the latest equipment, and then there were no nurses, and they need nursing to be trained to be able to do transplant because we cannot achieve. So I believe we have to have a good training. The nurses, you know, you cannot have a nurse immediately trained as a BMT. It's not possible. Don't ask me how many years I've been doing transplant because I will start crying. But when I have started, I remember many years ago, everyone was scared for just 1 CML at that time. We were doing this or aplastic anemia. But we were a close friend all together, and we have grew and we did a lot of things, and at the end, 40 years later, we were doing 300 transplants. So I think the training, I believe in very good education and to have a strong nurses, and we can keep them because the nurses I've been hearing all around here, the nurses, when they are trained, they will leave. Yes, I have been seeing this all over the world, but I think there are some solutions, and we can come and to see how we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Andres?
Yes, I think this is a very interesting question, and I would differ from Dr. Weisdorf in the sense that you actually do need some experience doing the procedures, and I allude to that fact because there are some fellowships in the region where you get a degree as a transplanter, but in these programs there are around 10 procedures performed per year. So this is a problem that's very relevant for our region, where a trainee can go and do a transplant fellowship to a transplant program where there's not a lot of transplant activity. So you can live with a license but no experience. So in our transplant program, we do around 60 transplants per year in adults, but live without a degree. All of the fellows go through transplant. Some don't like it, a lot don't like it because they don't want to be, not everyone wants to do transplant. But they can all do it by the end. So even if they don't live with a degree, they can go and transplant everywhere.
We heard also from Marcelo and from Marta that there's also other options like these training models, telemedicine, that also Cristobal mentioned. Maybe Cristobal, you'd like to comment about how important it was for you to, for example, spend the 6 months abroad at a large transplant center.
Thank you. Yes, it was very insightful, but I think, well, for me it was a first-time experience because, as I mentioned, we had done very little transplants in Paraguay. So when I first got to Leipzig, I was like, okay, what's melphalan? What's this? Why are you giving this to these patients? And those sort of questions. But then I agree that coming back and having that direct contact with someone that was saying, this is okay, you're doing fine, that's okay. I remember when the first patient had a fever after an autologous transplant, I put the patient on imipenem, amikacin, vancomycin, and amphotericin. And Professor Nieves was like, we don't do that. Don't do that again. And then have this continual communication, and then if even after that, asking colleagues from the region, I've asked Amado many times what to do, Andres, his father, David, colleagues from Argentina, from Brazil, because as again Dan was mentioning, we all have these different types of population and different types of transplant. So, for instance, if I want to know about inherited bone marrow failures, I'll contact Brazil like that. If I want to know what to do with a very low patient population, because I won't have maybe a lot of patients getting the transplant for a disease, I'll ask Sebastian, because Uruguay is a little country that does a lot of transplants. So you get these contacts, and you ask your colleagues, and they'll never say no. They'll always lend a hand. And just a comment while we're at it, we were hearing about the problem that some countries have with blood transfusions and support with blood components. Actually, in Paraguay, what we found out is that when we are making transplants, there's more blood for the hospital than when we're not. Why? Because we don't have many voluntary donors, so patients get asked for donors, family donors or whoever, or friends or whoever, they have to go and make donations. And for instance, platelets. So platelets last for 5 days, correct? We get, the blood bank gets 2 or 3 donors for platelets every 5 days. But if the patient doesn't get the transfusion, then the platelet is free for someone else to use that platelet, because you're not going to throw the platelet away. It's a nice unit of platelets. So we actually, what our blood bank tells us is that when we started making transplant, and we started making more transplants, going from 5 a year to 30, 40, they actually have more blood, because our patients, you get 5 blood donors for a transplant, and then if it's an autologous, they get maybe 1 time a transfusion of red blood cells, and then all the other 4 are left for patients that are not getting a transplant. So just look into that. I know it's sometimes hard to convince other people, but I'm not saying this is the case everywhere, but that was the case for us.
Thank you. Maybe we'll go back to this issue. Which sort of infrastructure do you need locally that is essential, and what can you outsource? Because this is also an important cost factor, especially for programs that start with small patient numbers. Maybe Jose, you'd like to start? What do you need essentially at your place, and what can be outsourced?
Almost all of the needs or facilities that we have, what we need to use, we have in the hospital usually. Sometimes it's necessary, for example, or could be necessary for others, the help in the blood banks, I think with the irradiation of the component of the blood. I think that's an important point. I think it's not minimal, it is important, not only to get access to blood 24 hours, 7 days a week, but you need irradiated hemo component. It's important. During the weekends, you need to have your platelets and your red blood cells irradiated, and maybe sometimes you need to have a partner outside of your institution to do that, if you can do that in your institution. Essentially, that was the only procedure that we need to do outside of the hospital.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
But I would like to comment something about, as Doctor mentioned, about the nurses. I really think that the really errors in this problem are the nurses, and then second, the patients, and third, the doctors. Because the nurses live with the patient 24 hours a day. We only pass the visit once, maybe 2 times a day, or at least some hematologists say that I pass the visit 3 times a day. Okay, but the nurses are 24 hours a day. They see the patient after you put the cyclophosphamide, the busulfan, everything, and after you indicate the cyclosporine and everything, and the patient asks if after, what happened with me? I feel bad, I feel flush, I feel bad, I am going to die? What is happening to me? So the nurses are the most important tool that we have. If we don't have a very nice team of nurses, we can go ahead. And I think that, the hematologists we train it in taking care of this patient are the best people to train the nurses. When I begin, I train my nurses for 6 months. Only me, so every day a class of 2 hours every day with the support of the hospital, of course. And I did a test at the end of the course, like in the university. It was not a course approved by the university in anything, but I give my impression to the nurse. I was impressed with the nurse, with the commitment of a nurse. When the nurse believes in a program, it's the best tool that you can have. And the patient feel when the patient go ahead, they give a kiss to the nurse, not to me, give a kiss to the nurses. So I think this is an important point that we can minimize. As a nurse train a team is very important, and we can do that.
Thank you. Would someone from the panel like to add something? Andres?
Yes, what I'm going to say is very controversial, but it is the story. So our institution began as an outpatient transplant program. So we don't have a transplant unit in a conventional way in the university hospital. So this hospital is just like a public hospital in Latin America. No HEPA filters, no independent water filtration, no positive pressure, and the unit is just a regular private room, single patient, and with a transfer. So we allow the caregivers to stay with them. So we start this outpatient. I say we, I was in elementary school. It was in the early 2000s. Professor Guillermo Ruiz Argüelles from Puebla and David Gomez in the Monterrey. So there was never going to be a normal unit. So you either did this or nothing. So they invested in an outpatient unit with flexible schedules, a team, as they said, which is the same team, retention, education, fellows, residents, and a conventional room. So we don't do it the regular way. We don't radiate blood. So we just use conventional filters because a lot of the data from transfusion-associated GVHD comes from homogeneous HLA regions like Japan. So no one really knows if you actually do need radiation because everyone just does it. So we don't do it, and there's several papers out there. Mexicans are HLA very complex, so this plays in our favor, the history and mixing of races. So this is something we do. We condition patients in the outpatient setting. They get infused and they go home. So I would argue you don't need a conventional bone marrow transplant unit nor to radiate blood.
Thank you. Dan?
So only some of that is controversial because many of the rules and habits that were established come from a long time ago when engraftment was slow and patients would have 3 or 4 or more weeks of neutropenia and transfusion dependence, and modern transfusion support and peripheral blood stem cells and growth factors have all compressed the period of high risk So a lot of the rules or habits, I guess I should say, that were established and published as the right way with laminar airflow or positive pressure rooms or a variety of other infection prophylaxis tools may not be important. I even can possibly agree with don't irradiate the blood unless you use family donors for transfusion support, in which case you're asking for extra risks of transfusion-associated graft versus host disease. So a lot of our guidelines and rules are not situationally variable, but some of them are quite historical and can be, of course, modified and made simpler and made much easier for people to learn. And I'll add my particular mantra in developing programs or training people is don't make things up. If you have a plan that you and the people caring for the patients in that institution think is wise, thoughtful, safe, maybe you've even supported it with outside expertise or literature, write it down and have support protocols that everybody follows. Transplant teams, mostly the physicians, are what in the US we would call cowboys. They think they know the right, or cowgirls, they think they know the right answer to everything, which is not true, because what they need is guidance and discipline, and protocols are the way you teach people to respect what is really essential and where you need expertise and advice and can break some of those rules. So I believe that if you have a good set of protocols without laminar airflow rooms, you can take very good care of patients if everybody believes in it and everybody designs those guidelines together and thinks that they're very important. So when I'm taking care of the patients and the next person's going to take care of the patients next week, we would probably do it mostly the same way, even though everybody thinks they're always right.
Maybe I can just add to what also Andres has said. Besides the protocols and that everyone's following them, I think it's also important that you on a regular basis look at your data, analyze your data, see where your deficiencies or challenges are, and if you do something new, like not irradiate blood, publish it. Because that's how stem cell transplant, the whole area will move forward. Otherwise, it's just some sort of experience that a couple of people are sharing. To me, this is also very important to basically look at the data, publish, and discuss it with others.
Yes, I would challenge you to try to publish a paper that says that do not irradiate blood. So, and we have, but no editor likes this. You know, it's hard. So,
Mikiko?
Thank you for that very provocative comment. And actually, it's something that I've thought about for a long time now as well. But I don't want the audience to also go back now and think that absolutely irradiation is not important. If you look at the history of how we did transplant, I think that when I was a fellow, we used to irradiate blood lifelong. You know, after the transplant, we would continue irradiating all through. We learned gradually that that was probably not necessary, and as Hildegard said, I think that is from both knowledge, experience, and so now we shorten it, and some centers do it for a year, some centers do it when they have no further GVHD of immune suppression. So it's a stepwise reduction in risk versus what you can deliver safely to patients. And the same thing with an outpatient versus an inpatient transplant. One of the major fears is if you send patients home is how quickly you can get them back if they've got neutropenic sepsis. And that refers back to what Dan has said, is developing your own hospital system. And if you can ensure a good turnaround and patients coming back quickly within the hour, then yes, I think, there is an argument for it. But it has, again, to be based on continuous data analysis, auditing to make sure that these things are safe. With regards to education, I also remember training in London, and the mantra many, many years ago was watch one, watch one, get supervised by one, and then do one, basically. So, you basically saw someone doing it, and then you got a senior person to supervise you to do it, and then the third thing, you were left on your own. And then you teach after that, exactly. So really, I don't think it is to do with numbers. But again, I think it's to, and I tell my fellows these days as well, you shouldn't just think that a transplanter needs to be built from scratch. I would like to think that transplants are always part of the continuum of treating a disease. And treating a patient with AML, with ALL, with aplastic anemia, it requires a lot of the same skills. What I usually tell my fellows is that transplanters, what you need to learn in addition to that actually is a lot of connecting the dots, is basically pulling together a lot of different systems which we are not trained to think about, and trying to integrate all of that into a functioning system so that when you start conditioning a patient, you've got the donor coming in, you've got the stem cell lab, all of that coordinated within the correct time frames. And those are the important teaching we learn. And training never stops. You train so that you are aware and you understand the issues, but when you go back, you continue to have the support and cooperation of all the other groups that have been talked about. I mean, that's how I kind of view transplant these days. Thanks.
All right, thank you so much. So as a matter of time, we'll close the session. Thank you so much for your participation. It was a really interesting topic. Thank you.
Next up, we're going to continue with getting started with the transplant program and indications for HET with chairpersons Didger Niederwieser and Oscar Porras.
So I think I can start in the meantime until we have our co-chair. So let me start with the first talk, which will speak about malignant versus benign hematological diseases, where to start. And Mohamed Kafan Baya will speak. He's from the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Florida.
Good afternoon, everyone. A great honor to be with you today here, and I have to say that I have learned a lot during these morning sessions and recently also. So the task before me here is how do we try to really make sense of where to start, and I would say that there is no way to give you a precise answer that fits all. In this particular case, as Dr. Weisdorf in his comment says, there are certain diseases that have particular clusters in certain areas, and those could certainly be taken into priority when you decide to generate or develop your program. It's not moving. It's not moving.
It's going now.
These are my conflicts of interest. So the way I outline my presentation is I'm going to first be trying to review hematopoietic cell transplant activity in the developed world and try to use it as a benchmark to realize how little we are doing so far. And you have seen from the earlier presentations that some countries don't even have any transplant activity. I'm going to look into common indication, and maybe I will be overlapping here with Dr. Snowden's presentation, so we'll try to see how we can navigate those overlaps. And then I added how and where to start.
And I would say that the key here is really the importance of multidisciplinary team, which also include trained nurses, and I totally agree with the comments that those are the most essential components of any transplant program. And certainly, even in developed countries, we still have remaining healthcare disparity gaps, which, despite all efforts, we continue to be unable to close those gaps. So where to start? I would say, first of all, try to understand the demographics of your country. And I kind of going to be using some examples here. For instance, you can see here demographics of Honduras. And I want to compare Honduras with the United States. Obviously, it's much smaller country. You can see a population of 11.1 million compared to 350 million almost. But the median age of the population is 24.6 years. And that is certainly a very young population. United States median age almost 39. So you can see a difference of almost 15 years. And when you look at the population that is younger than 18 years of age, approximately 40% of the population in Honduras is younger than or in the pediatric age group, whereas in the United States is approximately 22%. So certainly that gives you some perspective of perhaps the urgency that in Honduras definitely a pediatric transplant program is of utmost necessity, in my opinion, and not that it's not in the US, but certainly you can see how you need to incorporate those into your plannings for your transplant program. And then I would like also to look at the life expectancy per country. And this is very important because we tend to sometimes get misconceptions about certain diseases. And we know that most of the malignant hematological diseases, myeloma, lymphomas, median age at presentation tends to be somewhere between 67 to 70 years of age. So if you look at the life expectancy of, for instance, Haiti, now it's moving fast. It's going backwards. Ran out of batteries, bro. They're doing it there. So somebody will assist me with the slides then. So for instance, life expectancy in Haiti is, for both genders, is 65 years of age. In the US, it's approaching 80 years of age. So you can see that, for instance, multiple myeloma has reported the incidence in the United States around 4.8 to 5.7 cases per 100,000, but in Haiti reports less than 1 per 100,000. In reality, probably if they were to live longer, you may start seeing that really reflecting more true values there. So it's certainly confounded by the lower life expectancy in Haiti that perhaps we don't see those true representations of the diseases. Next slide, please. And this is certainly transplant in the United States. And what we see here is that for autologous transplant in this blue light color, myeloma continues to be, despite emergence of CAR T-cell therapy, still probably the preferred frontline consolidation approach for multiple myeloma. Allogeneic transplant, if we're to look at the statistics in the US, AML, number one indication, myelodysplastic syndrome is the second, and that's followed by acute lymphoblastic leukemia. And then we have these non-malignant diseases. Non-malignant diseases where we have certainly a low percentage of activity there, and those typically would represent multiple sclerosis, systemic sclerosis, and so on and so forth. Next slide. But then in comparison, you're going to see the data for pediatrics, where certainly allogeneic transplant, number one indication, acute lymphoblastic leukemia, followed by AML, and then we see more of allogeneic activity with things like diseases like primary immune deficiency, aplastic anemia, bone marrow failure disorders, and so on and so forth, and sickle cell disease certainly representing a significant proportion of patients with allogeneic transplant. We see on the green top part, that's gene therapy. Again, if we're talking about affordability of allogeneic transplant in developing countries, what about gene therapy, where the cost of the product alone is somewhere around $3 million per product? That is only the part without the labor that is included with that. It's working now?
Great.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. All right, but then even if we were to compare to Europe, you can see that in Europe, kind of close similarity to the United States. We see that AML is the most common indication for allogeneic transplant, followed by ALL, and then followed by MDS and myeloproliferative neoplasm. So certainly some differential there. Then we look into the source of stem cell transplantation, and this is similar to the United States, where unrelated donor continue to be the most common used source, but certainly haploidentical has presented themselves in the United States as the second more used source for stem cell donation. So in terms of allogeneic transplant, again, look here at, for instance, diseases, and we have seen that AML continues. We haven't seen a plateau in the incidence of utilization of allotransplant for acute myeloid leukemias. It seems to have plateaued for ALL, and I would say that probably part of the explanation there is maybe the emergence, that's the orange curve, maybe the emergence of CAR T-cell therapy, perhaps in those cases, more effective regimens for Philadelphia positive ALL, and so on and so forth. So let's look at some disease-specific demographics in this case. So United States, around 20, this is for AML, which is the most common indication, obviously, and I want to compare it with Panama. So in the United States, around 22,720 cases of AML will be diagnosed in 2026, with quasi-similar proportions based on female versus male. So it's around 6.5 cases per 100,000 person years. If you look at the incidence in Panama, it's around 3 to 4 cases per 100,000 per year, so not that different. Median age in the United States, around 65 years. In Panama, it's around 32 to 44 years, so it raises the question, why such a young population there compared to the United States for AML? And it represents out of 3 leukemias in adults and around 1% of all cancers. And it's around 11,500 patients will die from AML in this year. So you can see 22,720 incidents, 11,000 deaths. So a lot of work to still be done of how to even optimize further transplant outcomes. But this study caught my attention, and I believe Andres Gomez is a co-author on that paper. And this looks at data from Panama, Peru, and Colombia, 125 AML patients, where they say that 58% and almost 70% did not have cytogenetic and mutation assessment. So it's not just having a transplant program, it's having all of these components that are important so you can better prognosticate your patient and try to implement strategies such as post-transplant maintenance. And this is really what eventually is important, because we can see that those are playing significant prognostic importance. For instance, those patients who are favorable, we rarely take them in frontline unless if there is residual MRD positive. Those who have adverse, which are certainly, the list keeps growing and growing with more implementation of next-gen sequencing. But certainly those are the ones where allogeneic is indicated in frontline. And then you have this allogeneic transplant with intermediate risk AML, where sometimes we can be more selective if it's a younger patient versus an older. Comorbidity plays also an important role in those cases, and certainly MRD positivity appears to be playing also a good role in terms of that. And this is a work that I got from Dr. Niederwieser, and this was published around 4 years ago. And looks at activity in different pockets in the world, and we can see here, for instance, in Latin America, significant at that time, and I'm happy to see that some of these numbers have gotten better with time, but certainly significant underrepresentation of transplant activity, which I don't know part of it whether it's underreporting or really underperforming those type of transplant, but certainly activity could be seen more actively than that. So here are some indications for transplantation. I'm going to try to then make some sense of how to prioritize things here. So for autologous transplant, you can see that diseases tend to differ, and this is autologous transplant for hematologic malignancies. In adults, typically myeloma, non-Hodgkin lymphoma. So certainly, I heard discussions about melphalan availability and all of that. So that's essential to procure before you embark on a transplant program for multiple myeloma, which certainly it's in the United States the most common indication for transplant. Certainly non-Hodgkin lymphomas, primary CNS lymphomas, and so on and so forth. Pediatric, you will have to deal with predominantly these two non-Hodgkin and Hodgkin's lymphoma as the more common indications. Also for adult autologous transplant for non-hematologic malignancies, most of what we do really are germ cell tumors, but pediatrics has a much more robust indications for autologous transplant for non-hematologic cancers. Then we have the non-cancers at all, which basically, and I have to admit that compared to Europe and even compared to Mexico, we certainly have been under transplanting multiple sclerosis, and I would say that part of it may be access to new therapies where they are very expensive, so probably Mexicans may not be able to afford them. The United States system soon may not be able to afford them, but certainly those patients come to us with much more advanced disease compared to those patients being transplanted in the Mexican group or even the United Kingdom experience, where tend to be less exposed to multiple lines of therapy. And then for pediatric, we see these rare indications, but certainly reported there. And then we have, again, this is the experience from the Mexican group, and you can see that almost 1,700 cases with multiple sclerosis, impressive 30-day survival of almost 100%, and a 1-month mortality of less than 1%. And next to it is the UK experience, where you can see for patients with multiple sclerosis, over 360 cases, 5-year progression-free survival of around 90% almost, and very low transplant mortality. So these are certainly impactful in terms of quality of life for those patients. We are trying to restore some sense of quality of life. These are diseases that affect young people in that working productivity age group. Now I jump to allogeneic transplant, and then we can see here the list, and I would say that diseases like CML have become a rarity these days. I probably remember transplanting one patient, and even though this is what's written in textbooks of failing 2 TKIs, I think they have failed like 5 or 6 therapies before they come to transplant. But then other diseases that certainly are important to keep in mind. Again, this is a disease that I have worked significantly, blastic plasmacytoid lytic cell neoplasm. It's a horrible disease with a very aggressive disease course and prognosis, and certainly have no particular age group, can present adult and pediatric. But these are, I would say, the predominant indications for allogeneic transplantation in both groups. And then when we look at non-malignant hematological disorders, that's where we see also more and more activity happening in terms of sickle cell disease, thalassemia, dyskeratosis, and also we see more activity also with gene therapies for these type of diseases. And this is some impressive outcomes for patients with aplastic anemia over the years, where you can see a highly curable disease where survival, historically the prognosis of patients who were older than 45 or 50 was very poor. Now we can see pushing survivals of over 80%, and in the patients younger than 50, over 90%. This was data published by Dr. Rainer Storp in 2024. This is important also data from sickle cell disease, where you can see how highly curable this disease can be in patients. And again, the last one would be in patients with thalassemia, where you can see 2 years survivals, which are exceeding 95% in this particular patient, and overall survivals also over 95%. So how and where to start, and I added the how to the discussion. I would say start slow and start try to grow gradually, let your team get familiarized with the management of the complications of allogeneic transplantation, of autologous transplantation. The logic says you would start with an autologous program, get yourself familiarized with those protocols, and then expand to allogeneic transplant. It's very important to not only have the SOPs, but to really make sure that people read them, make sure that you have some sort of documenting competences. Start with, again, networking, and this is exactly what WBMT can help a lot with, and many in this room are leaders in the field. But also try to learn from your cases with tumor boards, with pathology reviews. And I would say then expand to allogeneic transplant. Probably at the beginning, focus on the most common indications. I would say AML, ALL. Aplastic anemia is a big necessity. You need probably more complex regimens that have more profound immunosuppression. So very important to have some sort of experience before you start jumping into many diseases. And I would say that ultimately you have to work towards seeking accreditation. And this is not just a document that you hang on the wall. This is certainly a way that you learn, and we have used many of our fact inspections to do our own self-audits for annual basis and not just have to audit ourselves at the time of fact. So these are very important to enhance your program, and I would say that many programs in South America, in Central America, and well, in Mexico, which I think is South North America, have been accredited by FACT. I am aware also of programs in also small countries all over the world which have pursued whether FACT or JC accreditation. So these are important to preserve and to enhance the quality of your programs. Okay. Just run out of battery again. Okay, so this is you don't have to have all of these in place. You may certainly have what we call more essential, but this is probably what you need. And after the discussions today, I realized that we needed to add blood bank somewhere here. So certainly a quality manager. You need to keep documentation of everything. You need to learn from your near misses, learn from your complications, try to have process improvement. You need expertise in immunogenetics, molecular pathologists. Important when you go into the GVHD, have some sort of training for those pathologists to look into GVHD. Many things look similar, particularly the first early phase of the transplant. And certainly the point I made about that study where around 60% or so of patients did not have prognostic markers like karyotype or molecular aspects of the disease being assessed, important to have those available. More and more, as you feel more comfortable, you will become probably less selective, and you may be expanding your tolerability for upper age limit. And so in our case, we have moved from, well, we never really had a limit, but somehow 65 to 70, now 70 to 75, and I would say the oldest I have transplanted is 78 years old, and my colleague have transplanted 81-year-old. But certainly important because those patients will have cardiac issues, will have other complications that you need to be very aware of. The other components are also very important, nursing support. The care does not end in the inpatient unit. You have to have a good outpatient support. Pharmacist important also, and I would say the list can continue. And despite all of that, this is the data I borrowed from CIBMTR. We can see that causes of death for allogeneic transplant, the first 100 days, 48% of them are organ failure. And you can see after 100 days is really primary disease. So very important, this is where those prognostic markers come handy. Do we have an targetable mutations that you can try to prescribe something to so we can curtail that risk of relapse? And also here in terms of how do we optimize the screening of those patients so that we can try to reduce that 100-day mortality within those first 100 days. And that applies to both adult and pediatric. You can see that they're kind of very close in terms of distribution here. I think I have one more slide. And these are Oh, for autologous transplantation, very similar. And then I have just one more. You shouldn't count because I lost 2 minutes here. So healthcare disparity gaps remain, and I would say that this is an area where, and WBMT believes in this, that we have to try to make these therapies universal. Everybody should have access who deserves to have a transplant and needs to have a transplant. And you can see here that activity by race in the United States, and we still, even though we have come in 2013, 12% of patients being Hispanics, you can see that we have grown up to 17%. So it looks like 50% improvement there in that particular subgroup, but still significant underrepresentation compared to the white majority in the United States. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention, and I guess we'll keep the question for the last.
Thank you, Mohamed.
Okay, for our next conference, we are going to hear Dr. John Snowden from UK. And his talk is about the decision makings and indications in hematopoietic cell transplants.
Well, thank you for inviting me, and it's a delight to be here, and I'm very humbled to hear the range of talks from this morning. It was really a great learning experience for me, so it puts a lot of things in the world in context. So I'm going to try and be fairly quick because I think we're slightly behind time, and some of what I have overlaps very much with Professor Carpenter-Devarge's talk that was excellently given. There's more batteries. I can keep talking. Anyway, this is probably a fairly basic, straightforward talk to many of you about the basic principles and reference points. I'm from Sheffield. Just as one reference point is Sheffield is where soccer was invented by the modern rules. It had the first teams and it had the first match in 1860. But what I hope is that the rest of the world levels and overtakes, which I think is going to happen in the next few weeks. So, but a more important reference point is I work in the NHS, which is a health service which is free at the point of need and covers around 70 million of UK people and people outside as well. An important reference point is the EBMT and the national societies. So on that remit, I'll just go on to a few basic points. I think this is very basic, but it's amazing about the number of arguments that people have about what is a stem cell transplant. What is HCT? This is a more modern term, isn't it? HCT. And it's anything where you're aiming to replace the hematopoietic system. It's not based on conditioning intensity. Sometimes people say, oh, you don't need to have a transplant with certain conditioning intensities, but it's where you're aiming to reconstitute that in whole or in part from the infused bone marrow, peripheral blood, or cord blood. So we have these, I'll just go back one. Yeah, we have these broad definitions that you all know, but CAR T cells are apparently separate from HCT, but we will touch on them. And then we've got these marvelous reference points of the EBMT registry that Mohamed referred to, but they complement what goes on in the CIBMTR and the WBMT. So what's important is data and knowing where you stand versus the rest of the world or the rest of Europe. Or this is mainly data from developed, well-resourced countries that can produce an average of 40,000 transplants per year, and you can see that the trends have changed over the years. You notice that there's a bit of a plateau in some areas, so it's important to bear that in mind. I mean, I think there is massive potential for transplantation in middle-income countries, and it's going to increase. But in some countries, in the EBMT, there are plateaus occurring, so we just need to bear in mind that that is a trend. Other things are still increasing. Haploidentical transplant is increasing, and the unrelated transplants are still increasing. but data is important. And I'm going to talk about indications, and I think a lot of this has been covered, and the reference point really, and the reason why I'm flagging this up is that every 4 years there's a revision of the EBMT indications, and it was led by Anna and others in the EBMT board. And these are done with a style of definitions. There's pediatric, adult. There's precise definitions of standard of care. It's its own system, clinical option. You know, if you haven't quite got a high level of evidence, you can take things to the MDT. And then there's grades of recommendation, whether there's RCT data or large data analyses to base the recommendation on. And what I think what's important here for me is that this is something you can translate into every health service in the world. It's translated, not literally translated because it's in English to start with, but it goes into the National Health Service policy because it's just standard of care for transplant patients, and it can be it can save these health service policy people and decision makers from having to devise their own system. So you can use something like the EBMT or the American Society or other recommendations as your benchmark for what should be done for indications. And these are sufficiently detailed enough. I'm not going to go through every disease that's covered, but these are the big lymphoid diseases and plasma cell diseases. I think I've just missed out the acute leukemia, aplastic anemia. It's all there. It's all there for solid tumours. That's relatively small print for adults. It's there for genetic diseases. Some genetic diseases may indeed be far more prevalent with unmet need in low and middle income countries. It's all there for autoimmune diseases, which are relatively small players, but rising stars, as it were. But it's there for children. I think one thing you can say about children is that in any health economic analysis where you've got a curative potential, you've got 60, 70, maybe 80 years ahead to do a QALY analysis, compared with adults who might be 78 or so. The number of life years lost in the older category is obviously going to be less than pediatric indications. So you've got pediatric malignant indications, and 50% of pediatrics is non-malignant disease. So they're worth investing in economically. And you'll have seen similar pie charts to this in the CIBMTR data. Acute leukemia forms about half, just over half of allogeneic transplant indications. Myeloma, lymphoma, it's over 3/4. So those are the big players. I'm not going to spend too long on them, but they do change year by year, and you've just got to be mindful that there are fluxes. The most famous flux, I think, is within CML when the TKIs came along and transplantation dropped off. And I think that's going to happen possibly with myeloma if the alternative novel therapies become cheaper. But we'll see. I mean, it might be that myeloma autografting will be very strong on a health economic basis and good value for money. So this is just a mention of CAR-Ts. This is another beautiful graph from Anna's paper, Anna and Rafaela Greco, and Helen Baldemoro is here as well, because this is the trends paper that you and Jacob Pasveg started many years ago, and it's sort of been handed over as you've gradually gone into retirement. But these are some of the most impressive, important data sets that we need to look at. You can see that in EBMT you're up to 20,000 CAR-Ts. This is the malignant pie chart, as it were, and over half of them are in diffuse large cell lymphoma, and a minority in in myelomas and other growing categories. Okay. So I'll go on to decision making, as I won't be too long on this. I'll try and whip through this. Why do we do HCT? Again, it's going to be sort of basic first principles. Why do we put our patients through this awful array of cytotoxic damage, mucositis? Why do we give them infections? Why do we give them graft versus host disease? And these occur in combination, early and late. Why do we give them this broad range of medical conditions called late effects, physical and psychological? Because we really put them through the mill, and we've got to be sure we're doing the right thing. So we expose them to a degree of treatment-related mortality. Treatment-related mortality in autologous transplant, as you know, is quite low, but it's quite high over time in allogeneic transplants. And we sometimes try to calculate the best approximation using the HCT comorbidity index, and then a great work coming from Seattle originally, and lots of work has been done to develop what is a very much valued online resource, and it's easily calculated. So it's really this concept of incremental survival, and it's how we best calculate that. How do we get the incremental survival of HCT versus the alternative therapy? What is the boost in long-term survival and hopefully quality of life? And I'm just going back to a very old study. It's a study that I enrolled patients into, because there were some Sheffield and UCL authors on this study. It's just a very easy way of illustrating how the mindset developed. So with chemotherapy only in relapse-resistant Hodgkin's disease, you only didn't get any TRM. But you got 10%, can you believe that? In 1992, 1993, or whenever, you got 10% TRM with an alter. Can you believe you could even get away with a randomized clinical trial with 20 in each arm? Anyway, times have changed. But the incremental survival was very significant with the Beam auto BMT. We're still using Beam on a daily basis. It's science that has lasted. But fortunately, outcomes are much better. This is BSBMT data showing that 100-day mortality is 1%, thankfully, in Hodgkin's disease. And you've got overall survival going between 97 and 86% in the longer term. So the decision is very easy. So that's incremental survival. It's a bit more complicated in AML these days, and I think this is really just to highlight what else you need in AML. You've got the EALN criteria here: favourable, intermediate, adverse. But for that, you need the rich array of the next generation sequencing available well before the transplant. You've got the MRD that you also need, molecular or flow. But this is a nice paper from Charlie Craddock, who you can put patients into each category. Allogeneic BMT will approximately halve the relapse risk, but you have to match the equation with the 2-year non-relapse mortality, which you can get from the HCT-CI score. So it's a more complex equation, but it does demand sophisticated, state-of-the-art resource, your NGS, your MRD, to make the most of. So that's a consideration, that you need those resources handy. Sorry, this is quite jumpy. So these are the EBMT recommendations from the last 2 iterations. I think the decision making is quite easy if you've got high intermediate risk AML, but not for favourable risk AML. That's when you need the MRD to be positive or negative after 2 cycles. And then it's quite easy in the relapse setting in AML. But really, I think the take-home message is you do need these non-transplant but sophisticated diagnostic resources handy if you want to offer the patients the best of care. This is just another example. You shouldn't do transplant in because people have got awful disease. This is from Del Fielding's paper. We looked at David Marks's data from UCAL 14 in the over 60s. It almost just matches what you'd get with very standard, simple chemotherapy given as an outpatient palliatively to patients with ALL if they're over 60. We need to do better in different ways. Maybe biologicals will help there. So, in summary, HCT has many evolving and changing indications. Decision-making is a balance of benefits versus risks. We need to make that in the MDT. The MDT is so very important. Diga's referred to the tele-MDT. You can do that over big distances, get inspirational, experienced advice for individual cases. Let pull all that in. We need to make decisions with the patients. And maybe we need to make decisions with AI, because juggling all those next generation sequencing results versus other aspects is getting pretty too much for a lot of clinicians and for patients. So maybe there's a role there. Patient fitness and comorbidities are important. We should use the HCT-CI and national unit data can be useful. And patients at the end of the day have to be given a full comparison of what the alternative option. The alternative option may be not that good, but it may be at home, or versus the ability to cure, a significant minority of patients. So some decisions are very tough, and I'll just finish off on this. Probably the one thing for any younger person here, you need to know not just about transplantation. I think the days of the transplanter have gone, where everything went to the transplanter and every patient got a transplant more or less if they were fit enough. The modern transplant physician needs to know everything about the diseases they treat, the TKIs for CML, the myeloma treatments, etc. You need to know what the alternative options, because they're always changing in a complex dynamic. So I'll leave with that message, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, John. May I ask the panel to come over to the podium? Laurent Garderet, Caterina Guterres, Nathalie Boultron, and Oscar Buizo. And in the meantime, if you have questions to Mohamed and to John, please stand up. Christian.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks to both of you for your presentations. Mohamed, you nicely showed at the end of your presentation that relapse is the major source of failure. And from this standpoint, you didn't say much about post-transplant therapies, including DLI as the way to prevent or treat relapse. So can you comment on that? Because I think if you establish a modern transplant programs, this is also an important aspect you will have to place in your strategy.
So I have reserved that to my presentation that I have on Friday about second management of relapse after allotransplant, but I will try to give you some points here. So the options would be certainly chemotherapy as a maintenance. I think prevention remains more effective, in my opinion, than treatment of relapse disease AML after allogeneic transplant. Obviously, cellular therapies like DLI, very essential to have the capacities, and we noticed that most of the presentations this morning or earlier did not have, I believe only 2 or 3 centers did report having DLI. Question is really what is the best approach, combining DLI with sometimes with chemotherapy. In those cases, there is some data with HMA and DLI. And ultimately, the other option is a second transplant. And that becomes a more difficult option because these patients come out of the first transplant with significant comorbidity. So I'll tell you, for instance, for AML in our program, if we have any targetable mutation, we will prescribe a maintenance therapy with that. I think the data is probably the clearest with FLT3. The data gets a little bit more still at the early phases with something like ADH1 and ADH2, But certainly, if targetable, we do it, and with the principle of trying to cutting down the risk. For DLI
Mohammed,
to work,
I don't want to be impolite, but we have several questions. Can you shorten your answer, please?
Okay. So, and then obviously for the DLI, the main questions remain, Dr. Shaman, on what is the optimal dose, and whether we do only one dose, and even if we do frequency, how frequently that is.
Yes, I have a question. Which ideally we wouldn't have to transplant anyone. We do it because we have no better option. Which are the transplant indications that will go away first with the new therapies?
Dr. Snowden or me?
Both.
Both of us, I think everybody else. I think that's a very important question, really, because we saw, well, I was a young hematologist once, and I saw how CML allografts were the major indication, and John Goldman was very famous through developing the Hammersmith program, and then everything changed, and we've got this marvelous therapy, several lines of therapies beyond imatinib and other. So I guess I said myeloma as well. Laurent is here. I'm a big fan of first and even believe it or not second salvage autograft, because we've had some very successful trials in the UK led by Gordon Cook. And it's relatively cost effective for a lot of patients. And some patients, especially with the maintenance therapies, they're going 7 or 8 years. You don't really see that with anything else. And in the UK, an autograft costs £40,000. It's not very expensive compared with rounds and rounds of modern myeloma medication that is ongoing. So, but I think it's probably one of those where the sands will shift. I think AML and ALL are going to be the harder ones to treat with any other treatment, except perhaps in the elderly situation. But we'll see.
I totally agree with the myeloma concept, although one could argue that autologous transplant is much cheaper than any other modality, even daratumumab or other therapies. But I think that I can tell you my own experience. Hodgkin lymphoma is something where we used to easily do 7 to 10 transplants a year, and in the last 2 years I have done only one patient in my own practice. So even though nothing has been compared in a randomized manner against autotransplant but people are going to those novel therapies there. I would say that CLL, probably that population, as you can diagnose them at very advanced stages. With the CAR-T availability right now, probably that may be prone to also go away, except maybe the TP53 mutated CLL. But all others, probably that's going to go away, but that's my opinion. But I agree myeloma is certainly susceptible.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I just remember that the title is Getting Started with the Transplant Program and Indication for Transplant. So we should not be, this is a workshop. There are many people which are starting the program and many people which are increasing the program. And perhaps we can have a statement of all of you here. What is your recommendation? It's not easy, I tell you. This is a very complicated question. It's depending on social, on the location and whatever. Can you make just a statement with what you think you would start today?
I'll just make I think we answered the last question well, because we managed to get everything covered. So I'll just start the ball rolling. Along with blood transfusion, which Professor Charles has highlighted, but I think there's also this supportive diagnostics that you also need. I mean, really to underpin your decision making, get the right diagnosis, prognostication, and I'm not sure where you get all of that provided in the many countries, but you do need excellent laboratory backup in many ways. Now I'll hand over to Mohammed for.
So no, I would say that I'm very familiar with programs in different parts of the world, and the experience has been similar to Dr. Frutos, where Beirut, Lebanon, American University of Beirut, they do around 90 to 100 transplants a year. and we don't have a nationalized blood bank service, or pretty much families come, and exactly what you described, with transplant, the number of blood transfusion increases, and you get this swapping of units where you say, okay, now you took one of mine, and then the other extra plus comes to you, and so on. So I think that is very possible. I would say that you need to be prepared. You need to look at the basics of what you need. But starting a transplant unit is like learning how to swim. Unless you go into the pool, you will never know. So you can have all the theories around it, and you will learn as you go into that pool, and you say, okay, now I need to improve this. But the basics will be good consulting service. You need certainly HLA, immunohistogenics, and all of those certainly, and access to antibiotic that is reliable, because you need to have those antimicrobials present in your program. You cannot just simply run out of amphotericin or run out of things like that.
I'll just add two words. You need to have the health economics for the governments to back.
Correct. That's depending on the health economics of and where you are. In Africa, I would not start with autologous. Okay, please go ahead.
The question is for how to begin
what indication?
Okay, the indication. Well, actually, I'm from Panama, and the principal indication for the transplantation here keeps being the myeloma multiple, and the reason is simple. Actually, all this new treatment that we are speaking right now is not accessible for our country, our nations. We are trying now new treatments with the bispecifics, but previously, maybe 2004 to 2024, before that, even last year, we don't have access to that treatment. So the autotransplantation for myeloma multiple still keeps being one of the principal transplantations that we made here in Panama. The acute myeloid leukemia also is a first indication. In a public access, we don't have all the all the studies to be ensured that the risk is the correct, but we see in the evolution of the patient. We see the relapse. We treat the relapse with bone marrow transplantation, and well, at least here in Panama, we have the facility to make all the HLA studies to be ensured that we have histocompatibility with the patient, and the bone marrow transplantation will be, well, a good treatment option for those patients. Mm-hmm.
Yes, I fully agree with you. I think the myeloma is an excellent option to start with. I would like to remind that the transplant-related mortality worldwide is less than 1%, so it's an extremely safe procedure. It's one shot, even though it's even better if you have a maintenance. And we have ongoing studies comparing transplant versus no transplants. It's still not sure that we can avoid transplant. And I would like to give just one data. If you have Velcade, bortezomib, Revlimid, lenalidomide plus Dex as an induction, and plus an anti-CD38, such as daratumumab or isatuximab, and you do the transplant and a small consolidation phase and some maintenance, the median PFS, progression-free survival, is above 10 years. So, I mean, these are I'm referring, the reference is the Perseus trial. So these results are excellent with no toxicity and includes autotransplantation. So I think if you want to start, it's a good way to start with myeloma.
Well, I'm from Chile. I'm a nurse. First thing, we do a lot of autologous transplant in Chile for myeloma multiple. And I just wanted to add that we started a couple of years ago in an outpatient setting, like they do in Mexico for these type of patients, to reduce the cost. We have had a very good experience with this we do everything in the outpatient setting until the infusion. We monitor the patient for the neutropenia period until the patient develops fever or any other symptom of alert, and then we tell the patient to go to the emergency room, or we set up a bed so that he be admitted. And again, our experience has been very good. It's low cost for the patient, and we're very happy with it. We would love to increase with more patients.
I can add just one thing. You can even use non-cryopreserved. It has already been mentioned, which is, that's what you're doing.
That's why we do it. So for this type of patients, we do it non-cryopreserved. We do a fresh infusion, also to lower the cost and the toxicity of the DMSO. So that's what we do.
Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting us to participate in this great congress. So I'm from Honduras. I currently working in San Pedro Sula. We don't have any bone marrow transplant program right now, but we are working in order to open that kind of programs in the near future. So I am completely agree with the partners. The first indication on for autologous transplant that we began in Honduras is myeloma multiple. Actually, in the Social Security Institute, we have the first line therapy, but the consolidation with autologous bone marrow transplantation, we don't provide to the patients. So if the patient have the money, they have to travel to the close country in order to receive the autologous bone marrow transplant. So this is a Honduran reality that we have to change in the near future. So I am completely agree that the main indication for autologous transplant is myeloma multiple.
Hello, I'm Dr. Lynette. I share your comments. I want to share with you, for example, our experience. We recently opened a new unit of transplant in Panama, the private one, and we started a year ago. And of course, we start with autologous. And the first was a Hodgkin lymphoma with a very good prognosis, you say 1%. So it's kind of a safe patient. It's like ideal patients. And we are swimming through this new experience, and of course we have limitations. We need to start with these autologous patients. So now we are going to start with allogenic because we need more support, we need the lab, we need the drugs and the confidence of the doctors in the program. So that's what I want to share.
So thank you very much. Any questions from the audience? If not, we have one final round. Perhaps limitation and contraindication for transplant. What you would not start with. Please go ahead.
I would say that the main contraindication is really the patient performance status. I think that patients who have definitely active infections, like active fungal infections, we certainly struggle with that. Patients who have primary refractory leukemias, particularly AML, we have not had good luck with them. And but I would say certainly performance status, infections, and refractory disease. In the past, we used to try for like Hodgkin lymphoma. Nowadays, because of the availability of therapies, we don't take patients unless they are really in good, solid evidence of chemosensitive response. But those are at least the main ones we see there. And if you don't have access to supportive therapies like antibiotics, and probably it's safer not to do it. But John, you want?
I think along those lines, really, I guess you were thinking of incremental survival, number of life years gained, I guess, if you're talking to the people in the government or the health service, they're going to pay, or the insurance service, they're going to pay for procedures. They want to eventually hear that you're providing many life years gained. I guess that swings it towards younger people in the first instance. It swings it towards those that are going to get a good incremental survival over what is the alternative treatment. And if that alternative treatment is also expensive, you're wanting to prove the cost benefit over that per life year gain. So I think it should be done on that basis, probably more than any specific indication.
Thank you.
Well, personally, I think that the performance status is one of the principal limitations for being able to give a bone marrow transplantation to a patient. And also I use the scale of HCT scales to determine the mortality of the procedure. So if the mortality is too high, just the patient go out of option. I think that in basis that the bone marrow transplantation keeps being one of the procedures that we can do to improve the quality of life and not to be detrimental to him. So.
Coming back to myeloma and auto-transplant, it's an excellent indication. However, I start to be a little bit reluctant above the age of 70.
So it's hard for me to say a limitation or a contraindication, but I do think that it's very important to assess the support of the patient. That is the success of the transplant. So we should be very aware in the transplant evaluation if our patient has a caregiver, family support. Like Dr. Cristobal mentioned, the patient received a transplant, but probably the kid didn't receive the medication or the necessary care. So I think that the family support is crucial for the success of the transplant.
Okay, one of the contraindications for transplant in the patients, I consider the comorbidity index. The high comorbidity index for me is contraindicated for transplant. The active disease, the active of the base disease is another one, and we consider two, especially in our country with the kind of population, the social conditions is another thing taken into account, especially in our country, because some patients, they don't have any social support or economic support. So if you underwent the patient to the transplant and the care after the transplant, it could be a problem. So maybe the patient have infections or other complications that could hide the mortality related to transplant.
Okay. There is maybe a space for one or two questions. Yes, Dr.
Hi to everyone. I am Benito Castillo from the National Oncological Institute here in Panama. Something that I just want to add, in Panama we are beginning to compensate for the risk stratification in myeloid disorders right now. Since last year, we started to power up our molecular lab, and we are doing FISH and all the sequencing, the next generation sequencing for those diseases. So right now we are already beginning to have a good risk stratification for those diseases. Maybe in the near future we can get some publishment for those cases and add that information from our country. Okay.
Close? Okay, if there is no more questions, we want to thanks to the panelists for all your effort and your information. And now we are invite you to the coffee break.
As the doctor said, we will be having a 15-minute break. We will be back here at 4:10. 4:10, we will be resuming the lectures.
We were very convincing, and I think we matched each other.
Dr. Aguilar, are you here? Ricardo Aguilar? We are now going to begin with session 4, Training and Dissemination of Knowledge, with chairpersons Mohamed Kharfan Dabaja and Ricardo Aguilar.
Good afternoon and welcome to Panama. To continue with the conferences, we present to Dr. Daniel Weisdorf with the topic, How to Become a Transplant Physician, a Staff Nurse, and Technician.
Good afternoon, and thank you for all of you who are here and the people who have organized this meeting, because it's obviously an important part of our mutual development of skills in the field. Is that going to show what I want? The red one.
The bright one. This one is forward, this one is backward.
Yeah, is it going to show on here?
No, you need to point it on the tinted.
I know, but will it show on here?
No.
No. Okay. Thank you. So transplantation is, as we've heard, and because it's a field that is still developing, even though it has very old principles, some of the things that I will talk about, I'm sure you've heard already, because I only got here about 2 hours ago, so I missed all the important information presented yesterday. But transplantation is both old and new technology all at once. It brings together chemotherapy, immunotherapy, complex supportive care, and survivorship, because the goal is to improve the long-term success and survival of the patients, as well as continue to make the transplant therapy safer. As the technology advances, we need to all learn about new approaches, and therefore, even if we've been doing this a long time, there are still many things to learn. However, I don't believe that everybody needs to learn stepwise everything that's been done in the last 50 years, because we should start from today and continue to improve the technology. So advancing the therapy for older patients is really one of the new things that's been recognized as important in the last 10 or 15 years. We want to bring the therapy to older patients where most of the diseases are. That is not to ignore the children, but to recognize that the large population of patients with the malignant diseases that we usually use transplant for are older. And we've heard some of those statistics presented to us earlier this afternoon. So the transplantation, therefore, requires less emphasis on the anti-tumor effects of the conditioning, with heightened focus on the immunologic anti-neoplastic capabilities of the treatment. And therefore, we want to balance the graft versus leukemia, graft versus tumor effects against the components of transplant therapy that are toxic and we don't want to deal with as much. So the biggest challenge is how do we integrate, compare, and define the best use of all of these elements to provide the best treatment for the right patients at the right time in their disease course. So the essential value of the team is really how one develops a successful transplant program. As the therapy becomes more complex, the critical nature of the team and collaboration amongst the team members becomes essential. We need, of course, experienced nurses to deliver the complex care and recognize early symptoms of complications, because they spend the hours at the bedside where the patients actually will tell them the truth, whether they feel well or don't feel well. And they hide that sometimes from the physicians making rounds on occasion. We need knowledgeable pharmacists to manage the polypharmacy and the drug interactions inherent in this complicated treatment. We need social workers, psychiatric professionals to help guide family support and decision-making. We need dietitians and nutritionists for nutrition necessary for healing, and physical therapists to guide the strength and broad areas of recuperation. Plus, of course, we call on multi-specialty consultants as different complications develop. Appreciating the team sport and the need for collaboration is essential for career development. You don't learn to be a transplant professional alone. You learn to be part of that multidisciplinary team. So you have to have training in the science, the pathophysiology, the immunology, and the pharmacology of transplant care. All of those are critical, but in addition, open-mindedness, listening skills, and adaptability to complex changes are invaluable. One needs to learn and listen to our colleagues, regardless of what their degree says at the end of their name. So the ideal training experience can take many forms, but it should include ongoing reading, because we never know enough. The literature that we're all drowned in, that is published constantly, some of which has important insights that we need to understand to adapt therapy for the patient challenges that we face today. We need to listen to presentations and learn when we go to meetings. We need an apprenticeship or a formal training and experience transplant center if that is something available to you. It is not essential, though it's been a habit in many developing countries to spend 2 months, 4 months, 6 months at an experienced transplant center in Europe or the States. I'm not sure that's always essential if you can develop a communication partnership with people at an experienced transplant center where you can ask for advice and help, because that allows you to establish a network of friends, advisors, and consultants to be able to establish collaborations. And you can also have those as ongoing liaisons for guidance and support as new challenges develop. The field will change, and you want new people available to be able to ask questions of, because you can't know or read everything, even though sometimes we think we do. Now, the ideal training experience can take many different forms, but it should include ongoing reading, except that's the same page that I just read. The complexity and heterogeneity of patients and the diverse diseases that are suited for transplantation requires flexibility and adaptability. Yet it also demands protocol-based discipline to maximize the best decision-making. You don't want to be making up new therapy for the next patient you see. You want to have an established plan so the next patient you see will fit into an established protocol that you have. You also need defined eligibilities. Every patient who comes to you is not best suited for transplantation. You want to have specified treatments and ongoing approaches to supportive care that can maximally establish and take advantage of group expertise, and the therapy that is provided can be the best for each patient who comes under your care. So, sole practitioner decision-making, which is the problem when one is trying to start a program all by themselves, it is by definition limited to that individual's experience, knowledge base, and prior opportunities for learning and reading. And that's not the best way to deliver complex, risky transplant care. So you need, in my view, group study and contribution to pre-planned protocol-based therapy. That can yield the best available options for each patient and improves maximal skills and quality of decision-making. It also provides the consistency and discipline that allows you to evaluate your own center's developing experience. It can promote analysis of your success, identification of failures, and most importantly, opportunities to improve, both for your own care as well as for the team's ability to deliver high-quality care to the patients. Protocol-based discipline also provides structure and consistency. This can maximize each professional's contribution to best patient care and encourage collaborative learning for the whole team. It's easier and more effective to have younger professionals who are part of the team learn best practices if the center has published, written best practices that those people can learn from. Though we should go to meetings, though we should read, though we should learn from friends and people at other experienced centers, Consistency in your own center is important for your own confidence in what you're doing for the patients, as well as for the training opportunities you're providing for those who are learning the craft. So there are 3 steps, I think, for transplant training and success. The first could be formal or informal apprenticeship at an experienced transplant center. That depends on opportunity. It depends on liaisons with an experienced transplant center. It depends on the economics necessary to transplant yourself to another site for a period of training. And that's often, but not always, available to people who are learning the field. But even more important, in my view, is liaison that should not just be once, but ongoing, with friends, consultants, and collaborators available for discussion and advice in different circumstances. If you've spent a few months at a large experienced transplant center, you will meet friends there. But you can also meet friends at meetings. You can also meet friends at regional medical society or hematology society meetings, where you can pool your experience and knowledge, develop consistent protocols that can be shared across centers, and also have people to bounce problems off of when patients aren't having the success that you want. So you need to be able to ask for help when you need it, because there's always more to learn, even if you've been doing this for a long period of time. So the other thing that I think is very important for a developing center and a developing set of professionals is define the eligibility, therapy, and supportive care for the patients you encounter. Don't claim expertise in everything. You shouldn't do one-off transplants for something that you've never encountered before. Find a site that it has experience in that disease, that complication, that particular problem, and potentially refer the patient if that's available. And most importantly, I think you shouldn't be making up therapies who don't fit your own eligibility criteria. The reason you define eligibilities and plans for treatment are to provide what you think is high quality, likely to be successful treatment for the patients you encounter. And if the patients don't fit your eligibility, find either experimental therapy in another setting, or maybe that patient is not suitable for a transplant. Maybe there are other therapies which could be similarly effective and best for them in the long run. Start your experience with standard risk patients using standardized approaches. Now, the reason for doing that is you may have highly complicated, unique patients under your care, but there's not standardized approaches for them, which means by definition you have to make something up, which is not the best way to develop protocol-based therapy that others in your center will have confidence in, will believe in, and will be able to reproduce. Maximizing the chances for early success gives a morale boost to the team, obviously gives good outcomes for the patient, and the early success is important to sustain the program, sustain the recognition of your skills in your center that sometimes is required for government support, institutional support, and if you need something new to make the transplant program more successful, if you're off to a good start, hospital directors, hospital budget supervisors are often more willing to help have you develop something new if you're already off to a good start. Stretching protocols to manage all high-risk patients who you encounter often leads to inadequate results. Even if it tries to meet all the expectations for a high-risk population, sometimes it's not a good idea. Even if it's your pet patient who you're very fond of, maybe there's published data or experience at another center would better tell how to do it than making up something new if they don't fit your own eligibility criteria and your own established protocols. Institutional, environmental, and referring physician confidence is enhanced, and the team's success is best sustained by defined and structured approaches, as well as declining transplant therapy for those at excessively high risk. There's outcomes for the patient, there's morale of the team, and there's success for the institutional effort overall, all of which you're responsible for as you are developing a new program.
So transplant is not the right treatment for all patients. Each transplant program and each transplant professional need not be an expert in all components of the therapy, but willingness to collaborate, to learn, and ask for advice is the best approach in the long term and the long run. It's the best approach for the patients, for the team, and the institutional program success that will enable you to sustain the program with confidence in hospital leadership, in governmental support, and in regional physician referrals to think that you can demonstrate you know what you're doing. And thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Weisdorf. Maybe you can have a seat, and then we can open it later on for discussion. It is my great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Regi Belkhidem. Just want to summarize Regi. I had one of my best friends, Dr. Mahmoud Al-Jurf from the King Faisal Hospital in Saudi Arabia, and we were together attending a webinar that Regi was presenting at, and I said, wow, that was impressive. And he said, in his life, he have never seen someone with the level of expertise and leadership in BMT nursing as Regi is. And with that, I'm honored to present Regi for the next presentation.
Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you. So I'm going to get you through the WBMT nursing group. This group was born only in June 23. In mid-July, to today, you will be surprised by the number of things has been done. Let us go through this. So the first things we had to do, it was to write a basic mission, what will be our mission. And it was just what it exists already. It's to promote the excellence in stem cell transplant and the stem cell donation and cellular therapy. And the most important for me was also knowing this part of the work, the accreditation as well as access to this stem cell worldwide nurses in emerging countries through collaboration and consulting with existing international society. The rationale for this formation, we know all that several nursing groups related to stem cell and cellular therapy, especially in developed countries, are now well established in terms of training, research, education, with sufficient resources and good structure. However, a lot of BMT nurses in these emerging or poorer countries are overlooked and lack of support and training. So our objective was, in a charitable capacity, to reach out and bring the education and training to nurses in emerging countries, especially those who cannot, and most of them, they cannot afford overseas training due to some impediment. So we had to help develop BMT programs in this country, all this region that need assistance. We had our objective at that time, we said, we will train leaders among all these nurses who became our member, so they will take the lead and they will initiate program in their own region. So our brief history, how we have been established our committee, it was to recruit and to get consultation with nurses across the region. I could say it was a lot of meeting with holding series with meeting all over the world. We had to develop our bylaw, determine the organization structure and collaboration. We have to install co-chairperson and design officers and the recruitment of the members. So, as you see, when we have started, the recruitment was very difficult. When it was very limited, our network was very limited. With nurses, it was only one from France, Spain one, Indian one, Pakistan, Chile, and Australia, and we have to hold many meetings to get to form this God. So, as I said, we have to develop, when we have developed the mission, it was to come up also with our bylaw. So we are in 2026 now, we are at our third bylaw. And the organization structure, as you can see, we report to the WBMT Executive Board. We have the co-chairs, quality management and manager and clinician nurse advisor. And we have representative from all these society, APBMT, EMBMT, AFBMT, EBMT, LABMT, the North and American Canadian nurses also. We start since last year to have a representative. So here, I don't want to miss this. So here, the chairperson and the officer, you can see here Carol Shirley from the Kingdom, she's one of the co-chairs. Catherine from Chile, she's also one of the chairs, she's a representative of the LBMT. Paula Viveros, she's from Chile, she's a quality manager. Eugenia, she's from Spain, you all know her, she's our clinician nurse advisor. She's also the JESI representative. And Nouf, she's a nurse clinician and she's from Saudi Arabia. So how to apply the program within the WBMT mission and vision? So the WBMT, as I said, it was in mid-July. We were still in progress. We were still writing our bylaw. And we received these two requests. The one was sent by Dr. Ajorf, one by Dr. Nidweiser, since Dr. Nidweiser has never stopped sending me countries. So these people from Nigeria, they wanted a rapid training, nurse training for urgent transplant. Advocacy for nurse support alongside patient care. The second, it was from Ukraine. So the physician who came to explain, to propose what he wanted from us, he explained at that time they have a very short staff. Of course, everybody knows the war impact. The language barrier was a very big issue. They have the equipment and medication access problem. Of course, the salary is very low. But the most important, what he has moved all the WBMT. This guy, his name is Alexander, and he said to us, the WBMT, they have formed very important group called the HUB, Help Patient, Ukrainian Patient. He said, Regi, I need you to have help Ukrainian nurses. And since then, he became my best friend. So the challenges in the implementation continue, not really a lot, still the funding, it's a problem. So to fund preceptor, trainers, speaker, and the logistic, it's the webinar platform, the IT support, and always, as you can see even here, because we go always to country, they have such a problem, it's the language barrier. So I just want to talk to you about this very quickly, about this first case in Nigeria. So it's the Sickle Cell Foundation. They have these 3 to 5 million patients. They have very limited transplant in Nigeria, most of this done through transplant tourism, and they were planning for 3 to 5 allo transplant per year, was no auto being planned, and they start with some training in India, but they were not very confident about it, and they want us to organize a workshop. And the WBMT nursing group member, we start working with them for delivering how to deliver a workshop and to provide flexible learning platforms. So how did we start to develop the program agenda? I will not go all through all the questions we've been asking the Sickle Cell Foundation. It was very basic, but what we wanted from him is to get all these nurses with us with a meeting and to work with them. And then we have developed this agenda. So in the same times, we have this, the same times, we have the Ukraine group. They raised and concerned, and they wanted to have the same support for a comparable program to strengthen the nurses' training and to assist the nurses. This is one of the greatest experience. So how do we do this? The step in developing a complete hematopoietic stem cell nursing programs, we do a nurse assessment questionnaire. This is very important for us. We have learned how to work with this, and it's the only way to assess the nurses. So this evaluation and recommendation from the WBMT, these questions are reviewed. Then after that, we propose the training and program agenda with also modular training. Now we are more developed and we can do this, you know. So we also conduct a lot of webinars, workshops. And what is very good from the beginning, we have teach all this country and these nurses, and we are very happy to start working and to be more scientific and to start working on the abstract. And so we follow the BMT. We don't just go to the workshop and just leave. We follow the patient. We have post-BMT webinars in place, workshops, and the program is very, very important. And this is one of the most important, also the latest newborn program is the development of on-site training programs. We have come with a very good 3 transplant center in the south of Africa. We have identified 3 centers who can be we will not only be giving courses, training, lecture, we can send nurses in the South Africa to be trained. The first will be going from Ethiopia, and we are also planning for another, and the nurse in Morocco to be established as well. So this is the questionnaire. So this questionnaire is the short one, and we have translated this questionnaire into Spanish. It's what has been done here in the country, and what is going to be really sent to all the Central America, and I will explain why it is important to have this questionnaire completed. So here, this is the evaluation and recommendation. This survey, it's under the care of Carol Shirley. She's the Rommel, one of the the assistants. He's helping, he's sending all this this questionnaire, and then it's evaluated and reviewed. And then we can come with, we start to have a great evaluation report. So this is some, yes. And this is some of the abstract we have been involved. We have many others. So the overcoming, so as I said, the main challenges, it's getting speakers, preceptors, and trainers, and I think we were able to solve this through collaboration and networking. We are good on this now. The logistic IT support platform, it is an issue, but we are trying as much as possible to get it from the hosting institute to help us to get the good IT for us, and the language barrier. So now we know it's been a problem, but not for everybody. We don't care. Provision, so we have a translator, and we use in the 21st century, we have now the IA technology. So through initiative, innovation, contribution from the WBMT nursing group members, and partnering with other society, the nurse group has obtained significant achievement in reaching out to nurses in need for education. The summary is here, and achievement, I'm going to go through this. So you can see on the top, July 2023, there is a man here. He started with us, he was with us all the time, is Dr. Sebastian, and he's been with us since this July to now. Every month he's with us, and he has helped us to get to go through all the establishment of this group. So in November 23, we have started, as I said, the WBMT nursing group has put online, and we came up with 2 days workshop with this foundation, this sickle cell foundation. And it was funny because we did not expect this, but we got more than 300 participants, not only in Africa, but from everywhere. It was a very good experience. Then from April to August, we have been really very well, very in deep with this foundation, and we have held from April to August 24, we have also given them a post-BMT workup education for the nurses, and even across all the Africa. And then in September 24, we were able to do 2 transplants in this foundation. The only thing is they were going, the physician, everybody wanted to do the transplant, but the nurses were very scared. They did not. And after that, also the physician, they said, please send us someone to help us to do the transplant. So we have to send Eugenia Tricoso, who went there during her vacation. She spent almost 2 weeks to help them to do the transplant, and now we have these 2 patients has been transplanted at that time. So, April 25, this is our friend from Ukraine. We have also developed very good program with them over the years. And we have held a 5-session series of webinar program, and it has really helped a lot the nurses. We have organized this workshop, and all the workshop has been translated by Alexander Estomin. He came with a very good program for his nurses. I have never seen someone who can do so much for his staff. In June 2025, we went to Mongolia. It was also very nice workshop. It was organized at the First Central Hospital in Mongolia, and we have a lot of, it was a very, as you can see, we have more than 100 nurses. Then, September 25, we have a special online training session with our Ukrainian nurse because we needed to prepare them to be able to go because we were to go for training in Germany. We have got more than 9 nurses. They've been sent to Germany for 1 week training. It was very successful, and we are waiting to send another group of nurses. And now we are here in Panama, and I hope we will continue to work with you guys. So the growth, as you can see here, the nurses over the world, so we have many continents. Africa keep going. We have more and more nurses in Africa. Well, I have not put all the picture of all the nurses. We are missing here the South Africa, except Rwanda. So Asia, we have also many nurses from Asia now. We have a representative also from Mongolia, India, Australia, Pakistan. We have, of course, Europe. You can see here all, and Alexander, he became a WBMT member, so he's with us every month. And here, the Middle East, of course, been the president of the EMBMT, I have now more than 60 nurses from the Middle East. I am missing here the Jordan, and most of my friends from the Middle East are here. And of course, the Latin North America. It seems Adriana, she got jealous of Sebastian. She decided to be member. And since then, she's with us now, and you can see, and Sebastian, I don't think he will leave us one day. So in conclusion, what did we do? Did we meet all our goals? Yes, maybe, I don't know. I will never be satisfied, but the Nigerian nurses are proud members of the WBMT, and they are really very actively submitting abstracts. They are they are active, and they are there all the time. Ukrainian nurses, we are very happy because we have changed their mind. Now they are more motivated to stay in their country, and they are with us and at every month. Mongolia, this is another. Something has happened in Mongolia as well. We were able to get the nurses after the questionnaire. They were in need of training. And with the help of Professor Kodera, now we will be able to send nurses to be trained in Japan. So the nurses, we keep having nurses. So I believe nurses from diverse regions, they are happy to join us. And they are all looking for support, fostering collaboration, and they are building strong professional network. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shaggy. You may stay here on the podium. I would like to invite also Professor Niederwieser, Paola Viveros, Dr. Mendoza, and Iris Rivera from El Salvador, if she's here. And one important update, Ecuador won 2-1 against Germany. So we'll give the chance for them to sit down, and we will moderate. I have a question. ¿Qué pregunta primero?
Okay.
Hi. Well, first, congratulations. The presentation of the nurse group is really impressive, the work you have done. But the problem we have here in Panama is that the nurses are very scarce. They are not nurses. And to enroll and to maintain the number of nurses in the program is very difficult. How to deal with the authorities, how to try to keep the maintenance of the personnel. And the second question is if you have any experience with another kind of professional. For example, in this hospital that is new, we have 4 years with general practitioners that has also a good performance in general hematology, and there are one physician in the program with Ninochka. Do you have any experience in the WBT with this kind of other professionals?
Yes, but I did not. What you mean by other?
Médicos generales.
Like internist, general practitioner, physician.
General
Yeah,
practitioner.
physician. Yes, we have a physician with us, yes.
No, he's meaning for nurses which are not transplant nurses.
No.
No.
But this is easy.
Yes. No, but you know, of course, we always go back to our physician. We have a plenty. You see them; they are here. If we have an issue, we can always go back to our physician.
So in many centers in the States, the residency programs for internal medicine or pediatrics don't think transplant's important. And so they, other than as an elective, the medicine or pediatric residents don't participate in even a very busy transplant program. And so our day-to-day care in the University of Minnesota, but in many other places, is delivered by nurse practitioners
Yes, that's right.
and physician assistants. So they have skills and training and thinking like physicians, they just don't have a physician's degree. They evaluate the patients, they write the orders, they make rounds independently, and then we discuss them in a group. And so that population of professionals is very, very common across the United States. Nurse practitioners and physician assistants, they are very skilled. They know cancer care, they know transfusion care, they learn about infectious disease, and it's very, very common for them to be the primary day-to-day care deliverers in leukemia units and transplant units all across the states, and maybe in Europe, although the definitions of the skill set are a bit different there.
Thank you.
Let's take a question from the audience.
John.
Hi. Also in Panama, we have a problem that we are a few transplant hematologists, and we have a program. The last program requires 1 year of a program in another country because we don't have enough transplant to provide a good expertise for say something. And now, recently, we were talking in the Society of the Hematologists in Panama to try to provide a hybrid program. Maybe that it could add some online tissues or the proper transplants physicians that are working here to provide education to new hematologists that could add to our group, because the reality is that the numbers of patients that need transplant is growing, and maybe we are not enough. So what do you recommend that is the minimum time in another center to get, the expertise, the patient by your side, to make it like an official thing in a program of residence.
Should I respond?
So I was going to ask actually a very similar question, but I'm going to split your question into two questions, right? I think that there are programs that have no established transplants at all, and the question is how to establish them. So the question to Dr. Niederwieser and also to Dr. Weisdorf in the audience would be, if we were to send you a physician to train to help them establish a program, so how do you train a BMT leader versus training a transplant physician who is another supporting member of the group? So obviously we have these two different populations or two different group of physicians. Dr. Niederwieser, you have had the example of Cristobal that was discussed earlier, but would you have different curriculum for those two situations? And maybe that can also address that.
Yeah,
we'll go to your question later.
So our program is quite strict. Our program is quite strict, I would say. So we have now experience with at least 4 countries, and the training is as follows. First of all, one of us is going there to make a site visit. What happened? We don't want to engage in things which it's not working, and we want to have the support of the politicians and the hospital director. That's the first point. Second, we are looking that one of the director is trained for 6 months in a JC certified center. Third, it doesn't help you to send somebody, I don't know, for example, to a big center in the United States, because there you have a doctor for everything. So you need a center which is making transplants, best 50, 60 a year, but it's covering the whole spectrum. And then the physician is going back, and there you have to follow him, because it's very different from country to country and from the environment, how that he can do this, what he has seen. That's much more difficult than just see an established center which is, or a team which is running. In this center, in the new center, you have to speak with the gastroenterologist. You know, this is an education which you are doing. I remember you are training the whole hospital. If you are doing something like in the Ukraine or in Panama, you have the bacteriology which you are asking what we need. So this takes time, 2-3 years, but then it should run. That's actually the point. Just to make a training like this, I'm not in favor of this. And also telemedicine, it's in my mind something different, because what we know today is that you have, usually it's better to prevent problems than to cure them. And a good physician actually prevents this by looking at the patient before it's going to transplant. So that's the reason why we're doing one daily, even Saturday and Sunday, these meetings. After 2 years, according to JC, he is a trained director, and that's it.
Dr. Weiser, do you want to add the U.S. perspective that we can also train?
Yeah. The first is being an experienced hematologist oncologist and having not just finished a residency or a fellowship in hematology oncology where you've learned about leukemia care, but you've actually done it for a few years, because there are so many parallels to managing acute leukemia or high-grade lymphomas and doing transplantation if people already have experience like that, where neutropenia and transfusion support and working with a variety of consultants is part of their thinking. They don't have to know everything. They need to be willing to collaborate. Then direct experience for allo transplant in a transplant program is certainly a wise idea rather than starting on your own. The right amount of time on what you're trying to tackle in a new program. If you're trying to tackle standard indications for transplant with matched siblings or matched unrelated donors, you don't have to do it for a year, but you have to be willing to have easy access to advice consultation. And that doesn't mean never speaking to your consultants. You have to have regular communication. But if somebody spends 3 months at a busy allotransplant center and has established written rules for how you work up, manage, and treat various allogeneic transplant complications, you're way better off than if you've spent a longer period of time or you've done it in multiple places that have different habits or only seen presentations at meetings. If you haven't established a set of internal guidelines, protocols, and therapies, you're very vulnerable to fear, reactivity to something brand new that you don't know. But you also need to have those international or regional contacts where you can call somebody up and say, I'm not sure what's going on, and I need your advice and help. And have that not be a call out of desperation, but an ongoing collaboration for a needed consult. And in almost all parts of the world now, there are experienced centers generally willing, because they've learned this themselves, they're generally willing to be helpful.
Dr. Snowden, you had a question?
Can I add something?
Go ahead.
The problem is that in this the problem is that in the region what I am talking about, they have a problem even with hematology. They are not rating AML sufficiently. So it's much more easier to learn than transplant and then use these protocols to go back to hematology, like we did in Paraguay. This is very, very different. You know, he had very big experience now with transplant in AML, but no AML are coming because they are dying in induction. So we had even to change the whole system, and this is actually the reality in developing country.
That is exactly right. The rationale is to start with experienced hematology malignancy care, or non-malignant for the life-threatening diseases. There's no reason to do transplants if you can't get an AML patient into remission. This is not therapy that substitutes for induction.
It was just a few points really leading on from Reggie's excellent talk and the comment that Dan made about nurses and physician assistants, but really related to nurses, what is needed is, there is a variability in models of nursing, in career progression, and culture, medical and nursing, across all of our countries. And Dan referred to a very proactive model of the nurses assessing and writing the orders and having things approved in an MDT session or so. And in the UK, we've got a lot of dependency on nursing. We go through all the way from the ward nursing to clinical nurse specialists to consultant nurses and advanced practitioners that can prescribe and I've never given, I think I may have given stem cells once in 1993 or so when we were just starting out, but every allogeneic or autologous stem cell donation in my practice has been given by nursing staff. It's been thought out, it's been given according to an SOP, it's been given without any problems. We've never seen any, and if there's a reaction or so, they get a resident in or the consultant in, but it's very nurse driven, but it's not the same everywhere. And I'm looking at DIGA because that isn't the case in Germany also. I mean, so my question to Reggie is there going to be a sort of standard set of expectations that nurses can progress to and help to establish and run and sustain units and in that way, if you give people an interesting, responsible role and lots of trust, people will stay. You know, people will get lots of experience and they'll stay permanent members of staff, not like the resident that rotates around different. You know, they become really dependable leaders in the unit and elsewhere. So
yes, you are completely right. You are right. We don't. The first things for me, it's to write the strong, you know, especially now with the WBMT, we start to handle in many regions, and the guidelines are different from places to place, and we've been talking with all together, is really to have very strong policy and guidelines. This almost completed. It will be in our WBMT website. And because every time I see physician giving a stem cell infusion, I have a heart broken because for many years in Europe, in the States, the physician, they are not. And to come to explain to all this, I think, as you said, we need all these guidelines and policy to be in place. And we are the policies, and we are halfway, right, girls? We are halfway completed, and will be all in our website.
Now we need the traditional medical profession to be more flexible and supporting changes in culture as well.
We're running a little bit late, but I want to have 1 minute, and I would like to ask Paula Viveros to share the Chile experience. How can you help what you learned for other programs that are planning to establish a transplant program?
About the program, the educational program, well, in Chile, the nurses are in the university. We don't review anything about oncology, hematology, or bone marrow transplant in pre-grade. So when we start many years ago, we have to choose nurses who have oncology and hematology experience prior to complete a training or bone marrow transplant training. That is very important because when we management oncology patient, we can focus in the training in the specific topics and skill and competencies of the bone marrow transplant patients. So the first step is select the people who are participating in the training. The criteria are so important. Another thing is very important to evaluate the competencies because for nurses, the practical skills are so important. So it's not enough, for example, just webinar about the bone marrow transplant, a course about the bone marrow transplant. We need to see and practice some kind of the procedure. For example, it's very important for us. Another thing important is to know which is the scope of the work of the nursing, because we have a different context. For example, in Latin America, we have different scope of the work for nursing. In Chile, the nursing do many procedures. Maybe in other countries, these procedures are made by doctors. So it's very important to know how is the practice in each country for thinking the program focusing in this kind of the things, you know? I don't know if...
Thank you very much. We are already over time. Dr. Bueso, I'm sorry to cut your question, but maybe you can ask them off-site if it's going to take...
Yes, thank you. Very quickly, just a last question. I think, in opening a program, bone marrow transplant program in Honduras, I was wondering if you can tell me what is the most appropriate number of nurses training considered acceptable as an essential requirement to open a bone marrow transplant program?
Number of nurses per program.
I think depend of the number of the patient, because you have to have at least one nurses for 2 bone marrow transplant patient. Another thing is very important, when you have nurses competencies for bone marrow transplant care, you need to ensure that the head leader not rotating the nurses. That is very important because, for example, in Latin America, in some hospital, the nursing has rotate in different units for different period. When you have competencies nurses, you have to ensure to keep in the unit. So the ratio is 1 nurse for 2 patients.
Okay. Well, thank you to the speaker and the panel. We have to follow.
Finally, our last session of today, transfusion services for HCT centers with chairpersons Miki Ko and Jose Angel Sanchez.
Believe it or not, we're at our last session. Thank you for staying for so long. I promise we will end on time. In fact, we'll try to shorten it a little bit. I have the pleasure of having Jose with me. And I think the first speaker is going to be Carlos Montero, but I think he's not around. If I'm not mistaken, Benito Castillo, is that right, from Panama, is going to talk to us about the Panama blood transfusion system and how that is supporting the healthcare. Thank you.
Hello to all of you. I'm Benito Castillo from Panama. I work in the Oncological National Institute from Panama, and I am the head physician of the Hospital Paitilla Blood Bank. Okay. I will start my speech telling about the blood transfusion. As you know, is a very important link or chain link in the support of any transplant program, okay? But it needs also a chain of support. It has to be sustainable, and we need the supply of that blood coming from the donors, and it needs also to have immunovigilance and infectious safety. And on these links, in Panama, our main problem in diagnosis of what is happening in blood bank is usually the supply of the blood, because we rely mainly on reposition donors, not from voluntary donors. But at least in the immunovigilance and the infectious safety, we are already doing very well. This is the paradox of our country. We have a global logistic hub with an increase in economical prowess, but we have a certain socio-demographic realities that makes a disparity of what is going up in the economical scenario. We have an increase in income population with about 70,000. That's above the standard other Latin American, Central American countries. We have the Panama Canal and core drivers like banking, tourism, and logistics. Okay, but we have a high urban concentration of our population in the Panama City. We have a large cultural diversity with certain indigenous regions that we do not have achieved to share the health access for those people. And that makes a persistent inequality in healthcare access, especially for those in the comarcas. As I can show you, our country is a narrow country, okay? And most of our developmental cities are on the Pacific side. And the Atlantic side is mainly of what we call the comarcas. It's the indigenous population that are scattered towns all around. The only large city that is on the Caribbean side is the Colón city, that is part of what we call the Metro East region. It's where is most of the donation that we have in our country. Okay, it concentrates about 67% of all the donation that we have. And the other parts of the country that we have are barely not more than 20%. In the western region, that is near to Costa Rica, has only 18%, and the central region, about 14% of the donations in at least 2024. And our system is divided into a dual architecture. Okay, it has a pillar that is a public sector and a private sector. Okay, and the public sector is further divided into two. We have the Ministry of Health and the Social Security Fund. The Ministry of Health has an insured population, public healthy programs that are dictated by the Health Ministry, and it has the task of epidemiological surveillance. Okay, and the Social Security Fund is for insured working population. It has the task of pension administration, and it has a national hospital network. And the private sector is mainly the private clinics and hospitals. It's by direct pay or insurance. Okay, in the 2023, we had a donation rate that went down after the pandemics. We were at least above 13%, that is near to the regional zone that we have the rate of donation of 16 in Central America and Latin America, 16 per 1,000 persons for a country. And after pandemics, we went down. And that, I think, happened to everyone. Okay, and we only got for that year 57,000 donations. That made us to mainly rely on the replacement donors. Almost 92% of the donation were on that kind of donation. The voluntary donors were only almost 6% of the donations. And that makes at least a high basal collection, but low structural sustainability that we have here in Panama. For the next year, 2024, we struggled, and we are trying to increase, and at least we got over the number of donations that we have, and we achieved at least 14.9, almost 15% of the rate of donations per capita, and we can see we achieved at least an 11.8 rate of voluntary donations in this country. It was achieved with the extra hospital donor centers that we got to have. With the hemovigilance, at least, we are very well. We achieved a great follow-up of the patients after transfusion, and we can say all the transfusion reactions that we have, at least Anaphylaxis and the allergic reactions are the most that what we see in our country transfusions. About the clinical safety, we got to screen all the diseases that we have to see for or check out for, as according to the World Health Organization, hepatitis, HIV. We do serological follow-up, and the NAT molecular test that was included as something obligatory to Panama since 2022 in the public institution and since 2023 in all the other hospitals in Panama. Okay. What we really have a problem is that in Panama we don't have a centralized hemocenter for achieving the goal that to distribute all the blood that is donated in Panama. That will make us to really achieve and surpass the geographic inequality that we have in our country. It will also permit us to centralize and control the NAT molecular test. As you saw, the NAT molecular test has to be done in the centralized metro oriental center of the country. And those centers that are in the western have to send by plane the samples to be done in Panama. So they usually has some lack for using the transfusion or the blood products in their patients in their centers in the western region, okay? So if we can achieve a national hemocenter, it will get us to achieve the goals that we need to really increase our to not rely on reposition donors, because that center will also achieve to get the donors out of the hospital, because as we know, healthy donors do not like to go to hospitals, okay? And that's the way we have to go and to achieve a network that will get us to increase. And that's the strategic focus that we are dealing right now in our country, to go into a national hemocenter and try to achieve those goals that we need as a good for our standard. Okay? I think it was all that I had to say for Panama.
Thank you very much, Benito. Any quick questions? Otherwise, we will move to the next talk. If not, I'll hand over to Jose.
Now we have I have the honor to introduce Nina Borel. She's going to speak about guideline for blood transfusion, including a guideline for transfusion in hematopoietic stem cell transplant.
Thank you for the nice introduction. So it's the last presentation before we can release you to dinner. And maybe there is one problem. We have already discussed some things I have in my presentation. Some were relatively provocative discussed. So yeah, but I don't see the slides here, unfortunately. I have to. We're having a little issue with the process. No, go directly. Okay. When the mountain does not come to me, I go to. Yeah. Okay.
Take care with the escalator.
So, sorry. The red blood cells and platelet concentrates are the most essential parts of supportive care in the context of transplantation, especially of allogeneic transplantation. And there is the very nice EBMT handbook, which has been the new edition done under the presidency of Anna. She's with us. And this chapter of transfusion support relatively nicely summarizes the indication for transfusion, the selection of the blood product type, and the immunohematological challenges in allogeneic transplantation. And you can find this EBMT handbook online and read all those chapters if you now I have to, it's challenging. For all those patients, for the patients who receive allogeneic or autologous transplant and receive blood products, the blood products have to be leukocyte reduced. That's what we already have said. Unfortunately, there are different limits on leukocyte concentration in the unit, so it ranges between 1 and 5 million cells per unit. The good thing is that this leuko reduction leads to reduced febrile non-hemolytic transfusion reactions. It decreases the incidence of alloimmunization to HLA antigens, and it also decreases the risk of cytomegalovirus transmission. And another thing is the irradiation, and this is what we already have heard, but it was discussed very controversially. We use irradiation to prevent transfusion-associated graft-versus-host disease, and this is a rare complication, maybe more frequent in Japan and not in this region here, but it's related to viable donor T lymphocytes, which mount an immune response in the recipient, and these features resemble the acute graft-versus-host disease features like fever, skin rash, diarrhea, and cytopenia, and this is associated with a very high mortality rate of over 90%, and irradiation, of course, avoids the proliferation of viable donor T cells. When should we irradiate blood products? And this is also stated in the FACT-JC guidelines, but of course there are different point of views, but so far in my region, we would still irradiate for all those patients undergoing at least allogeneic transplant blood products. And in the autologous setting, you should start with infusing irradiated blood products at least 2 weeks before you start your stem cell collection until 3 months after autologous transplantation. And then it depends a bit on the patient and on the recovery whether you should proceed with irradiated blood transplant blood transfusions, and it depends also on the fact if the patient needs a maintenance therapy after transplantation. And in the allogeneic setting, you start at least with the conditioning of the patient to irradiate the blood products, and it depends a bit on the immune reconstitution. So normally you can say after 6 months, but it depends really on the situation and also on the side effects like graft-versus-host disease and immunosuppression that you maybe need more and longer infusion of irradiated blood products. And not to forget that also allogeneic donors sometimes receive blood products. We would not do this in Europe, but I've heard from Yoshi that in US also minor patients are undergoing, minor donors are undergoing apheresis, and it could happen that you need a blood priming in these donors, and then you have to use also irradiated blood products. The prevention of CMV is important because the patients that are at higher risk are those patients who are CMV negative and receive CMV negative donor grafts. Therefore, you need leukocyte depleted products. They are equivalent to products collected from donors who are CMV negative. And so far, there is no really consensus how long CMV negative patients should receive CMV negative blood products, and it ranges from 100 days until how long patients need infusions or until the CMV serology turned positive. So what we have heard today is how the blood donors are tested in Panama, and I assume also in Latin American region. So you test for the IDMs which are required on a national or regional basis. So it's normally HIV, hepatitis B, C, syphilis, but also others like Trypanosoma cruzi and HTLV. We normally have packed red cells, which means that blood products are processed and red cells are stored in additive solution. For that you can store them longer, and the hemoglobin content of 1 unit should be 14 grams per unit and the hematocrit of 50 to 70%. The storage is at 2 to 4 degrees, so this is important to avoid hemolysis, and it depends on how blood products are processed, if you could store them for 42 days or longer. Recommendations are given in the EBMT handbook and also in the EDIQM guideline from the European Directorate of Quality in Medicine, and include a leukocyte reduction of less than 1 to 5 million cells per unit, and the irradiation, which should be more than 25 grays. There is no need or there is no advantage of CMV negative red blood cells compared to leukocyte depleted. If we switch to platelet concentrates, you can have two different products. Either you have Buffy-coat pooled from whole blood. In this hospital, they do single donor pheresis, so those products are then stored either in 100% plasma or in a combination of plasma and additive solution with a content of 2 to 3 times 10 up 11 cells per unit. You store them under gentle agitation for at 20 to 24 degrees, and the storage duration depends on how your platelet concentrates have been prepared. So Cristobal told us already that it's 5 days, but if you do pathogen reduction systems, and this is discussed in this hospital either to be amatoxylin or riboflavin, then you can expand the duration of storage to 7 days. And again, if you use pathogen reduction, you do not have to irradiate the blood products because it also destroys residual donor T cells and leads to a CMV negative blood product also. One point maybe to mention is platelet refractoriness, because this can occur. More than 80% are non-immune mediated, so this is fever, sepsis, DIC, VOD, graft versus host disease. It can come from heparin, amphotericin, antibiotics, splenomegaly. Only 20% or less than 20% are immune mediated, and they mainly are then alloimmunized patients to HLA class 1. So for that, it's necessary to reduce the blood products. Only 10% have HPA antibodies and some combinations. Due to the fact that the HLA system is inherited independently of the blood group system, in approximately 50% of allogeneic transplants are performed across the blood group barrier, and you can distinguish between a major ABO incompatibility, which means that, I don't think that I will find the camera there, that the recipient has antibodies directed against the donor red blood cell antigens. You have another 20 to 25% of the allogeneic transplants performed in a minor incompatible setting where the donor has antibodies against the recipient's blood group antigens, and then 2 to 5% of the transplants are performed as a bidirectional ABO incompatibility where both recipient and donor have antibodies against the other's red blood cell antigens. And then this can, of course, cause problems. Therefore, you should establish a good transfusion policy in your allogeneic transplant recipients. And this starts from the admission for transplant to the conditioning regimen, where you normally use a blood group of the recipient. You have to consider, of course, already pre-detected or pre-present alloantibodies. You should follow a restrictive transfusion threshold of 7 to 8 grams per deciliter hemoglobin for adult patients who are hemodynamically stable. For patients with coexisting medical issues like cardiovascular disease, which maybe are not really transplant candidates, you have a higher threshold. One product elevates or increases the hemoglobin of 1 gram per deciliter, and for plasma, you should also use ABO-compatible products. There is no need for irradiation, of course, and depending on how your preparation method of platelets is, you could also easily switch to compatible blood groups. Yeah, that's here. And from the day of transplant onwards, and what are problems after transplantation? So if you have an ABO incompatible transplant, you have to choose a compatible product which is compatible with the donor and the recipients. So this, I will not go through this table, but this can be downloaded and we can send this also, and I think you get the presentation. So you should always avoid that red cells infused can be lysed either by iso titers from the recipient or from the donor. There are two problems I want to focus on. This one is the passenger lymphocyte syndrome, because this has caused severe and even fatal effects in transplant setting when we started with those reduced conditioning regimens with the so-called mini transplantation, because how is this established? So there is an acute onset of hemolysis approximately 8 to 10 days after transplantation, and it comes from the donor B cells, which are producing isotiters and lyse recipient red blood cells. And normally those patients do not receive a lot of blood products before the transplantation, because the mini conditioning regimen means that they do not receive high-dose chemotherapy. And as some fatal cases have been observed, I think this is really something you should focus on. The incidence is up to 30% of major or bidirectional incompatible cases, and there is no consensus in screening. So what was a risk factor was, besides the reduced intensity conditioning, also an immunosuppression with cyclosporin A alone, so no anti-X, and in later cases then low dose MMF with cyclosporin, because the half-time is so short that in the meantime the B cells could produce their antibodies. And the clinical implication is, of course, that you have hemolysis. It's maybe not really detectable because if you have the IgM, they lyse the cells immediately, so you will not find a positive direct antiglobulin test in those patients. The other thing is pure red cell aplasia, which comes later after the transplant. It's defined as low reticulocyte count below 30, at least after 60 days of transplant. You have red cell aplasia in the bone marrow, absence of relapse and absence of viral infections, and ongoing transfusion requirements. It's caused when the remaining recipient B cells produce still isotiters against the donor red blood cells, with an incidence, depending on how the recipient is prepared, between 8 and 30% of the major and bidirectional transplants. Risk factors is a donor A and recipient O, high isotiters before the transplant, and persisting isotiters after the transplant. The clinical implication is that in most of the cases you will have a spontaneous resolution. Sometimes you have problems, especially when you need long-term transfusion history, then you have iron overload, and this causes also problems. So the treatment would be, besides erythropoietin, that you try to reduce the isotiters by plasma exchange, either with albumin or a combination of albumin and plasma. There are, but this is expensive, those columns you can put within the plasma pheresis device, where specific antibodies are eliminated, like you can use an glucosorb A or B or AB column, and some are also using CD38 monoclonal antibodies, which also can work. So this is a summary on the immune hematological complications after ABO mismatch transplantation. So there is the drug-induced hemolytic anemia, which can occur. this is all what you have to distinguish. You have the risk of recipient antibodies, which can either cause a hemolysis during the graft infusion or pure red cell aplasia later. You have the passenger lymphocyte syndrome and acute hemolysis, which can be caused by the donor RBO antibodies. But besides that, you also have transplant-associated thrombotic microangiopathy. You have autoimmune hemolytic anemia. You can have also a development of alloantibodies and other problems like relapse, infections, or PTLD. So in summary, patients undergoing transplant should receive leukocyte-reduced, still irradiated blood products before we have other results or other publications. And the time points were at least 2 weeks prior to stem cell collection and after up to 3 months in autologous and more than 6 months in allogeneic transplantation. You should follow restrictive transfusion threshold, especially if you don't have that many blood products available, of course. Red blood cells should be compatible with both stem cell donor and the recipient. We have the platelet concentrates, which should be transfused prophylactically in non-bleeding patients, non-febrile patients when platelet counts are below 10 to 20 or kept at a threshold of 20,000, and prophylactic platelet transfusions remain the standard of care for thrombocytopenic patients who undergo transplant. And with this, I want to thank you, and we have Kate.
Thank you very much, Nina, for this nice and complete presentation.
Thanks. In the interest of time, I'm going to shorten the discussion and the panel discussion for a bit. So what I'm going to do is we won't get the WBMT panelists up here, but I'm going to ask Dwight to come down for his experience of Panama, and also Ricardo from Panama. Now, just for the audience, we introduced this transfusion session actually when we had our workshop very, very early on in South Africa, when we realized how fundamentally important blood transfusion safety is for success of transplantation. And we recognized that many, many countries had not filled that gap yet. And so through all the workshops since then, we've always included a session that has always generated quite a lot of discussion. Can I just first ask the countries in Latin America, is there any country that has 100% voluntary, non-remunerated donations, or does everybody rely on replacement? Can I ask? All replacement. Okay, okay. Paraguay? Replacement. Also, okay, okay. And what about, Sebastian, are you here? Uruguay? Not here. Brazil? Replacement as well. So, yeah. Okay. So, as you know, I think if you look at the transfusion world, the aim is always to achieve 100% voluntary donations. But clearly, in this part of the world, that is still an issue. And clearly, you know, blood is essential. And I think things should not stop just because you don't have this program. But I think it will need concerted effort to try to move towards a voluntary donation. Nina?
And now a question, because I did not get this really right. Is all the blood donations taking place in hospital blood banks, or is there a kind of Red Cross similarity to our regions?
Here in Panama, we have two major extra-hospital donor centers. They are not with the Red Cross. We don't have that kind of system. One of those centers belongs to what is a foundation called Dona Vida. It raises most of the voluntary donations because it is constructed in an extra-hospital setting, okay? As we know, healthy donors do not like to go to hospitals, and that's the main reason that most of other centers only rely on the replacement donors. We have to grow in extra-hospital settings. The other is for the Social Security system that is also extra-hospital. And those are the larger ones that get most of the voluntary donation. But anyway, we are not getting above 12% yet. We are just trying to push it up. We also have to make more consciousness in our governments and try to increase the education in our school systems to try to encourage the kids to begin and grow into that kind of society. But right now, we lack that kind of consciousness.
Do I? Yes, so for Jamaica, we do have a centralized blood transfusion service. So that's in the capital, Kingston, but then there are satellite collection centers. So the University Hospital of the West Indies is also one main center, and the other tertiary centers, Cornwall Regional Hospital, there is one in Mandeville, etc. So it's centralized. So all blood collected is, in terms of the screening that we speak about, is done in one centralized location, which has its pros and its cons, because there are times reagent supplies, etc. And if your central testing goes down, then that impacts everyone else. So there are pros and cons of that, but it is centralized. Same problem, replacement donors. And for us, it's multiple factors. So it's cultural, it's educational, etc. And similarly, it's the drive to increase public awareness, education campaigns, and utilization of different persons in society that the public will listen to. Because it's one thing to tell someone about saving 3 lives, etc., but not until they are experiencing a relative going into the hospital, then that's when it becomes personal. So getting that altruistic sense out in everyone is going to be essential, and that's public education.
And do I, just for you to elaborate further, but there is a plan for you to try to get this, and what sort of plans are you putting in place?
Okay, so that's slow. First thing is that we have the return of, I think, what is crucial, someone who is expertly trained in transfusion services, because our policymakers somewhat have been reluctant to listen to the general hematologists. And so we have to look for that expert training to think, okay, push the agenda, listen to us more. And so we have started that process. Dr. West Mitchell is the one who's referring from NIH, has started that process, but it's a whole systemic change. There are so many things that go along with that. And so it's multiple efforts at the same time.
And Ricardo, can I ask you for Panama?
Well, I agree with Benito. We work, we have the quality of our blood supply, I think that is okay. We have the screening of the infectious diseases, included Chagas disease and HTLV1, and leukoreduction, irradiation, screening, phenotype, etc. The main problem is the blood supply. It's a paradox, as he said, because we have a high quality, I think, of the blood, but we don't have enough blood in some cases. And if we have a patient, not only in the scenario of bone marrow transplant, of stem cell transplant, in general, if we have a patient with a extreme blood type or antibodies, it really becomes a problem to supply the necessity of the patient.
It seems like in all Latin America is the same problems, with the supply of the blood products, because as in Honduras is also a big issue. It's centralized by the Red Cross and the government. There is a law that only the Red Cross can process blood, except from one bigger hospital, is Hospital Escuela, but it seems that the problem is common ground in all Latin America.
Okay, and maybe a straight that we have is that as we are, all the blood bank institutions are poor, we share our poverty. By law, if it is poor that even in private institutions support the supply of public institutions. And we call to a private hospital or a private hospital support or call, I have a platelets or something that if you want, you can have it.
Dan, quick question.
If the support for either a leukemia patient before transplant or during transplant is mostly replacement therapy, are there guidelines to use or avoid first-degree relatives in the family in terms of worry about will you sensitize against the potential future transplant donor?
Yes, for example, in my institution, an oncological institution, most of the replacement donors are for those on surgery patients. In our institution, a lot of cancer surgeries that are done, those red blood cells or packed red blood cells are interchanged for those patients in our leukemia settings and the transplant setting that are use another heterologous blood that is not corresponding to the family, and it's part of the guidelines that we have there.
And this would be especially important for haploidentical transplant, isn't it, because of the antibodies. And again, you've heard from Mexico who don't irradiate their blood. Another important thing, not to give directed relative donations.
Yes, right. And also inactivation, when we had inactivation and radiation in our hospital. Mm-hmm.
Almost all the hospitals. This discussion could go on because we could talk and talk, but I think in interest of time, again, I've got to call this short, I've got to terminate this. But I just want the audience to know that, on the plus side of things, for those starting up programs or wanting to think about transplant programs, use your blood bank as an asset. They have the staffing who are technologically trained, who are methodical, who do hemovigilance, who do all the quality systems that you need for your transplant. They are good at apheresis. So use them and don't rely just on your hospital, but rely on the hospital blood bank to partner you in starting up a transplant program. And I think they are essential to your transplant success. On that note, thank you, panelists. Thank you. And thank you to my chair.
Thank you very much. Now we conclude on time.
So I think we've finally concluded. We are on time. I was hoping to finish slightly earlier. Thank you for staying with us for this very, very long day. I hope you enjoyed the program. We're back tomorrow again, and I'm afraid to say we are starting early at 8 a.m. This is, but we promise that we will try to stimulate you and make sure that it passes quickly. So enjoy the rest, have a good rest, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.